Hey, listen! Hey, listen!
welcome back.
Thank you. I came back and
I realize that this is my other account. I have two accounts. The original account I have you added on Discord. This account I don't. I just realized that because I was thinking, I'm like, wait a second. This is my second account.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I have two accounts. I made a backup, but I use both of them. Like, I flip between two of them.
Mm. I see. Yeah. And apparently, during the break, Twitch decided it was gonna lose connection. It's not somehow.
Yeah, it disconnected and now it's on the just a minute screen.
Yeah, that's what I'm still on, but it's like my personal XSplit timer is still accurate, whereas Twitch's timer is refreshed.
Not. Yeah, it happened to me earlier when I was streaming. I was it disconnected me twice and I'm like, get your shit together.
Yeah, so that's
Like,
that's something on
after
Twitch's
the third
side.
time, it's known for.
Yeah. Like Twitch is apparently having issues, and that's okay. There is no shame in Twitch having issues. It looks like the timers are still fairly close together, so it's not gonna mess up the difference between distance between ad selections. So
Yeah. Yeah, because I'm looking at my other one. And my... Yeah, because I'm friends with myself, with my other account. So I can trade stuff back and forth. Like pictures and stuff. Like if I'm on my other profile and I save something, I can send it to my other thing on my computer. So I can download them. But... Yeah. I'm friends with you on... Because my other account is Asaviz Voidgast. Is my other account that I'm friends with you on. Now I'm friends with you on my other account, Liz, so I have you added on two accounts, so I'll be able to talk to you either way. Which is gonna be confused. Which is gonna be confusing as all fuck.
Hey, it's not any worse than my double Soma thing that I had.
Yeah, because you had Soma, and then your other account you got rid of.
Because it's like
Yeah,
someone,
you deleted that.
I finally remembered the password to my current one, my main one. So I was able to get the main account attached to the art computer. Because it's also a thing, the gaming computer died several years ago.
What?
Yeah. So it's like, the art computer is the only one I have now, besides the laptop. And the laptop's kind of not a gaming computer.
Like, what the fuck? How did your other computer die? I remember that mother... Oh, man, that was such a good computer.
It's, hard drives just kind of quit talking to the rest of the computer.
Where you would have to buy new hard drives and stuff and then install them, but you would lose so...
It's possible to get some of the information back, but it's like, yeah, no.
It's not worth it if half of it's corrupted and no purpose.
It's also a thing of... The machine was close to 10 years old as it was.
Yeah, I was getting up there in age.
So it's like, it was getting to be the age where it needed to be replaced anyway. I just haven't gotten around to building a new computer yet because finances.
And COVID.
Oh no, you can. I don't buy the pieces in person ever.
You always get things online.
Yep. Like, I normally get my stuff from Newegg. So. I could
Yeah.
build this.
Me, I was gonna order a gaming computer,
Oh,
but I pushed it
ouch.
aside. No, I was gonna, order one already pre-built.
Yeah, that's why I'm going, ouch.
But I pushed it back because I'm happy with my Xbox. I'm happy with my, my Xbox 360, my original Xbox, and my Nintendo Switch, and my decent computer that I have. My brother gave me his desktop because he ended up, like, he gave me this one because it wasn't the kind of computer he needed, because it's basically just a laptop motherboard slapped into a fucking case.
Oh, yeah.
So it's not
It's like,
but it's good for what I need it for. It's good for what I need it for.
I bought
Which I can
one
play
of
certain
those
games
from
and stuff.
Walmart going, oh yeah, this is gonna be a great starter computer. I can have it be a streaming computer, and
Well, it's not what it was intended to be, and it sucked for you.
yeah, because literally what they did is they'd taken a laptop motherboard and all of its parts and attached it into a desktop, and it's like, you can't upgrade or personalize laptop motherboards at all. That's not
Exactly.
how
But
they're
the cool thing about it is, you got to look at it so much, is that with a motherboard like that shoved into a desktop case, it gives the motherboard more air and breathing room to breathe instead of being compact. And then, the biggest problem with laptops is because they overheat so fast because they're so fucking small and condensed. When it's in a bigger case with a fan that basically not all laptop motherboards produce that much heat. And with the fan that they have for it, works well, and my computer is never overheated at all. Like, I've had this for a few years, and I'm enjoying this computer.
Yeah. See, my problem is
For what I need it for.
Is I bought the computer from Walmart going, I can upgrade this, I can take pieces off, replace pieces. And again, you can't do that with a laptop one. So it's like, if you buy a desktop like that, expecting to be able to customize it and find that, oh, it's not actually built the way that you think. It's like, yes, it's great for her having the extra breathing room for it. Not that I actually ever have to worry about my computer's breathing. It's just it's not what I expected.
The upgradability, that's the reason why my brother gave it to me, is because he wasn't able to upgrade it.
Yeah.
He has a pretty decent quad-core computer. Pretty decent. It's an old-school gaming computer. And it's good for, like, stuff like Fallout New Vegas and older games like Left 4 Dead and stuff. And hell, it even runs Warhammer 40k Space Marine at full quality, at ultra quality, with no stagger or lag at all. It runs perfectly. And I played it for a few hours once I turned off what is it? It was a setting that I freaking hate that they add in games. VSync. Once I turned VSync off, it ran like a dream, because VSync was the reason why it was stuttering so much.
Yeah. I'm not sure why they started doing VSync. I'm not sure if it's supposed to be like a VR setting that they just automatically have set.
VSync is, it runs in real time. Like, with part of your computer or some shit like that. I was doing research on it a while ago, and I'm just sitting here like, for newer computers that can handle VSync and stuff like that, and games like that, I think it's for the monitor or some shit, because my brother uses his 60-inch flat screen TV.
Is that for the increased refresh rates? kind of thing.
Yes, I think so.
Yeah, since
Yeah,
they've
I
started.
think it. Yeah, I think it's.
Since they started putting out the 144 refresh monitors, and that's
Yeah, it's for it's for the refresh rate. I think.
yeah.
I'm not a computer genius, but
Yeah, it's like you can't stream at 144 for refresh rate because it has visual tearing. So it's like
yeah, and then screen tearing in some games and stuff like that, and especially when you have an older fucking, you know, shitty monitor that basically can't handle it because it goes as fast as your monitor can process because your monitor has processing power in it too. And some, monitors that like the newer generation that can stream at 4K. And the funny thing is, people are like, "Oh, 4K is amazing, everything." Your eyes can't see past that. Like you can notice significant differences, and people scream about, "Oh, I can run my game at like 120 frames per second." Your eyes can't see past 60. The human eye cannot see past 60 frames per second because basically that's how our body is built. And people get all excited for super fast, frame rates and stuff when your eyes can't even see past that. So it doesn't really freaking matter.
I know it doesn't matter in the long run, but it's like at the same time, there is a possibility that there are people out there that can see those higher rates.
Higher rates and resolutions and shit.
Yeah,
and
it's
like really cool to see like older games get optimized for next gen consoles. And the funny thing is, I remember a while ago, me and a person were, we got in this stupid argument over stupid shit, and he frickin' started it, and I was having, a decent conversation with him, and he decided to be a dick about it. And what ended up happening is that we were excited he was a PlayStation person, and I was an Xbox person, and he was super excited for the PS5, and the console was already out. Both the consoles were already out. And the thing is that we were talking about backwards compatibility and everything, and I'm like, the PlayStation doesn't have that many games. PlayStation 5 doesn't have many has like a couple exclusives out. Xbox doesn't, because their exclusive Halo Infinite got pushed back till later this year, till September, because it was supposed to be releasing, I think, back in June or July, and they had to push it back, which was a good thing.
It's like generally when they push it back,
and what ended up happening is
it's gonna increase the quality of the game, because rather than pushing
exactly, and I was sitting there, I'm like, every game that we have on Xbox One and on the backwards compatibility list for some of the original Xbox games that they added a few years ago, and all the 360 games that are backwards compatible, everything is accessible on the Xbox Series S and X day one. We have an entire library of like several generations of games we can play, and Sony only has 2. PlayStation 4 titles and some basically PlayStation 5, where we have original Xbox 360 and Xbox One. We literally have several generations of games we can play right off the frickin' gate. And this is where the argument started. He started getting bitchy and crying about it and getting upset. I'm like, well, maybe if Sony could get the head out of their asses and actually start preserving their classic titles instead of shutting down their consoles and stuff and throwing those games under the rug and not make them backwards compatible with, their newer gen console, maybe, fans wouldn't be rushing, because in the summer, PlayStation 3, PSP, and PlayStation Vita stores will be shutting down permanently. As well, and stuff like that. And people are making a big uproar about it. I'm like, blame Sony. Microsoft cares about preserving their older titles and bringing them to the next gen console and optimizing them and making them running at a faster frame rate on newer generation consoles.
Not always.
Like most of the games right now are like hell. They optimized Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion, which was a 360 title, to run at a higher frame rate, as well as 4K visuals.
Mm-hmm.
And having a game that was made back in 2006 or 7 look that fucking good was a dream that I had when I was younger. That having, older titles like that look absolutely phenomenal.
Mm-hmm.
Not every game is gonna, not, as you said, not every game is gonna get the, the 60 FPS and, freaking 4K, treatment. But basically, every game in the list so far has.
Mm-hmm.
And hell, Elder Scrolls Online is getting optimized even better for the next-gen consoles. And I know eventually that they're going to stop releasing updates for the Xbox One for ESO eventually and strictly stay with the next-gen Xbox. That's what happened to Destiny 1. Is that they made Destiny 1 for basically the PS3, Xbox 360, PS4, and Xbox One.
Yeah.
The last DLC that Xbox 360 and PS3 consoles got was The Taken King. After that, Rise of Iron was strictly PS4 and Xbox One, and fans were pissed. They were absolutely livid. And they gotta remember that the 360 could only hold so much data, and games have a data cap limit on consoles.
Yeah.
Once they hit that cap limit, they can't release any more content. Destiny 2 hit that cap limit.
Mm-hmm.
But what they're doing is, this was a shitty move by Bungie, and I fucking hate them for it. Anybody who hasn't played since day one will not be able to do the original story from Destiny 2 at all, because it's locked away in a fucking vault.
Are you fucking kidding me?
And, I'm not fucking kidding. They literally locked away old content, added new content to the game, and locked the older stuff away. I've been playing since day one, so I don't have that problem. But for people who want to get into the game and get into the story, well, that's a big middle finger from Bungie saying, yeah, we're hitting our data cap limit. And I'm like, how are you hitting your data cap limit when you release literally Beyond Light, and then you have Wrath of the Witch, or whatever the fuck it is, coming out in 2022. Like, literally next year, they got a new DLC coming out. It was supposed to come out this year, but they pushed it to next year. And I'm just sitting here, like, you're gatekeeping and forcing people to buy fucking DLC to play your fucking game, and that's a dick move. Like, the thing is, I thought that was a dick move. Then I read into it that it has a different starting point for you in the campaign for the second half of the story. And I'm like, oh, so when you make a new character, it spawns you instead of in the area that you originally spawned in for the story, it spawns you into the Cosmodrome, kind of like in Destiny 1, where, you first spawn in. And I'm just sitting here like, well, shit. A lot of newer fans were freaking furious, but the thing is, the game's free to play now. It's not, you don't have to buy it anymore. They made it a free to play title. Destiny 2 is free to play now.
That's fucked.
Yeah. That was my biggest fucking gripe. Was now they're pulling the whole free-to-play bullshit, and I'm just sitting here like, you gotta be fucking kidding me.
It's not bad, certainly, but
It's
at the same time,
like,
free-to-play, when the game first goes free-to-play for the first, 6 months, the studio doesn't know what the fuck to do with it, so it winds up driving away all of the old players.
Exactly. A lot of old players that I've talked to actually left Destiny 2 because, like, they're like, it's great to see, people weren't buying Destiny 2 anymore. And they're like, you know what, we're going to make it a free-to-play title because it would draw more people. They're like, people will play it more if it's free.
Mm-hmm.
And trust me, how many people have got in the game? I have every single bit of DLC. And I bought everything because I enjoyed playing the game. And they added battle. Then first, when battle passes started becoming a thing with frickin' Fortnite, and then they started doing battle passes. Every other game after that started copying that fucking trend, and it was like the battle passes in Destiny are not that bad, but half of the stuff you can fucking already grind for.
Are the battle passes
And I'm just sitting
even something
here.
that started with Fortnite? Because I feel like it started in another game first, and Fortnite just stole it and went, "Oh, we like this. We're gonna use it." And Fortnite is the one that made it popular.
Exactly. Hell, a lot of people are actually stopped playing Fortnite. And the reason why
Children.
is that there are too many, the thing is, it's getting too sweaty. It's getting too toxic. It's getting too bad to the point where people can't enjoy the game anymore because everybody wants to, like, I understand it's a battle royale, but everybody takes it a bit too far. And even Ninja, one of the most popular Fortnite streamers, was like, I'm sick of this, and he is thinking about quitting the game completely because of this shit. And I wouldn't blame him. Why stream a game if you're not gonna have fun? You can't have fun with it anymore because of kids ruining it and making it, like, worse for wear. Where the game is supposed to be enjoyed, not, freaking sweaty tryhard. And this is the problem with a lot of games these days, is that all the fun gets sucked out of them because of really shitty fans and players and all this other crap.
The tryhards come in and they're like, "Oh, this is supposed to be a competitive game. Therefore, you must take it 100% seriously. Otherwise, you're not a fucking player."
Exactly. And it can happen with MMOs too. MMOs have suffered the same fate with some games where,
Depends on which game
it depends, really.
and who you associate in the game. It's like, yes, there are games
Exactly.
like World of Warcraft where you have very intensive raid groups that are top of the line. You gotta be geared with the most recent stuff, and you have to be available at this time every week or every day in order to go do this.
Exactly. And those kind of raid groups I can't stand. Like, I respect their dedication to a game,
Mm-hmm.
but when you have to be, precise and follow exact instructions and everything like that, it
This
gets
gets to be a job
to the
instead
point
of
where I don't.
a game.
Exactly.
Greetings.
Which-
Like,
Will you
I
remain
can't
here long?
be part of that
The
anymore.
Upwirad requires us to give welcome to Devodiad.
It's like, that may be okay if you're getting paid, but 90% of the time, it's not a paid thing.
Exactly. I play games to have freaking fun. I play games to enjoy myself.
Oh.
If I really want to deal with bullshit and stuff like that, I'll deal with that stuff in real life. But when it comes to a game, like, most of the time, I don't play games with anybody except a couple of people and my girlfriend. That's basically it.
Yeah.
I don't really game with people much anymore. Hell, I hardly socialize with anybody on Xbox anymore because nobody ever wants me around. Nobody ever wants to talk to me. That's why I'm more active on Discord, because all my friends are there.
Mm-hmm. It's like,
And watching, like, MMOs slowly evolve into something else or just completely die off because the companies do shady business practices or the fan base is just so fucking bad that nobody wants to associate themselves with the game anymore, because you say, oh, you play this, and then like, oh, great, you're they lump you in with the bad crowd.
Mm-hmm.
It's like I used to play League of Legends for shits and giggles a long time ago.
Oh, fuck.
And I was always lumped in. I'm like, oh, so you're one of those sweaty assholes that screams at their team. I'm like, no. I play it for fun. And
There is
everybody
no such
lumped
thing
me
as
in with the
fun
douchebags.
in League of Legends. You're either a competitive player
Exactly.
or you're a dick. But it's like, yeah.
And that's why I stopped playing League. It's a horrible game. It's not fun. Same with Dota 2. Dota 2 is trash as well, and I don't play competitive games like that because you always have that one guy who lives, breathes, and eats and sleeps with this game. And it's just... It just makes him walk away. I swear to God, he has, like, body pillows of every female character.
Ew.
For fuck's sake.
Yeah, those
At this
ones
point.
are...
And it's just people...
Yeah, those ones are a bit slimy.
I just can't stand overly competitive people. I play games for fun. And, like, when me and my friends play games, like when I play Call of Duty Warzone, which is a battle royale, back when I played it, me and my friends didn't really care about getting a victory. We were fucking around, having a good time, and enjoying ourselves.
Mhm.
And then there was that always one person on our team that would message us and scream at us like, "You're not taking the game seriously." I'm like,
No.
then you joined the wrong group there, buddy. Like, we were just having fun. Yeah, we're trying to get a win in the game,
It
but
doesn't matter in the long
we're gonna
run.
have a goofy fun time doing it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It makes a difference. It really does.
Exactly.
But yeah, no, I don't do competitive games. I'll support those who do play the
Neither do.
competitive games and are in my friend group. Because, like, I know that there's someone that I used to play with at one point is actually actively trying to be a top competitive player in League of Legends. Like, yes, go for it. I support you fully for that. It's like, I also haven't talked to him in years because he got busy with his thing and I got busy with my thing.
Like, I noticed you play like Stardew Valley and Lord of the Rings and Minecraft and stuff, and you just play those games for shits and giggles to have fun.
Mm-hmm.
And that's all it's about. It's like everybody has their own preferences of what they play. And that's a great thing. That's a great thing for people to have. Like, I don't play freaking competitive games anymore is because I used to play with groups that were so freaking salty, I swear to God. It was so bad. It was just like I was tasting, feeling, and eating salt 24/7 to the point where I looked like beef jerky. That's how bad it was.
Yeah, no.
Like, those types of people, I don't like being around. Like, when I hang out with you and Red and we were playing, you know, back in the day when we were playing, you know, EverQuest, you guys were literally taking me for the through the ropes and stuff and teaching me how to do the commands, how combat worked, because I haven't played the game in years. And you guys were very helpful, and it was fun to play. And then you tried to surprise me with that giant fucking boss, which did kind of scare the shit out of me the first time after the tutorial area. And
yeah. So it's like, I get it. And it's like, that's gonna be one of the games that I personally go back to. But it's like,
it's because it's fun for you. It's fun to you, and you enjoy it.
it's like, I've been playing that game pretty much my entire life. It's not just a fun thing, that's also one of the nostalgia things for me. Because, yeah, I've been playing that for over 20 years now. Yeah, it's been over 20 years now since I've been playing it. It's like between...
I mean, I've been on and off with for Elder Scrolls Online. I've been on and off. I gave the game like 2 chances. I was trying to get into it, but I couldn't.
Mm-hmm.
And then eventually I started playing it. I'm like, I'm gonna give it a third try, 3 times a charm, right? If I don't like it this time, I won't play it
Mm-hmm.
ever again. I won't rebuy it. And I ended up getting it and started playing it again, and playing it again, and look at me now. Bought every single dungeon in game. Like, they release DLC dungeons for areas, and they have massive dungeons already in the game. And I bought every dungeon. I have every single bit of DLC,
Sounds to
and
me like you...
that shows
Yeah.
that shows support that I love this game to death. It's one of the games that I'll go back to. And when I want to just sit there and do, like, side quests, or just get myself lost in the lore and the stories of the DLCs, I even have several freaking characters, but the main character that I had, I deleted my old character, my old Dragon Knight character. I didn't want him anymore, because I didn't play him anymore, and his stats were all fucked up. And then Somatomay was my second, my third attempt for a character, because I had Nero Dark Paws, then Elizabeth Stormfist, and then Asa Viz is my other character. But Somatome, the character that I have named after you, I've been playing as her for a long fucking time, because she's my main character. She is my main squeeze. She's the necromancer. She's the character class that I prefer. And I end up respecking her to be more into she's a stamina mancer. She uses more stamina as well as magic, so I have my magic and my stamina balanced. So
in other words,
one doesn't outclass the other.
So in other words, she can be the powerhouse that she needs to be.
Yeah, well, I run around with a bow for distance fighting, and I carry a great sword for heavy hitting. And if I need to heal myself in battle, I have my spells for that. That's where the magic comes in. And the stamina is basically for my, my greatsword moves to do. So I got my stamina for my weapon fighting, and then I have my magic for my healing and summoning shit. So basically it balances out for me. Then I'm gonna have to grind dungeons for certain gear to even think about what I want my character to be, because I use two-handed weapons. I used to hate two-handed weapons because the slow swing speed, but in this game, it's pretty much non-existent. And I can just go into a room, aggro a bunch of enemies, and I have one move that damages everything and does bleed damage, and I have a poison enchantment, not enchantment, but poison potions attached to my sword and my bow, so it does, armor breaking damage, bleed damage, as well as, my normal damage. So I'm just watching my the enemy's health just tick away.
Oh my god, this is a giant fucking boar. Okay, sorry to interrupt. I didn't.
Oh, Jesus Christ, he is one big piece of bacon. Look at that snoot. Look at that snoot. I just want to boop that snoot. I'm gonna boop that snoot.
Oh my god. Yeah, you can see why he just kind of went, oh my god.
I looked down, I saw a big boar snoot right in my face. I was like, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, sudden exclamation, suddenly very well understood. Right. The fuck are you guys doing with the zoomies? Weird cats. Weird cats. Anyway, I'm sorry to have interrupted your explanation.
It's alright, because big giant piggy of, oh fuck, I'm about to die, just showed up.
Yeah, and the pig that size needs the whole oh fuck kind of moment. Why are you yelling at me?
And the funny thing... Is he chasing you?
Stop yelling at me!
Your cat?
Yeah, my cat's yelling at me, and I don't know why.
My cat's like that all the time. Basically, this is what my sword has on it. Life Drain attachment. Deals 1,263 magic damage and restores 572 health. Sharpened, increases physical and spell penetration by 2971. Part of the Void Collar set. I have 2 out of 5 pieces. Actually, 3 out of 5 pieces. Item adds 1,117 maximum health. Adds 1,077 maximum magicka. So basically, if I get the freaking fourth armor piece, it'll add more spell damage, and then the fifth, if I have 5 items, when you take damage, your spell damage is increased by 21 for 5 seconds, stacking up to 20 times. This effect can occur once every half a second upon reaching 20 stacks. The duration is doubled, but can no longer be refreshed. And the sword I'm using is called Blade of the Fallen Knight, which is a purple weapon.
Yes, please. It's like, I'm sure you can tell by what my character's outfit is. Purple is one of my colors. Both.
Purple and black is your colors, I remember.
My main colors. It's like splashes of blue, splashes of red. But still. Purple and black are the main ones. Always have been, always will.
And I'm playing as a cat race and not a human. I always play as the Khajiit. I like cats, so I'm just running around as a cat. Like I call myself when I'm playing my stream. When I play this game on stream, I call myself a catmancer. I'm a cat that does necromancy, so technically I'm a catmancer.
Hey, I don't disagree. Like, I do have Elder Scrolls, Skyrim. I'd started. I haven't gone back to it yet. But it's like, I did start it, and I got a Khajiit myself. So it's like, 100% agree with that. That is the most beautiful selection. Although I will admit that I was...
Right now in Skyrim, consoles actually have mods for Skyrim. For on Xbox One and PS4. But PS4 and PS5 have a limited amount of mods that they can get because Sony's a dick. Xbox is like, just go fucking apeshit. With mods. So basically, I'm a blood elf.
Oh boy.
Running around. I can summon daggers that are, it's not like conjuration magic. It's literally, I summon a physical dagger into my hand that does life drain. And I can keep summoning these things into my inventory, dropping them, pick them up, sell them for money, keep on summoning more of them and selling them. Boom, infinite cash.
Beautiful.
But I don't do that as an exploit at all.
Oh, why not?
And because I wanted to make the game a little bit more realistic. So what I did is certain items weigh more and they're worth actually their weight in gold. Because I looked at the items for every single item in the game and the original prices. Some of the prices didn't change, but their weight did. Cheese wheels, apples, and food actually last longer.
Really?
Than normal, because it's actual food. It'll last an hour or so. Because after you eat, you're not hungry until like an hour later. So when I eat an apple or something, it gives me an hour long of health regeneration. Same with if I eat a potato, it'll give me like an hour, several minutes of, you know, or an hour long of stamina regeneration. Bandits drop shit loot. It's not like they're gonna have like the top of the line gear and stuff like that. Potions are more expensive, so item management, wolf pelts and bear pelts weigh a lot more. So you can, and like, the whole inventory and the economy got fixed.
Nice.
And stuff like that. So I wanted, because the game, Vanilla Skyrim, there is so many things that are broken in the game, and I wanted a little bit more realism. So I fixed the economy, found a mod that fixed the economy, fixed the bandits, the combat, and made things a little bit more realistic. So so you can't, like, in real life, you're not going to be able to hold 50 fucking wolf pelts. You'll be buried alive. So basically, the realism of, unless you're a fucking barbarian with the strength of a god, then maybe, yeah, you could carry them, but...
No, it literally depends, because the people that do that kind of thing for a living, yeah, they'd be able to fucking carry that much. Not a goddamn problem. It's just a thing of, you can't carry 50 wolf pelts, and 24 shields, and, you know...
Exactly. You get over-encumbered a lot faster because of the stuff actually weighs a fucking ton.
Yeah.
And that's cool that it makes you realize what do you need, and the prices are increased because you're not gonna get 25 frickin' gold for a fucking wolf pelt. You're gonna get around 100 or so, because, you know, it depends on the quality of the wolf pelt, to be honest.
Yeah, and that's what I was just gonna say is... The default Skyrim, like, does not give you different qualities of pelts.
This doesn't give you different qualities. It changed. The price is a little bit more increased of how much gold you can get, because, to be honest, fighting wolves are fucking dangerous. I'm gonna go out there and murder a murder pupper that's about to, you know, bend me over and just spank my ass. And I'm gonna come back after bloodied, bruised, and have a chunk missing out of me. Oh, I'm gonna give you 25 gold for this fucking wolf. I fought an entire 3 packs of these motherfuckers. And for one wolf pelt, you're all, like, for, like, a couple wolf pelts, you're only gonna give me 100 fucking gold?
I risked my life for this merchandise. And you're giving me
And you're
pennies?
gonna give me... You're gonna give me 1 fucking gold. You know what? You can take that 1 septum and shove it up your butt.
Yeah.
Like, seriously, fuck
like
you.
Like I said, that's kind of the mentality that it's got, is, I risk my life for this shit, and you're just gonna give me a penny for the pelt. Man.
A penny for a pelt?
That's about what it is, isn't it?
It's so fucking... It's like, I could go out there and fight a fucking Lord of Evil. Oh, for that staff, I'll give you 25 gold. I'm just sitting here like, I just saved the fucking world? And this weapon can bend time itself, and you only want 25 gold. You will give me only 25 gold for it.
Yeah, and guess what? They'll turn around and sell that very same staff for 3,000. Fuck, man.
Yeah, it's like you selling something to somebody, and then they sell it for double the price. You'd be like, you fucking cheeky bastard.
They're such a scammy pawn shop, aren't they?
Exactly. And it's fucking stupid. It's like, I have a weapon that literally can tear the fabric of time and space.
I knew this again.
And you're gonna only give me like 3 gold for it. I could make your store a smoking crater into the ground right now. How pissed I am.
Like I said, they're giving you
so your character would do that. I know your character would do that. Oh, 5 gold. You just snap your fingers, summon the staff, you smack it 3 times. There's like
so you want
about
to die.
300 undead skeletons outside his fucking store about to kick the door down.
You know me so well. I would enjoy that.
He's surrounded by nothing but skeletons. He's like, I'll give you 25. And then you snap it, you walk out of a room, you just hear him getting ripped limb from limb, and then you just rob the place afterwards and like collateral damage.
No, officer, I have no idea what happened here. I walked in and he was like that. Please, officer, you have to find the criminal that did this. It was so upsetting to
He
walk
fell
in
down
and
he fell down the stairs. I don't think falling down the stairs could jam his femur up his butt and then have his hands gouged into his eyeballs. It was a violent flight of stairs, okay?
Very violent. It's like, I have no idea what could have possibly happened here. Okay.
And then I just walk in the room. Nah, yeah, I sat on his face. And that's what happened.
Okay. Yeah. Oh, there's a path up.
Oh, great. Into another creepy dungeon.
So, Anubis, are you
Oh,
okay?
yeah, I forgot that.
Should I be concerned?
I think he stubbed.
Hey, listen.
I think he stubbed his.
Thank you for the host, Nicky.
No problem.
Appreciate it.
Snuck and Squirrel is basically, it's both me and my girlfriend's channel. Like, she has her own channel and stuff like that. She did stream for a time being, but since she works the same schedule as her sister, that's not really a thing, and it really sucks, and she doesn't own her own Xbox, so she has to use her sister's console, but me and her mostly do Minecraft together. And it's fun. It's fun out, or Call of Duty Zombies together, or Destiny 2. I want to get her into ESO, but I don't want to overwhelm her.
What happened is you stole my squirrel.
Nah, she's always been a red squirrel. She was a she was a hognose snake at one point, but she was originally a squirrel. She's new to the furry fandom, actually. And I got her into the fandom, so... I'm a snake. I'm a cobra girl. And he is a sexy red squirrel.
Indeed.
Yeah. The last time I cleaned out her tail, I found a dead body. I'm like, she's like, I don't know where the fuck that came from. I'm like, right.
Woman after my
Say
own
that to the
heart.
basement of, say that to the basement of children that you have underneath your floorboards.
Oh, speaking of squirrels, I don't know if you've seen this. Have you seen it? I don't know.
What? Oh, you got a squirrel heart emote?
Yes.
I've seen it a couple of times.
Yeah.
Oh, my girlfriend's calling me.
Feel free to mute yourself if you need to.
I'm just gonna message her, but like I'm in a voice call, and I want to see how, because I can text her. I haven't talked to you in several years, and she'll understand.
She's also welcome to hop in too if she wants.
I'll have to invite her to the Discord.
That isn't easy.
Okay, she messaged me at 1. I can't sleep. I got woken up, baby. That was at 7. Yeah. What's up, honey?
Okay, I know there's. Haha.
Me.
Cooking hard.
And I don't think it would be a good idea to pull her into a Discord when she's emotional and in pain. It would be. I'm just looking out for her mental well-being because I hate seeing her on her period. Like,
Things happen.
her little brother and little sister are over, and my god, they are annoying. I want to yeet the little girl out a window, and I want to literally break the legs of this 9-year-old. He is so annoying.
Small.
I don't condone child violence, but I would beat this kid down a flight of stairs.
Uh-huh. Sure.
I've hung out. See, this is what happens when I hang out with you too often. You've corrupted my mind, and you're like, and that's a fucking problem?
Is it? I don't see a problem.
No.
Problem? What problem?
Says the thousands of screaming souls locked in your, locked underneath your, desk.
Yeah, problem? What problem? How is this a problem? I don't see a problem.
And date night with me and her might be canceled today because we do it every Sunday, and she hasn't gotten sleep, and the kids are over, so they're leaving today. The little boy was there all fucking week, and every time I heard his mouth open, I wanted to, like, literally just scream. And if I was there and he was being disrespectful, it would not end well. I'd lock him in a closet and never let him out.
Ouch.
He's disrespectful. He thinks he's top shit, and then he meets me, and then he'd be shitting himself. Because I love kids when they're my friends is kids, or people I know that I'm close to is kids.
Mm-hmm.
But when it comes to this little fucking terror, that's like a anti-child pill right there. Like, I hope me and Brittany's kids don't grow up to be like this, and we'll make sure our kids are actually fucking respectful than half of this generation.
You realize that that's 90% how you raise them?
Exactly, and I blame half of the parents for the reason why their kids eat Tide Pods and decide to frickin' put Gorilla Glue in their fucking hair like idiots.
Yeah, no. No, that's fucking okay. What the fuck, man? Why are you just hanging out here next to the motherfucking wall?
He's just chilling. You know. Just relaxing. You know. Ooh, a pretty elf girl.
What?
Oh, she's the one from the trailer. Evelyn Sharp Arrow. Oh, great. Hopefully I don't have another... I already have a harem of husbandos. There's like 3 vampire guys that I want to bang in ESO already.
I must have this to prepare for the auction in the village.
Because the Greymore DLC, the one that I talked about with necromancy and all this other crazy shit, there are like 3 vampire guys, and I swear to God, one of them... I don't want to sort of spoil the story if you're ever going to get the game and play them. Play the DLCs. There was this one part where I thought he was going to, you know, meet the Great One in the sky. And then, after I beat the DLC, this person's like, someone wants to talk to you. They're in the other room. I'm like, is it him? Is it him? Is it him? Is it him? And it was him, and I cried on stream like a fucking girl. I was wheezed crying so bad. It was an ugly cry. I'm like, my baby vampire boy is still alive. And my girlfriend's sitting there like,
What the fuck?
babe, Jesus Christ, chill the fuck out. I know you want to suck his dick, but I didn't know you wanted that bad.
Sharon, what the hell are you doing? Either get out of the window or get back in the window. What the fuck? Indecisive cat. Sorry.
My cat would scream at stupid hours of the morning.
Yeah, they don't really scream, per se.
Oh, my cat Wiggy. Oh, Wiggy. She'll fucking just sit there and just sit on the fucking living or the kitchen table and just start fucking screaming. And it's like 3 in the morning. I'm like, bitch, you're not going outside. And she'd scream, and I'm just sitting here, like, trying not to make her into Chinese food.
Yeah. Neither one of my cats have ever been outside in their lives, so... Well, no. That's a lie. They've been outside when they were little on harnesses. And after they got neutered, Fanny became such a territorial dick that they'd be let outside on their harnesses and their leashes. And then he would wind up hissing and starting fights with everyone. For no reason other than the fact that we went outside.
My cat Wiggy got in 2 fights. One, she got in a fight where one of her paw pads was almost ripped off.
Ew.
But it healed properly. And then another one, she had the underneath of one of her front legs ripped, where you could see the muscle and veins.
That's not good.
We took her to a vet, and they're like, it'll heal naturally. Just let her rest and be by herself. Cause when my dad said Wiggy was being a little bit under the weather, and I noticed that she would hide away places, and I googled it. Cats only hide away if they're dying or injured, because it's natural instincts to do so.
Mm-hmm.
And what ended up happening is that I picked her up, and I looked under her leg, and I took pictures of it, and I sent it to my dad. And then I got in a fight with my brother over because he wanted to take her to the fucking vet, and I was just literally flipping shit about it because it was like my cat, and he understood. It's like, dude, I don't want to get yelled at by your dad. I'm like, I'm fucking scared because Wiggy's my baby, and I don't want to lose her. And my dad took her to the vet to get her shots and all this other shit, and this, that, and the other, and she ended up healing perfectly fine. Like, I would check on it, like, every other day throughout the week, and I noticed it was sealing up nicely, and they gave her antibiotics and stuff, and she's fine, healthy, being an annoying butthole like she usually is, and back to herself. And this was earlier this year.
That's good. Cats are being fucking weird again.
And you're not?
I'm aware of that.
No one gets weirder than you, Selma. Like, I've tried to find people that were weirder than you, but they don't even scratch the surface.
I love how that's a thing that you actually went forth to try and find.
Like, you're like 20 floors up here, nope.
And yet you ventured forth anyway. Good job.
I'm just attracted to fucking psychotic and weird people, and you're all the good kind of crazy. And some of the bad, but hey, we've been friends for so long, and that speaks for something. Everybody has to have that crazy chick that wants to turn people inside out and turn them into a biology project.
Yeah, there's a reason why Krypton playfully teases me that I'm the crazy girlfriend. Like, I'm aware that I'm crazy. I'm just not the bad kind of crazy.
You're the, I'm gonna turn you inside out and study you kind of crazy. See how you tick.
I want to know how it moves.
Like, that's the funny thing is that I was hoping you would find somebody who, you know, was just as nuts as you, but, you know, not as nuts, like, you know, opposites attract and everything.
Mm-hmm.
And I bet you he's just as batshit crazy as you are. And it's great that you found somebody that you could literally connect on a mental level as well as if it, you know, something else. And it's really great. Like, me and my girlfriend are the same way. Like, my girlfriend used to be this innocent Christian girl, but oh god, she's the devil incarnate now. She's been with me for way too long. One day, one day it's like, oh, I love you, baby. Next minute, it's like, bend over and spread your butt cheeks. I'm like, oh god.
Definitely batshit crazy. You gotta
Oh
know
Jesus!
this.
Oh god, is that him?
I believe so.
Oh,
Yeah, yep,
oh
that's
god,
him.
I summoned. I fucking summoned him. Shit! I need to find a reverse spell quick!
Hi, Crips.
It's nice to meet you. It's nice to meet you.
Just saying, I am the definite version of batshit crazy because the other day I got a little. Well, not the other day. It was like a few weeks ago. I got really drunk, and me and my cousin were throwing chairs, like plastic chairs, and one thing led to another. We got funny, and he said, "Break it over my back," and I'm like, "No, I'm just gonna break it over the rock instead." Instead, I ended up on the chair being pushed onto the rock and broke the chair.
What the hell?
It's not as worse as this was back when me and Soma and the rest of the original group were playing D&D. One of I think one of our original
I rolled
friends,
a
I forgot who
20-sided
it was.
die to call myself super batshit crazy, and I grabbed a chair out of Zips and I literally yelled, "I'm batshit crazy!" Ran out the door and almost got kicked out of Zips for good for doing that.
Jesus. But there was a guy in the group, and what ended up happening is that he was super, shit-faced in real life. Even Soma can remember this, that he took 5 feet and put a hole through the wall. And then had to sit back down. He's like, I don't think I'm gonna make it to my bed. Only thing you hear is him fucking breaking drywall with his fist. Trying to stagger his way back into his bed. And this was back in, I think, about 2016, 2017. I think it was back in 2017 when I played D&D with Selma, because it was me, Kel, Kankri, Keldahar,
Me and
Kankri,
Soma didn't
Soma,
actually
Red.
meet until like 2018.
Mhm.
We didn't meet till actually like 2018.
Yeah.
That's what's funny. We didn't meet till 2018, and then we've been together since. So
Like, I've known her for quite a few years. And me and her have been, like, when work took over, me and her didn't really talk as much, but we were still remained friends, and it's good to be back in her life again, and
Yeah,
good to see my best friend and one of my closest friends.
Yeah, my whole I'm gonna murder myself with work kind of thing.
Yeah, you
already
kind of had
there.
that.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, I'm looking for another job.
Same.
What happened to your hospital job, Soma?
That's a long story we would not like to talk about. Let's just leave it at
Yeah,
that.
that particular one.
It kind of
yeah.
bit us both in the ass.
Not a fun time.
Because we worked together at the hospital. I got let go, and then not too long after I got let go, she got let go.
Mm-hmm. Was not.
My girlfriend works in the healthcare department for old people, and I told her, when you apply for that job, that's literally living hell. Gonna be a living hell, because they don't treat their staff with fucking respect and just treat them like goddamn cattle.
Never do.
And
It's the same thing where I'm at, buddy. I'm in fast food. I know exactly what you think. I've been in fast food all my life.
Stupid. I don't even.
I've worked
Yeah.
a couple of jobs myself. I worked in a factory for a day. They didn't give me the proper training, so I fucking quit, and the boss was a cunt.
Ugh.
I worked for 2 years about 2 years at a restaurant that I really liked, and then I ended up leaving eventually. And then my third job, I ended up working for a few months before COVID hit, and then I got let go. and it fucking sucked. The boss fucking absolutely loved me, and the employees liked me there, and she didn't want to have to let me go, but she had to. And she had to let a few other people go as well, besides me, which freaking sucked. Because I was very efficient at my job. But the job my girlfriend's currently working as a healthcare worker. Basically, she's in the laundry department. She used to deep clean rooms and stuff. And then her douchebag boss decided to switch her to laundry when they're already under fucking staffed, and the boss is too fucking lazy to hire other people. And she realized just this week, earlier this week, we're understaffed. I need to hire people. Well, no shit. You should have realized that months ago, you fucking cucklord. Like, seriously, my girlfriend was about to break a chair over this bitch's head. Ooh.
Trust me, I would have done that to the people we were working with at the hospital. Half the people I wanted to do that to. Half the people.
Yeah.
Especially one.
Soma would tell me horror stories about her job.
Especially one bitch that would not leave me or Sam alone. Like, me and Sam would be talking, and it was like, are you for real right now? Like, we're talking about work, and you're literally coming over here to rain on our fucking parade, and it's like, we're trying to figure out how to fix this machine, and you think we're not talking about work. I am about to break a fucking chair over your fucking head, you fucking cunt.
Yeah.
It was that bad, Soma? Jesus Christ.
Oh, no. It was much worse.
We were the only couple. Let me put it to you this way: at work, we were the only couple to keep it professional and not let our work get intervened. On the other hand, there was another couple that kind of made it worse. That was my own doing, though. I did that myself. That was my fault that they got together. That was my fault.
I mean, it's not. It's just. It reminds me of my girlfriend when she worked at a previous job. She worked at a factory, like taking stuff off trucks and stuff, and she caught two employees literally screwing in the parking lot. And she was sitting there waiting for her grandfather to pick her up. The guy turns around, notices her staring at them, fucking pulls his pants up, trips over the woman while she's trying to throw her clothes on, and got in the car and sped off. And I'm like, babe, you know, if you recorded that shit and showed that to the boss,
that they weren't even in the vehicle? Fucking?
No, they were fucking literally in the parking lot. Clear as day on company property. That's public indecency too, and that's illegal activity on company property. That could lose their job. And get them arrested.
Yeah.
Like if me and my girlfriend worked at the same job and stuff like that, we'd keep it professional. We'd wait until we get home to do that shit. For fuck's sake. If she lived in the same state as me, she lives in Ohio, I live in New York, but we're just a
IDs have been
several
gotten.
mile drive from each other.
There's nothing you can do to stop it.
But there was this one day I was standing there and I was tearing apart the machine that we were tasked to tear apart, because we at every part of the night, or was it like every Friday, I think it was, that we had to tear it apart.
Saturdays.
So every Saturday we'd tear apart the machine, and mind you that machine's been on for at least 9.5 hours continuously, and it's extremely hot. The water in that thing gets up to 212 degrees at 3 foot-pounds per square inch pressure-wise, cleaning dishes.
It's a beefy thing.
So
it's a dishwasher.
Yep.
Yeah, but the thing is, they wouldn't. As soon as we tear it apart, they're like, okay, now try to take this thing off while it's scalding ass hot. Mind you, there's like 8 of us working on it, and all we'd have is fucking gloves, like latex gloves, to fucking tear the son of a bitch apart with. We wouldn't have any like fucking And then me and Sam would be like, I'm going to kill anybody if they come up behind me and press down on my back. I am going to kill anybody. And she's like, calm down. You don't want to hurt anybody and lose your job. And I'm like, you do realize half the people here, we both want to murder, right? And at the same time, she's like, yeah, but we don't want to lose our jobs just yet.
As long as I've known Soma, she does have that tendency to want to murder people. And hell, somebody came into her old streaming channel. Remember that stupid couple that came in and was starting spouting lies? And fucking Soma went off on these two because they were insulting me. Soma literally was about to crack knuckles, jump through the screen, and literally strangle and rip their skeleton Mortal Kombat style out of their body.
You know what's
And
funny? You know what's funny about that logic?
Huh.
It would definitely happen.
I know she would do it because, as I said, being friends with her since pretty much, I think, late 2016 or 2017 I've known her. You and her have the same fucking personality. We are three peeds in a pod at this point. Like we bowl all three of us.
You don't know me yet.
Yeah.
This is just the beginning of me.
Yeah.
Soma can tell you how bad it gets when I get pissed off. Trust me. You think when I'm pissed off, it's like, oh yeah, well he's mad. No, trust me. I have. There was a thing that Soma gave me, and I destroyed it because my anger got the better of me. It wasn't even that bad. It was just like a binder, but I destroyed it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Like...
it went flying across. There was this one moment we were at work, and she saw the binder go flying. And usually I don't throw things, but I got mad, and it went flying. It went flying. Can you imagine, like, just seeing a white flash of light? I didn't even make a sound. I just grabbed it, threw it, and walked out the door.
Mm-hmm.
I was just,
Jesus.
all you heard was a thing hit the wall, and then you're just like, everyone was like, what the hell was that? I threw my binder and it hit the door, and someone went to pick up the binder, and she's like, yeah, I think a patient really reamed him this time. And it was just one patient. You could not please him. Me, Soma, nobody on the team could get him to like the food. Like, it was just nothing. It was like
my girlfriend had to deal with a couple of fucking elderly people that just pissed her off.
Dietarians. We weren't like people who dealt with people directly. We just delivered the food, asked for their name and date of birth. That's it, and then we'd leave the room. But then there are those people that would voice opinionate how bad the food was. There was a couple times I heard from Soma that even it happened to me, the patient threw the food at the nurse, and I watched it happen. There's nothing I can do at that point. Like, I'm outside the room, and they throw the food at the nurse. There was a couple times I've seen the guy throw the actual, hot plate. Like, I mean, full on grab the hot plate that, remember the one that
the hefty ones?
That was yeah, this is like a 2 to 3 pound piece of plastic. Think about that for a second.
Will you remain here long?
It's like
2 to 3 pound piece of plastic, and they throw it at the wall or at your head. It's gonna hurt. Not just because of the heat. It's just, it has so much weight.
Yeah. It's like...
And then the ones that they got, those are the ones afterwards. I'm talking about the ones that we got that were there when I first started. The ones that were like 4 or 5 pounds.
The red ones are scary.
Yeah, so it was always scary going into the rooms because you didn't know if the patient was going to overreact and grab the thing and then throw it at you, because those were like 4 or 5 pounds. And trust me, 4 or 5 pounds is enough. I've seen it happen to where people will get their shoulders, just their shoulders, and or hands or wrists dislocated because that hits them so hard. Think about that for a second. A patient who's in the hospital, who's had surgery, gets angry, gets physical with you, and then throws something at you. Like it's
You
scary.
can't do anything about
Trust
it.
me.
Either. You can't respond about it.
Yeah, and the thing is, you have to keep your goddamn mouth shut. And if you say anything, you're the bad person.
Yep.
Yup.
But
It's freaking ridiculous. Soma would tell me some crazy horror stories about work,
long as the sun
and
Oh, trust me.
she would tell me
I should
like
have.
all the
You
shit
know
that
what?
would
I
happen.
should have listened to her. Not just Soma, but you know who I'm
Yeah.
talking about, right, Soma? We should have listened to her and got the hell out of Dodge when we did.
I was fucking
We should've-
trying.
Yeah,
Morgan,
but
the funny thing is the funny thing is the suicide rate for actual healthcare workers has skyrocketed for the past few years because a lot of healthcare workers handle it. They get so stressed out. Some of them actually took it
you know,
because of this
me and
job.
Soma weren't the
Not
more or less
speak
the
to
suicidal.
evil
It was more the
things.
homicidal
You
side of us
call
that was more like wanting to kill people. It was more.
Soma is 100% homicidal half the time, 24/7. She just knows how to contain it. best
until you put her in a corner and corner her, and then that's when shit's gonna get.
I've seen
ugly.
her extremely pissed off, and it wasn't at me. It was somebody. When she streamed on Mixer, there was quite a few people that pushed her over the edge. It took me, Red, and a couple of others to calm her the fuck down. Because I saw the devil in her eyes that day. And I swear to God, I would need a therapist for my therapist of what I saw. Soma fucking scares the fuck out of me. And
trust me, dude.
I
You
still
didn't-
respect her.
Here's the thing. I'm dating her. I may be dating her, but here's the thing. I've had to hold her back against a wall from going full ape shit on one of the coworkers we had at work. And they thought it was me being like, hands-on. I'm like, no, she's mad, and I'm trying to protect her from killing somebody on the job.
Mm-hmm.
And they were like, oh, okay, well then, just try to get her to calm down. I'm like, what do you think I'm doing?
She's about to
Like-
go fucking King Kong and Godzilla on somebody, and someone's gonna get the soul rended from their body. And not in the good way.
And I tried to tell him, I look at her, I'm like, you calm down. You lose your job if you hurt somebody. The only thing you could do is think of a mental picture that'll make you fucking happy, and then render that later on in life when they actually get hurt. You can just laugh at it because, you're like me, where you fucking don't care at that point when they're hurt. You're just like, I don't care.
Yeah. Like it's
Exactly.
It's pretty great.
It's like when people just get to the point where there is a threshold that I have when it comes to bullshit. And when it gets to that threshold and they laugh at me and they're like, what the fuck you're gonna do? Next minute you know, there's a dent in a fucking locker or in the wall. I may be small, but when I get pissed, I have the strength of a god. I will literally lifted up when I got pissed off at somebody and my adrenaline kicked in. I picked up a 25-pound couch and threw it out the fucking apartment window.
Before I met
Before.
Soma, it took 4 people to when I got really pissed off. And mind you know those futons that are like 16, 17 pounds, right?
Mm-hmm.
They're like,
Yeah, I'm sleeping
they're
on
like
one
16,
now.
17 pounds a piece. Full.
Are you talking about the whole... You're not just talking about the mattress. You're talking about the whole metal frame and mattress all together,
Yeah,
right?
like 16, 17 pounds.
Okay.
Yeah, give or take. Yeah,
Okay, I'm just making sure. I thought... Because the futon itself is not that heavy.
Yeah.
Like, seriously,
Yeah, well,
anybody can
with
pick up with the mattress.
With the mattress itself, it's like 16, 17 pounds, give or take. Like, there was one out in the living room at my friend's old place where he was at. It took 4 people, and I'm not joking. These are people that are bigger than me. And I mean, like, let's just give or take. One of them was 200 pounds, and he couldn't hold me. Let's just put it that way. It took 4 people. I was so pissed off at one guy that I wasn't like destroying the house, but Like, it took 4 people to pin me down that, like, my adrenaline was so bad at that point. Like, I was at the point of, like, anything that I punched through or at that point hurt in that general direction, my hands right now are nowadays, and she knows, and Soma knows what they look like, are all bone. I punch you, it's gonna destroy you. It's like full on, just done, game over. Just, but like at the time, I was so mad at this guy for disrespecting somebody in front of me, and it was just because the way he treated this person, it set me off like on a, like I was a volcano. Like, you know so much. She's a volcano at certain points, but this was like my ultimate anger. Like, I mean, this was like
that you'd gotten.
almost 16 years. This was like 16 years of pent up rage just coming out of nowhere. I mentally and physically snapped at this person, and that's how many people had to hold me down. Like, I changed after that, but like, at that point when. Yeah, but I've learned to control my anger without even having to go into anger management class.
Yeah, I've learned to control it, but my girlfriend's seen me at the pinnacle of my rage, and it wasn't directed towards her. It was directed
Soma
towards.
hasn't seen me that bad yet, but I'm afraid she'll soon see that, and I really don't want her to have to call 4 people to pin me down. Like, it's not pretty when you have to see 4 people hold down your boyfriend to just calm him down. That's when I black out, is when I get that pissed off. I black out. I don't remember shit from up to, I remember everything up to that point, and then everything's just black. Nothing.
Exactly.
I still hold the hope that
I've only gotten to a few points like that.
Calm it down still.
I don't think I think you may be able to calm me down, but you might have to tie me to a chair. Or at least call people to hold me down when I get that pissed.
Yeah.
Just tie you to the bottom of a flatbed truck. I don't think you're gonna lift that truck off the ground. So you're that pissed off and the Incredible Hulk and you wing that across the city block.
I'm not the Hulk, but
Still.
I'm just saying for the rage part, that person, if they didn't hold me down, I was gonna really hurt him. I had just snapped. What I think had made me full on snap is when he smacked his dog.
Ooh.
I think that's what like fucking triggered it. I think that like, I mean, I was already pissed. I was already pissed off, and someone knows how I love animals.
Yeah, no.
I really
That's
do.
fucking not okay.
And when you hit an animal in front of me, I give you 2 options. I look at you and say, "You hit that fucking animal again." I'll walk out that door, but I'm pretty sure that when I walk out that door, either you're going to be on the floor hurting, or I'm just going to walk out the door and never talk to you again. Just know that. I don't like people who hurt animals. I mean, you can spank them on the butt, maybe, just like, as a sign of saying
I give
no.
my cat a pat on the head when she like gets aggressive and tries to attack me. I give her a little tiny tap on the head.
Redirect them, but if it's like to redirect them, that's one thing. But like when you're full on like smacking them, like beating them, oh man, I totally lose.
I would never do that to my cats. Ever.
I know from a person who knows how it feels to own an animal and knows what that's like, because they feel what you feel, and not a lot of people know what animals actually can feel. Some people view animals as tools more than pets and lovers, and like lovers as a family member, like it's there are a special connection between you and your animal. It's the only thing that really I really understand is that dogs and cats have been around for millions of years, but cats say fuck you when they you tell them to do something, and the dogs are like, oh, you want something?
Here.
You want to get a treat afterwards?
Yeah.
But yeah,
and then the cats are like, nah, motherfucker, get off your ass and do it yourself. Dogs are like,
let's do it.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. That's fucking dogs in a nutshell.
Well, Cats are like the one, like you're like, hey, what are you doing? And the cat looks at you and he just really wants to raise his paw up and give you the middle finger, like, yeah, what are you gonna do about it?
Like, seriously, my cat.
Yeah,
Kinda
you
cut
cut
out
out.
there.
What's your connection doing there, Snacky?
Give it a sec.
Yeah.
What did he think I was? Like when you first told him about me, what did he first originally think of who I was?
You know, I don't think I actually asked. Because it's like, I just kind of mentioned that, yeah, have a boyfriend. And from there, it kind of went, oh, cool, you found a person. It's like, yeah. I like this person a lot.
I mean, you haven't met my family yet, and they want to meet you, but I'm just like, our schedules kind of conflict a lot. He'll be back, I'm pretty sure. There he is.
Yep.
Okay, there we go. My internet was being a dick.
Yeah, I kind of figured because I have the same problem because there will be times we'll be talking on this, and all of a sudden I'll just disappear, and then she'll text, "Where'd you go?" I'm like, "Internet took a shit. You want to talk on here through text?"
Yeah.
That's what me and my girlfriend usually like. I have unlimited talk and text on my phone, so I just call her phone number and we'll just sit there and.
Well, I can't do that with Soma. I just text her through Discord when she has internet because she doesn't have unlimited talk and text. I do, but it's just I don't want to take up her data using just talk and text when we can just do it over the internet and connect.
Exactly, and that's what I basically do most of the time. We'll just like when she's at work, we'll just call normally because we both have unlimited talk and text, so we're perfectly fine. But when I don't want to, we'll just message each other on either Telegram or Discord, or just.
We usually, if we can't get together on Facebook, we usually generally use Discord as a backup, generally. But 95% of the time now, we're on Discord.
Yeah, I haven't touched Facebook in over a year now.
Like, I only have a few people that I talk to on Facebook.
Tell you what happened yesterday?
No.
Or actually a few days ago?
No.
So, my phone glitched. And you know how when it says accessory not supported on some things, like, it glitched. I didn't have my phone for 3 fucking days. I was waiting for 3 days for it to die so I could recharge it and be able to use it again.
The fuck?
I had 3 days where I was miserable, and I was like, everybody's on their phone, and I'm just looking at them. I'm like, oh my god, like, kill me, please. Like it was just miserable, but I kept my mind off of it by working, and everyone's like, here, you want to see my phone? And I'm like, no, just
quit teasing me.
Yeah, it was a literal tease, like, like everyone's like on their phone, and I'm just the one over here trying to so I had to wait for it to die. And then when I finally got it back to get working again, I took off it was the mobile battery that I always had on it. So now I can't use that external mobile battery. So now I just went back to the original battery. So I just
Dude, you were so happy when you fucking got that, though. You were so happy when you got that.
Yeah, but it's not supported by Apple, so I have to go to the Apple store and actually get one that's supported by Apple, and it won't fuck up my phone. Because
when you use stuff that's not compatible, when you use certain things that are not compatible, it can fuck up the stuff inside.
Yeah, well, the one I have was it's a third party, but it was sold by Verizon, so I got it from Verizon.
Yeah, that's why it was Verizon and it was third party. That's the reason why it fucked up, my dude.
Here's the funny thing. I'm AT&T. Been AT&T since the early 2000s. So I'm grandfathered in. That grandfather clause no longer exists. But that's why I'm grandfathered into AT&T. I could still be grandfathered in because I've been there since the early 2000s.
Yeah.
So I got so anybody there that's brand new that wants to do that grandfather clause, that don't exist no more, sweetheart. I swear, I tell you that now. So that's why I get such great deals on phones, like, you know, because of that grandfather clause, because I've been there for so freaking long. I get like 40% discount on phones instead of paying like $1,000 on a phone for like, you know, 6 months or
Were you
24
coughing up
months.
a hairball,
No.
Stoma?
No. It's a painful price.
Yes, I
That's
hear-
what it is.
Oh god. Yeah.
But anyway, like I was saying, it was like, you know, like $1,000 for 24 months. I could only pay like 500 or like, you know, a little bit less.
Hmm.
But now my phone bill is literally $170 a month. A month.
That's still painful to me.
You are welcome here, as long as you
But
do
then
not trouble
after this month, it'll be down to like $70.
Mm-hmm.
So
Even
it'll
the
be nice.
affluent have need of help on occasion.
So when I get a new phone, which will be never until this one actually dies, because you remember my
All
other
is
phone,
ready for
right?
the
When
auction.
I first started at
It
the
is an
hospital,
event not
that
unlike a warrior's
3GS
arena.
that I
For
had.
my clan is
Oh
accustomed
my
to
god!
waging
I
war
had that
with
3G
words and
iPhone
coin.
3GS for 8 years before it finally fucking died. My dad was like, if you sleep with one eye open, I hope you can react fast because I'm gonna grab it and smash it with a fucking hammer.
Well, it would have died then.
Yeah, so then that day, that one, like, I think it was like a month and a half into working there at the hospital, I got the iPhone 8, because you remember my phone the following day was like black and different. Yeah,
I
and
use it.
then that, now I like this phone, the iPhone X. It's actually not bad. You know, I'd rather go back to Android, but, you know, I don't have to clear out the cache every 6.5 hours on an Android.
Yeah.
I prefer Android because, one, they're not a buggy fucking mess compared to Apple phone. But I'm like, you're
Well,
stuck with what you're stuck with.
but here's the thing. How many times have, and I'm saying this without, like, you know, actually connecting to the phone or anything, how many times has somebody hacked your phone with an iPhone and actually got into it? Because 9 times out of 10, without connecting it to a
Nobody.
computer, it is fucking useless trying to hack their phone. But Android, on the other hand, they can get into that shit real easy.
Yeah.
I've never been hacked. Oh.
I'm just saying, like, in general, an whole generalcy, because iPhone, Apple, any Apple product I've ever owned has never been hacked, never been, you know, tampered with or anything. And trust me, someone knows, because I own an iPad and I own and now our computer that used to be here that you remember seeing is now a Mac computer. So,
All Apple.
yep, my family loves Apple, and trust me, my dad used to be an Android guy. He used to be till he went to Apple.
I used it because Apple phones are way too fucking expensive, and I'm not spending an arm and a leg
That's
on
no
an Apple
different
phone.
from buying one of the new Samsungs.
Yeah, true. Mine's a Samsung
It's literally
Galaxy,
it's literally no different
A1.
from like going like it's no different from grabbing an iPhone XS or a Samsung Galaxy S8. It's literally the price difference is no different. It's
Same
just maybe a few
price,
bucks.
just different.
The thing is that I get I have my girlfriend. I ended up picking her up a Samsung Galaxy 10, and I end up the 10 is pretty fucking old, but at the time when I saw them before, you know, they were the biggest
This is
thing. But I got her
fucking nice.
Samsung Galaxy.
Fucking rainbow cloak.
Yeah, I gave her a freaking S10, and I have the S1, which was way better than the fucking goddamn LG phone that I had that only lasted 8 years and fucking died because the inner workings for it, the operating system decided to shit itself, and I'm never buying another LG phone again because there's nothing but trash.
I will tell you that this number for well, it's not really a number, but it's like you look up the phone, the LG CU515. It's a flip phone.
Mm-hmm.
That was the longest lasting flip phone I ever had in my entire line of phones that I've ever had. That was the toughest phone. It got ran over, it got stomped on, it got dropped from like a 3-story building, and it survived. That thing was a fucking beast for a phone. People are like, I pull out my phone, they pull out their nice, clean phones, and then I pull out mine, and it's all fucking scratched up to hell and shit. And I'm like, this thing's been through hell and back. I've been in several fights with this in my pocket, or it's landed on the ground because somebody knocked it out of my hand while fighting me. You know, it's like, that phone was indestructible. I could tell you that. I threw it at a brick wall. I threw it at I threw it at a lot of things out of anger.
The thing is that some flip phones are just built like fucking, built like tanks.
Yeah, but you'd think after throwing it at a brick wall or like it getting run over, you know, it would break, for the love of God.
It is not our custom to trust.
And then my dad
Devonian,
saw how fucked up my
but
phone
perhaps
was,
you
and
may
he's
be
like,
of
"What
help
the
to me?"
fuck did you do to your phone?" I'm like, if I told all of the stories that I could tell you, you would not believe me. He's like, try me. I told him half of them, and he's like, I'm impressed, but also really pissed off. Was any of it recorded?
Nope.
I'm like, nope. He's like, good. Which, in fact, some of it was.
Only
Sorry.
some of it.
Yeah, the other half kind of just flew away.
Yeah. It's all good.
I'm just glad none of that shit got posted on Facebook.
Whoa!
It's like,
Whoa! Fuck!
you know, I guess his internet broke out again because they don't hear
No,
him.
I'm
Oh, okay.
still here. I'm just reading dialogue in a game I'm playing.
He's playing pretty much Skyrim online.
Yep.
Oh, Elder Scrolls
Yeah.
Online.
Yeah, I'm
It's
doing
not
the
really even
prequel stuff.
Skyrim at that point. It's like an MMO at that fucking point.
Like, everybody who's trying to compare it to Skyrim, you really, like, I'm not saying you, I'm saying other people, really need to get their head out of their asses.
I'm well aware that it's...
the thing is, this is the reason why a lot of people get disappointed, because they think it's going to be like Skyrim online,
It's
an
actually
online
not,
Skyrim.
because coming from a person who's already played it, it is nothing like Skyrim.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Nothing.
If you go in thinking it's going to be Skyrim, you're going to be disappointed. And
Well,
if you
it's
go
because-
in with MMO sense,
Because I played Final Fantasy, so I would know what an MMO looks like. I played all the Final Fantasies, so it's like... So what I'm saying is, like, you know, you go in there thinking it's gonna be... I honestly, I'm not gonna lie. Not gonna lie. I went in there thinking it was Skyrim. Boy, was I dead ass wrong. But anyway, like, you know, just the same thing, like, for Final Fantasy. When I played Final Fantasy 14 for an MMO, the guy was like, oh no, it's just gonna be like all their other ones, like on GameCube.
No.
I'm like, no, it's
no, it is totally different. It's way different, because I put in several hours into FF14 on PS4 back when I had my console before I sold that fucking doorstop and bought myself a Switch, something I'll actually fucking use. Because the only reason why I got the PS4 was for basically some games and basically Final Fantasy 14.
That's the only problem that me and Soma have right now. But once I get moved out of my folks' place and moved in with her at any time, whenever I get a chance to, or get a more solid job, you know, to be able to move out and, you know, actually live with her, you know.
The thing is, it took her forever to get the fuck out of her mom's place, and trust me, the hell she had to go through. It was fucking ridiculous, and you probably already knew because you worked with her.
I know. I definitely know. But let's not talk about that. But, like, what I'm saying is like I love my folks, to be honest, but I'd rather live with Soma to be out of the way. Like I want them to, you know, I'm grown up enough to like take care of myself, feed myself and clothe myself, like that's kind of stuff. But it's just the hard part is leaving home itself. Like
Mm-hmm.
in itself is just like as hard. You think it's easy, but as you leave, it's
Yeah.
hard. Like it's
One of the
because you've always
I
gone.
moved out for the thing is I moved out of my house when I was with my current boyfriend at the time. When I was with him, I was moved out. I was living with my boyfriend for 2 months, and it took me a while to get used to being away from himself because I was living near the border of Canada, pretty much. Like, I was 2 steps away from Canada, and it was it was different, and it took me a while to get used to. I would
Where my
not
friend
sleep
was
well at
living,
night because of it.
where my friend was living, he lived about 30 minutes from the British Columbia border
Mm-hmm.
from where he is, because he lives like just above Soma in another county. He lives just above where she lives at, and he was like 30 minutes from like the border from there, and where he was directly sitting in the mountains, you could literally see the border. Like you could see the border from his house.
Mm-hmm.
Like it was that close, and it was just like, oh my god, dude! Like, what would it be like just to run to that border and just disappear? Like, just get out of the country. Just disappear. It's like, yeah, you think it's that easy when you approach on foot, they actually point ARs at you. It's like, ugh.
Ew, yeah.
Yeah, they point guns at you. Like they think twice about it when you're in a vehicle because they don't know if that's a bomb. But if you're walking up on foot, that's a different story. Like it's
They're pretty sure that you don't carry any kind of weaponry when you're approaching on foot. It's like, yeah, so knowing one of the reasons why I haven't pushed that kind of thing is because I know it's your first time moving out. So
Exactly. It takes a while, and trust me, for someone who, like me and him, broke up, and it's just things weren't working out between us. And after we broke up, I ended up going out with a girl right after we broke up because me and her worked out for a while, and then we ended up breaking up because someone sabotaged our relationship. But the girl that I'm currently with, 4.5 years, going on 5, later this year will be 5. I'm absolutely happy with her, and
where do you think me
no
and her
one's ever gonna
stand?
replace. Exactly. Like, trust me, as long as I've known Soma as a friend, I would never replace her for the world as a friend. Like, seriously, she is my best friend. She's pretty much family to me, and I care for Soma as much as anybody who's
What was
dating
funny
Soma
is
and everything.
everyone at my work, I told, because someone knows where I work at,
Mhm.
and it's funny because they were like, so it's her first reaction when I told her this. She's like, what? Like, I'm like, I told them, my coworkers, because they thought I didn't have a girlfriend, because I told them at one point I was just single and just not really looking. But then when I had found her, I kind of kept it a secret, and then you know who I'm talking about. She was uh I called her Tish a lot.
Mm-hmm.
The black chick that was my manager.
Yeah.
She was if I could have her back, like in working there, she was an amazing person. Like she was fun to hang out with at work and like be around. But she kept it professional. At a professional level, she's like, I like you. I don't want to hang out with you outside of work, but I like hanging out with you here because you crack me the fuck up. I'm like, same thing, vice versa.
Yeah.
But they were like, you have a girlfriend now? I'm like, yeah. I thought I told you guys this. They're like, wait, what? Like, they're like, wait, because they thought because I told them at one point I was just single, and then they were just like, wow. And then they finally met her, and then they're like, where did you find her? I'm like, I'm gonna have to sit down with you and tell you that story, because that story is way too long. It's way too long
It's
for me
fun.
to tell while we're standing.
Yeah, it's fun, but
More like a
it's...
campfire, story, to be honest.
Nothing wrong with a good long campfire.
Or burning down a building, whatever comes first.
It's pretty much a giant bonfire at this point.
It's summer camp.
With the extra scream and the extra pop of the screaming human beings.
No, it's
I
just
don't
pleasant
think- I
background
would never-
music.
No. You don't understand me at that point. Samoa knows that I want to burn down a building with people inside it, but I don't want to hear them scream. I want to duct tape their mouths, tie their hands behind their back, and leave them in there to scream muffled so they can't be heard.
No rescue.
Now you should trust me. This is the lighter version of my dark side. Like, Soma knows how dark I can get.
And yes, it
And
pleases
trust me,
me.
she thought she was dark. Trust me.
Yes, it greatly pleases me most of the time. It's very...
There was this one time she was like, "Why are you so quiet?" And I kept avoiding her. Like, it wasn't out of spite, like, you know, it was just I didn't want it wasn't the fact of work had gotten to me. It was a personal matter that I didn't want her to feel affiliated, so I distanced myself between her. And she thought it was like just totally avoiding her.
Yeah.
So, you know.
It was one of those points where...
And I dealt with that matter, and trust me, that bitch will never come around again. She fucked with the wrong person.
Now she's eating through a tube.
No. It's not that she's eating through a tube. It's the fact that she thought I wasn't as connected as she was. Let's just put it that way. Well, let me put it to you this way. This chick wanted to fight me with her and her brother and everything, and her brother knows how connected I was with people. Like, they think I would just be, you know, walking up with 10 to 15 people. I rolled up with 6 other trucks filled with people, 25 to 40 deep. They wanted to fight. I brought the fight to them, and then they ran.
Unfortunate.
They never came back. They never fucked with me again. But they learned their lesson that day. Don't fuck with me.
Not something that should be done. Just give me a whole bunch of...
Yeah, you think coming to a fight like 10 people, when you see 6 diesel pickups with people in the back and in the front of the truck rolling in deep, you best run. You best run at that point.
It's like, oh look, I brought 3, and then you just see 10 like one big wave of 10 pickup trucks, and
I'm just standing there like, so you want to fight, huh? This is my people. Where's yours?
Oh wait, you don't have this many people.
They're like, I thought you weren't that connected. I'm like, boy, girl, you did.
it's like opening a clown. It's like open a clown car and a big bunch of burly barbarians are just marching out of this little tiny clown car, and it's like an entire army.
Yeah, but Soma's already met half the people that I'm talking about. She's already met half the people that I'm talking about, because like she's like, so who is this legendary crew of people you have? I must meet them. And I'm like, well, half of them are currently on this side of the United States. The other half are spread out through the world. Like, they're all over the country and all over the globe. Like I can't bring them all here in one go, but I can bring like
here, as long as you do not trouble
the ones that I can reach. Like, which is practically every single one of them. I talk to them on Messenger and stuff, so I got a really far reach when it comes to things like that. I promise you, I'm not a gang member or anything, but I just got a really good connection.
Well, it sure as hell fucking feels like it.
Honestly, I wouldn't be opposed.
A broken sword here, a shattered
Soma,
shield
I like this guy. He gets my stamp of approval.
there. Arms and armor do not come cheap.
You should have seen her dad. You should have seen her dad when he first met me. He literally thought I was like I was just standing there because her car quit one night and her tire was flat. So I waited there with her for like what? We got off at like 9 that night.
It was like an hour and a half, almost 2 hours.
Yeah, we were sitting out in the cold.
Fucking middle of winter.
And
bullshit.
Yeah, and you know, he met me. He didn't think much of me, but then after we started dating and he met me again, he's like, you know, you've kept her happy. Keep it that way. And I'm like, I'm pretty sure I know where this conversation is going. You had a shovel and a shotgun, and if I mess up, you're gonna use them, right? And he goes, exactly. I'm like, well noted.
Oh, he's one of them dads. Like, you hurt my daughter, you're gonna have a 20-inch hole in the back of your skull.
Well, no, it's more like, because he said, I'm not gonna be the one that's gonna be using the shovel or shotgun. It's her. And I'm like, death by dad or death by ex-girlfriend?
Yeah, no, Daddy likes...
Or death by both, and it's a fucking group effort.
Daddy likes to let
fucking
me...
he shoots you, she removes your he shoots you, she removes your bones and uses your fucking uses your body for a human anatomy class at a fucking high school.
I don't think she would teach anatomy at high school. She'd use those bones for other purposes, and I know exactly where those purposes are going to be useful.
I already fucking know too, so yeah. I already know. Me and you already know
part, I give you credit for that one. I give you credit for saying the human anatomy, but that's not.
Well, I already promised her when I die, I am donating my entire skeleton to her, and I'm gonna put it in my fucking will. When I die, she gets my skeleton.
Yeah. Hey, Soma. Now you can officially say you have a freak for a skeleton in the closet.
I have skeletons in my closet, and then I come out with a top hat. I'm like, yo, what's up, fuckers? What's up? I just tip my hat off to everybody. He brings me back with necromancy.
It's not like Jack Skeleton where he's classy, but that's when we call Senor Classy Bones coming out the door. And he's holding a cane and he's like, what's up, fuckers? And then you're like, well, didn't see that coming, but...
I just have a fancy-ass mustache and shit and, you know, a top hat. I'm like, good day, sir. You're about to get your ass kicked. And I just start brutally beating somebody to death with my cane.
I was just saying you want to just take off your foot.
Sir.
I'll just get... You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna remove my foot and jam up their ass. Yes!
So you're gonna officially say you've kicked their ass.
I'm like, where's your foot? And I'll be like, it's 12 inches deep in this guy's sphincter.
Wait, what?
And they're removing it with surgery.
And someone's like, yeah, can you clean that and give it back to me?
Oh, my bones.
She's like, yeah, I'm gonna need that back. Why? Because my skeleton's incomplete.
I'm just sitting there like, my foot is 12 inches up some guy's ass. I want my foot back. I'm just sitting there drinking tea, and I can feel the doctors removing my foot.
12 inches. You know, you're saying 12 inches. That's like your whole foot, like, actually in there.
And when I say I'm gonna jam my entire foot up someone's ass, I'm gonna jam my my entire foot up someone's ass. And there's no ifs, ands. There may be a but.
But it's not the kind of foot you want.
Yeah, the only butt they're gonna have is a skeleton foot jammed up it.
Woo-woo.
It's like that Family Guy episode. He's like, "Yeah, I know exactly where I need to put this."
Killer Anubis is like harder, daddy. Use lube. No, it's like I kick him in the. No, I kick the guy in the ass.
Sitting there in the room, and he's like, "Yeah, he didn't survive, but hey, look, he got first place." Like,
it's like I kick the guy in the ass, and my entire leg goes up it. Like it's all the way to like where the bone ends. Ooh, that guy's gonna need a bunch of fucking. Yeah, that guy's gonna. I took a wrong turn at Albuquerque. That's what happened.
No wrong turn at Albuquerque. You make right turn, but you made left turn at Turkey. No, you in a Turkey.
Albuquerque. I gotta fucking. If I laugh anymore, I'm gonna fucking piss myself. Jesus Christ.
Do it.
So I was talking to one of my coworkers. I was talking to one of my coworkers, and he's like, "Yeah, guess what?" I'm like, "What?" And he goes, "Well, I'm gonna become a police officer, and I gotta get recertified tomorrow." I'm like, "Recertified? What do you mean recertified?" He's like, "Yeah, they gotta put a prong in my shoulder, like where they shoot the prongs at you. The one has to go into his shoulder, and one has to go into his leg." And he said the first time they actually did that, not like what he was doing it again, but the first time that he did that, he said he pissed and shit himself when he first did it.
Oh, it's not as worse when I worked at a hospital for the school thing that I had to do. I got the chance to work in a morgue. They busted their like two things I got to do that they fucking
I remember these stories
had to
and
pull
I'm
some
still
strings.
freaking
One,
jealous.
I was.
I remember that some of those stories, and I'm still so jealous about that.
Oh yeah, it's not as funny as I had a fucking corpse come up and scare the shit out of me, and I fucking cold cocked him in the nose and nearly broke it.
Yeah.
Because the mortician was the guy in the morgue was cutting it up for an autopsy and just doing normal doctor stuff, and he hit a nerve, and I was standing there, and the fucker slapped me in the back of the head. I turned around, looked at this this woman was in her 40s. I looked at her, and I slapped her so hard in the face, and the doctor's like, "You gotta be careful, you don't want any bruising on the skeleton." I'll just say she fell down a flight of stairs. He fucking held his breath, trying not to laugh. He was like, "What are we gonna tell the family at the fucking funeral that there's a black and blue on her?" I'm like, "She tripped."
What am I supposed to do about it? I can't tell these.
Because he hit a nerve. He hit a nerve. The hand came up and fucking bat me in the back of the head, and I turned around and I just slapped with enough freaking force to make my hand turn black and blue.
Oh.
Like I smacked this stiff bitch, and I bet you she felt that in the fucking afterlife. But working down there, I've seen some crazy shit.
Yeah, I have too, and trust me, I'm gonna just tell you this now. There was a guy, and Soma knows this story, that he tried to mess with the dead.
Speak the names of evil
Remember
things,
that one?
For you will call them.
Vaguely, yeah.
The one where he
was it like a trying to conjure the dead, or kind of like we can't talk about it on Twitch because it'll break TOS things with the dead?
Should not trust
actually, it's kind of both. Kind of both.
Oh, Jesus Christ, he's a necrophiliac.
Well, no, actually,
that's the only thing I'm gonna say about it, because if I go any further, I'm not getting Soma's channel banned from Twitch. Fuck
Yeah,
no.
please don't.
It wasn't that kind of, but it was more or less of, let's just put it this way. 3 candles should not be lit at the same time, and Soma knows what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
And a pentagram should never be drawn on the floor with a Ouija board. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah, that's just kind of bad juju.
Oh, we had a case where we had a case where a body went missing.
What?
I was working one day, and we would go in the mornings and stuff and get dropped off, and I was staying there the entire day. I had to. They're like, you know what? We're gonna test you, see how you will do well for 24 hours.
Mm-hmm.
And someone had to come pick me up. One of the doctors drove
Could you
me home
imagine
all the way.
going home smelling like death? Just saying. I'm
So
just
what
quoting
ended
it.
up happening, it was late at night. It was like I was staying there until like I think 3 or 4 in the morning. So I was staying shift. Just for shits and giggles. The teacher's like, I asked and I begged if I could stay overnight shift just for a day, and they're like, alright. They pulled some strings, I did.
Mm-hmm.
It's getting close, it's like getting close to like 7 at night. Imagine being down in the dark morgue, watching old people getting, old, young, car crash victims, this, that, and the other, OD, drug addicts, shit like that, getting carted in like it's Circus Olay. So what ends up fucking happening, I'm sitting there, I'm filling out paperwork, I'm writing cause of death, this, that, and the other, I'm writing all this mumbo-jumbo and all this crazy shit on paper, like, and typing stuff on the computer, and the guy comes in, he's like, hey, Andrew. I'm like, yeah, what's up? We got a recent car victim coming in. And I'm like, how bad? Well, his head looks like a fucking squished watermelon, let's just put it that way. I'm like, oh, great. We got a grapefruit we called them grapefruit cases. Because their head looked like a smushed in grapefruit.
Mm-hmm.
So what ended up happening, the guy got in a motorcycle accident, and his head was caved completely in. When he was dragged down to the morgue, immediately, there was no saving him. He was dead on arrival.
Yeah.
We had to pick literal fragments of his human skull and put them in petri dishes.
Ooh.
And his brain looked like the consistency of chicken noodle soup. They literally had to scoop half of his fucking brain matter off the fucking road.
Ooh. Ouch.
For us to, and stuff, and bring it back in
What
a
was cause of
container.
death? I couldn't really possibly tell you.
His head looks like a fat guy sat on my fucking face, okay? That's what his cause of death was.
No, but Snake, just listen to me for a second. What was the cause of death of him? I don't know. Here's my suggestion. His head was fucking smashed.
So we're sitting there picking.
The dumb question that people always ask: what was the cause of death? And then they're looking at the body, and they don't like. Hello, is anybody home? Like, I know you're not home because you can't wrap around his death, but like, it's blatantly obvious his head got smashed in. It's also blatantly obvious his brain matter was all over the fucking road. And also blatantly obvious that he scarred many police officers and paramedics for life.
So I'm sitting there, and I'm picking skull fragments apart and putting them, like, this guy looked like a sumo wrestler sat on his face. It was that bad. And after we got done with that, and my friend, the guy that I was working with, he was, typing everything down, and we opened his body and then put him in the freezer. And
Yeah.
after seeing so many fucking car wreck victims and stuff like that, I am desensitized to that kind of gore. Like, seriously, after seeing it firsthand, you think seeing it in movies is bad, real life is way fucking worse and different. So, later that night, it took us about a couple of hours, so let's just skip the time span to, like, it was like around 7 to 8, and then it took us an hour or two to get everything done. It gets around 9 to 10 o'clock, and it's getting pretty fucking late. And the morgue is fucking spoopy at night. And it's not like it got pretty busy. And what ended up happening is that
at night, you're just like, it gives you that horror movie vibe. It's like,
And it didn't help that the lights were the lighting down there was pretty much flickery, so it was like a goddamn, fucking zombie flick 24/7. So what ended up happening is we go down. Oh, my friend, one of the mortician that was down there. He's like, "Hey, you want a cup of coffee? It's late." And I'm like,
What's going on?
"Sure, why not?" And I'm like, "All right, can you grab me that and grab me a couple slices of pizza because I know that some of the doctors got pizza." And he's like, "Sure." He's like, "Well, we're gonna have a couple of bodies coming. We're gonna have a body coming downstairs, and I'm like gonna have you have it, sign it in, put a toe tag on it, and do all this other crazy shit." I'm like, "All right." So I'm alone with this body, and this was another female corpse, 18-year-old girl, drug overdose.
Ooh.
So what ended up happening was she was a lovely girl and stuff like that, high honors student. I read her file, and I'm like, dude, what a fucking waste of, human flesh right here. Just seriously threw her life away.
Accident or no.
And I'm signing the paper. I just started signing the papers and shit. And what ended up happening, I leave the room for 5 minutes. Come back, the body's not on the fucking table.
Oh, God.
My heart was thumping where I could hear it in my ears.
Mm-hmm.
I grabbed it. I grab a fucking scalpel. Anything I could use as a fucking weapon. Mm-hmm. And what ended up happening, I shit you not.
Mm-hmm.
I'm looking in the hallway, and I see this girl's naked corpse crawling across the floor.
What?
I shit you not. I thought it was her. I thought it was her nervous system, nerves and shit.
Mm-hmm.
She wasn't dead. They falsely put her down there. Her heart just stopped, and she just stopped breathing. She was technically still alive.
Oh, God.
Apparently, one of the drugs she took actually slowed her heartbeat to a point where it would look like she was actually dead. Which there are medicines that can slow your heartbeat to a crawl where it doesn't give you a pulse. She was chronically still alive. An 18-year-old girl, crying, screaming, confused as fuck, butt naked, crawling across the morgue floor. I was about to jump on there and put it in her brain.
Oh.
I thought it was the actual day of the living dead, for fuck's sake.
Oh.
I run upstairs. I'm screaming. There's a body crawling on the floor. Everybody's laughing at me like, Andrew, no, there's not. I'm like, you better come the fuck down here. That girl that you fucking thought was clinically dead is still alive. And doctors are like, what? They throw their pizza on the plate, run downstairs, and they look at this girl. They grab her a fucking blanket and wrap her up. And they recall the parents and say that your daughter is actually alive. Apparently, her heart just stopped to the point where it was still beating, but our sensors weren't picking it up. And that scared the absolute living fuck out of me, that I almost had to brain somebody because I thought the dead were coming back to life. For the rest of the night, I had that scalpel right on my desk.
You weren't gonna
because I was terrified.
We should not trust Amelia.
I was terrified.
Oh.
Later that night, when I got driven home, and I didnn tell my family what happened. I kept that shit quiet because I didn't want them to know. And I'm sitting there. My teacher's asking me, "Hey, how was your light shift?"
No.
I saw the dead come back to life. And she's like, "Haha, very funny."
It's like, no. That was...
I'm like, okay, when we're going in, I told her, fine, when we're going in, I'm gonna tell them to show you the security cam footage down in the morgue. Now I'm gonna fucking show you. She's like, alright, she sees this thing and me screaming, nearly filling my pants with piss. I almost pissed myself. Seeing this naked 18-year-old girl crawling across the floor, screaming bloody murder, and crying, and she's like,
Okay.
Those are the only words that bitch can fucking mutter. I'm like, yeah.
That normally doesn't happen, right? Right? Hmm.
Nah, now I'm fucking terrified of seeing dead bodies because I swear to God they're gonna get off the fucking ground and do that stupid shit.
So that same thing happened to one of my friends. He
Hear
worked
me
in
out,
the county
for I have
morgue
a
over
tale
here.
to tell.
It was his first time working over there because he got a job over there, and so I said to him, just be careful. Like, there may be people that have, like what you had experienced,
Mm-hmm.
the same thing, but he had and I'm not shitting you. I'm not joking this. This person was in a car crash. They pronounced him dead at the scene. When they got him to the morgue and the same thing happened, he was crawling on the floor, blood still dripping out of him in miserable pain. And like the guy's like, oh God, like this guy's actually still alive. Like I'm only trained to like embalm and like do all this other stuff, but I'm not trained to like heal this guy at all. I'm only trained to like do this.
I'm only trained
So
to
they
deal with
called
the
the
dead, not the
ambulance.
living.
Yeah, and when they called the ambulance, they're like, yeah, right, like we'll come down there. But anyway, and they see the guy literally crawling around. Like the guy didn't even approach the body; he just let him crawl around the fucking morgue for
Oh my
hours.
god!
Like it was just like, oh my God. Like my friend was like you, he was huddled in the corner holding a pan, not like a fucking scalpel, but something like that because of what
Are you
he
talking about like one of those fucking
The
pans
bedpan
where they put the
things?
like the organs in and stuff?
No, like just like what the scalpels and stuff would be on.
Mm-hmm.
Like
Oh, one
that.
of those those trays,
Mhm.
those
Yeah, he
trays.
was holding that tray for the entire night. He sat in that corner, shaking because of what he saw.
Oh fuck.
Like his therapist, like he actually had to quit that job and actually get therapy. Like I mean, it literally made it that bad. He just got the job and then he has to get therapy like that.
Mmm. Ouch. No.
So yeah, so go figure, right? Like yeah, just
Yeah, no. As much as I love dead bodies and the morgues, I can't actually do the work in them because there are horror stories like that, and the fact that
Oh, it's not as worse as the prank they pulled on me.
what.
It was my third. It was like I think it was a week I was working because I was working there for until I was graduating and stuff. And they decided for my my third month being there, they're like, they're gonna pull a good fucking joke on me, you know?
Mhm.
They're gonna like, oh, we're gonna pull something funny on you. I'm like, okay. So it's late at night. I'm not home yet, and I was staying another light shift. And I was just sitting there, doing paperwork, doing the normal, who's it, what's it, how the person died, writing all this other shit down, checking boxes, typing stuff on the computer, and all this other crap. So, it was pretty much a slow day. Not many corpses coming in, sadly, so it's just we had like 3 or 4 bodies come in, some elderly, this, that, and the other. And what ended up happening was the worst thing possible. So the power goes out downstairs. Thank God there was backup generators for not the lights, but for the cooling units where the bodies are stored. So what ended up happening later that night, one of the things was actually empty and we had one free spot. So what ended up happening is that later that night, the power goes out. I'm going to go check the generator and see if there's anything wrong with it, which is in the creepy fucking basement.
Of course.
It's in the lower floor of the hospital. So I end up going down there to check it. Seems that some stupid mouse got electrocuted and turned into fried chicken after biting the wires. So a guy had to go down there. The maintenance dude had to go fix it. And it took him 3 or 4 hours to fix it because he had to take the entire panel apart. He had to do all this technical mumbo jumbo.
Mm-hmm.
And so, thank God I had all my work saved on the computers and stuff, on the computer that I was writing shit on. And what ended up happening, I go back and I go, I have to open all the containers to make sure the bodies are still fresh, that they're, the temperature hasn't dropped in any of them.
Yeah.
I open the last one and I know it's empty. But I just wanted to check to make sure the coolant system was working and keeping everything nice and cool. I open it, and there's a body in there. I'm like, motherfucker, I don't remember this.
Mm-hmm.
And I pull the thing out, and it's dark, and I have a flashlight.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, I see the body and everything, and I'm like, oh, this must be recent, because there's still some color to her skin. It hasn't fully drained from her body yet.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm like, she must be recent. And I'm about to, I slide it back in. And I go back out in the hallway, was going down to the basement. I hear thud, drop on the floor. I turn around, shaking. Like, this can't be happening, because I remember the last time that there was a body, and I was like, oh, no, this ain't fucking round two. This ain't fucking round two, because I will roundhouse kick a body if I have to. And I go and look. I see the one that I checked was empty.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing in sight. And what ended up happening is that the lights weren't working. I'm checking the room. I'm looking under tables. I'm checking every nook and cranny of this room. And checking the hallways to see if no dead bodies sprint naked down the fucking hallway like a marathon runner. So what ends up happening is I check the hallways. I'm talking to a few people if they see a corpse roll through here, and they're all laughing at me, thinking, haha, very fucking funny, Andrew. You're at your classic, jokes again.
Mm-hmm.
What ends up happening, I go back into the room. I check the thing. This body didn't return. Oh, great, my fucking sister's here.
Oh, boy.
So what ends up happening, I go back, after I check, I hear something breathing on my neck.
Mm-hmm.
And I hear noises. And I'm slowly turning around, gonna turn my head. And then something whispers in my ear and grabs me and pulls me down the hallway. And I'm screaming, I'm flailing, I'm freaking the fuck out about to piss and shit myself because I'm about to be somebody's fucking, instant cup of noodles in about a couple of minutes. And then what ends up happening, I get dragged in a room and I'm like, happy anniversary. And then they turn the lights on. It's just one of the female morticians who laid there in a skin suit and fucking scared the shit out of me as a dead corpse for my 3-month anniversary working there. And they threw a huge party. I'm like, bitch, you have no clue. I was about to take a fucking a pan and just beat you in the fucking head with it. My heart was in my fucking throat the entire time, and I was hyperventilating. I was hyperventilating.
Yeah, no,
and they're like, you want a piece of cake? I'm like, they're like, you want a piece of cake? No, I need a fucking therapist!
Yeah, it's one of those, we only deal with dead bodies, we'll make sure you're dead.
Yeah, but other days were very, calm, cool, and collected. It didn't help that I actually had to cart down an old woman that I talked to and I was very close to. They gave me the news saying that, this so-and-so, I knew you were close to her, passed away. So they covered her sheet and I had to bring her down, which broke my heart because I was her closest friend at the hospital besides her family.
Mm-hmm.
I was one of her closest friends at the hospital, and bringing her down broke my fucking heart because how close I was to this woman, and it really fucking sucked. I tried to focus on the work as best I could, but it was kind of hard and scary just to see this old woman not full of life and happiness and joy. It hurt.
Grieving in your
And
own
I'm the one
way.
who had to cut her open. I'm the one who had to diagnose her that she just died of natural causes. It was sad that I'm the one who had to do all this shit. And it fucking killed me inside, you know?
Yeah.
Someone you fucking know, and then you have to do the autopsy on them? Not fun.
Speak the names of evil things, for you will call them.
But that prank that they
It is
fucking
not
pulled
our
on me.
custom to trust Devotia.
Oh,
Perhaps
man.
you may be of help to me?
I had to go outside for a fucking cigarette after that, like, seriously. And she comes out, she comes outside and stands next to me, and she's like, hey, mind if I join you? I'm like, sure. She's like, I got you good, didn't I? And I'm like, motherfucker, I could smell the goddamn, like, I could tell it was her, because she uses a certain mouthwash. I'm like, I knew it was you. And the fact is, you're lucky I didn't beat you to the inch of your life, because I thought you were actually the undead. She's sitting there wheeze laughing at me, and she puts her arms around me and just pulls me close and looks at me. And she's like, I wouldn't have done it if I didn't like you. Like, seriously, I only prank the ones that I really care about. And, like, me and her were super close at work. Like, when I was working there, she was the one person I would talk to. Besides doing laundry and linen and stuff, I was mostly down in the morgue with her, and she was one of the other morticians that I worked with when the other guy wasn't in. She was in there too, and me and her would fuck around and just... Besides doing her job professionally, we would make the dead bodies talk like hand puppets. It's hilarious.
Seriously? That's great. I love it.
Because I picked one up and I'm like, oh boy! Made him sound like fucking Mickey Mouse. And she was just wheeze laughing. And the one of the doctors walking, you got like saw me playing it and making him like, you know, doing like waving his hands in his air like he just don't care. He's like, you guys are fucking professionals, act like it.
Not a chance.
And then I just like, and then I pushed the dead body up and I put his middle finger up. I think Mr. Johnson doesn't give a fuck what you think. And then I laid him back down. I forgot the guy's name, but it was just funny as fuck because we would have fun on our job. Yeah, we had to take it seriously and stuff like that.
At some point,
there was one, yeah, you have to take it seriously. There were some points where we had to search an entire hospital for a body that was misplaced. Some asshole who must have been new to the, a new paramedic. After this guy died in horrific, this person got mangled in a horrible auto accident. This guy looked like a game of Twister gone.
Ooh. That's rough. Where?
He looked like a fucking, he looked like a mall pretzel.
Yeah, no.
His arms were bent in ways that were inhumanly possible.
Well, I'm glad he was dead then, because otherwise that would have been mighty painful.
Some asshole paramedic, after they pronounced them dead, they had to move him to another fucking room. A room that was empty, away from, you know, people to see, had to cover them up. Had to put a thing over the wall or the window so people couldn't look in there. Kinda, you know...
Isolating.
Had to literally had to drag the grieving mom and the grieving father and sister and other brother out of the fucking hospital because their little brother got turned into a pretzel.
Ugh.
Their older brother. Apparently, he wasn't drinking or driving. He was driving normally, coming back home from work, apparently. I heard the story because I was there. Because I'm the one who had to cart, like, the paramedics had to cart into another room, but I'm the one who got signed of picking... We called it the fresh meat, basically. I was the... We had nicknames. And the girl that I worked with was known as the Butcher. because she had to cut open the bodies and stuff like that and do all the
Yeah.
stuff. I was pretty much shipping and processing.
How unfortunate.
So they're like, "Hey, we got a cadaver upstairs for you to fetch there," and I'm like, "Oh shit, what the fuck? Let me guess, another car wreck." He's like, "Yeah, poor innocent 19-year-old." Oh, Jesus Christ. Any drugs in the system or anything? Nah, alcohol? No, any other foreign materials? No, just really bad fucking luck.
Oh.
And I'm sitting there. The mom and dad are literally crying and grabbing onto the door, trying to pull it open, trying to get to their baby. Like, no, not my baby boy, not my baby boy. The fucking sister had to be zip-tied by the back of her hands by fucking police because she was getting violent because the guy who caused the accident was in not that bad of condition compared to her fucking brother.
Ew.
And
Let me guess, he was drunk?
the guy was...
Sorry if I haven't
was-
been talking. I've been playing a
I
game.
kinda figured.
That's right. So the sister, the mom, and the dad, and, and the brother the police ended up grabbing the family and escorting them out because they were about to, the guy who caused the accident, who caused their child's death, was about to be the inch of his life by the family.
Suitable.
They literally had to be put in the back of a fucking squad car. 2 squad cars because of it, and had to wait until they fucking calmed down. So, I'm looking for the room that the paramedic fucking rolled this body into. After they pronounced him dead, they put him into a room before carting him down to the morgue, where, since I'm shipping and processing, that's my fucking. So I end up looking through rooms, and I'm like, where the fuck did you asshats put this body? And the guy's like, I have no fucking
It was
clue.
in the room.
You are supposed to write down on a fucking clipboard what room you put these fucking bodies in. So, us who have to pick up these fucking slabs of meat and cart them down to no man's land, know where the fuck to go. And he's like, I'm new at the job. I'm like, oh, fucking great. A greenhorn. Jesus Christ, I brought it up to his fucking superior. And he's like, yeah, this guy's new on the job. I'm like, I'm working with idiots here. And I'm waving my hands in the air, and I'm about to break a fucking clipboard over my leg. So fucking irritated. So what ends up happening, I'm running. This hospital was about 10 floors.
Ooh, giant hospital.
It was it was big. It was a city hospital. Like, this place was fucking massive. It's like, you know how big those things when you go to a casino and they have those big buildings where you can park your car in and stuff, like these big parking garages?
We don't really have any of those
It's basically
around
was
here. Small town. Remember?
okay. So all right. So what ends up fucking happening? I'm just sitting here like, all right, I'm gonna have to go on 10 flights of fucking stairs, playing Where the Fuck's Waldo, trying to find a dead body. Where's Waldo? Morbid Corpse Edition. So what ends up happening? I checked floor. I start from ground zero. I'm like, why the fuck would he be in the basement? The guy must be a fucking idiot if he's gonna put him in the basement. So I start with floor 1. I check every freaking hallway, and people are like, what are you doing? Some patients are like, what the fuck are you doing? I'm looking for a corpse. You're alive, so you don't count. I leave the room, and the girl's like, what the fuck? I'm like, just shut up and pee through your fucking catheter. Or whatever the fuck. Because she had a tube jammed up. She had a, urinary tract infection. She had a tube shoved up her fucking uterus with her legs spread eagle, where I saw everything.
Things you don't need to
Ugh.
see, but you get to see them anyway. You know, the joys of working at
Yeah. They have them in Spokane. Yeah. I've been to Spokane before. I actually went to Seattle, Washington to visit a boyfriend, but back to the story. So I go through every room, Even the empty ones, I'm looking under tables, I'm looking under desks. I don't know why I was looking in desk drawers. Like, wait, somebody's gonna crumple somebody up like a fucking lunchbox and shove them in a drawer.
No.
While he was... I'm just looking. I get to the 9th floor.
Mm-hmm.
And at the end of the fucking hallway, next to a window, while it's sunny and the window's open, there he is, sunbathing.
Oh my god.
And I'm like, I grab the cart with this mangled body, and I'm irritated. I'm like, I'm screaming and shouting. I'm like, I know you're dead. I know you look like a fucking Rubik's Cube gone wrong. So I'm gonna rant. And I start screaming at the top of my lungs on the 9th floor. I go back to the normal floor that I was on. I go up to the paramedic who's new, who was just out of grad school. He just graduated at the top of his class.
Really?
And I walk over, and I grab him by the throat. You know how short I am, Soma. You know how small I am. This guy is like 7 foot. He's taller than me.
Oh.
I get up on a stool. On a chair. I stop the cart, I look at him like, yeah, you, me, we need to fucking talk. He's like, what the fuck did I do? I go out, grab a chair. He's about the book. He thought I was gonna beat him to death with it. Oh, I wanted to. I wanted to beat this fucking guy with the inch of his life up after the Where's Waldo Morbid edition. I had to fucking play in this hospital looking for a body. So what ends up happening is I get on top of that chair, I grab him by the scruff of his shirt, and I fucking shove him into the wall. He's looking at me about to piss himself. I'm like, look, next time that I have to play hide and go fucking seek with a body, and it better not be from fucking you, you do not bring them to the 9th floor. You bring them to basically there's the basement, which is floor 0, and floor 1.5, which is basically the fucking morgue.
Yeah.
You bring them to floor 1.5, and you cart them in, and then let us take care of the fucking rest. You do not bring them to the top floor, put him next to one window so he can catch up on his fucking tan because he's already dead. And I'm sitting there and this guy is like, I didn't fucking know. It says in your fucking handbook what you have to do in big, red, bold letters, you blind fucking fuck. I grabbed the fucking book out of his pocket, and I'm aggressively switching to this fucking page, and I shove it in this cocksucker's face, and I'm like, look, fucking look, right here, bring any bodies that are, dead on arrival to floor 1.5, and then I wrote on it his name. I wrote on it next to it, remember this, you stupid fucking fuck. And then I shoved it back in his pocket, grabbed the fucking Rubik's Cube of human flesh and bones and organs, screamed, rant, and raved all the way to the elevator, called him a clusterfuck of a human being, went in the elevator, hit the button, went downstairs, and the girl sitting there, she's counting toe tags and make sure we had enough for the night, and everything, and she was about to go outside for a cigarette because she was fiddling with her pack, and she's like, how's your day? I could smoke that, and I look at her, I could smoke that entire fucking pack of cigarettes right now, how fucking pissed off I am. She's looking at me, and she's like, what the fuck happened? Well, Tweedle Dumbfuck of the Douchebag Brigade decided to put this Rubik's Cube of human flesh out, just next to a window on the 9th floor.
Beautiful. I love that.
It's upsetting when you work with people that are fucking idiots.
Welcome to our world. Why are you
Let's just say, every time I saw that fucking guy on my shift, I had to urge to shove him into a wood chipper.
Mm.
Because he fucked up twice on his job.
Seriously? Oh my god. And apparently it's
The
still...
fucker forgot the remote. There was a huge car wreck outside of town and multiple casualties. It was one of the busiest fucking days. One of the busiest fucking days.
Mm-hmm.
And this asshole forgot to take out 2 fucking corpses out of the back of the frickin' ambulance, and the ambulance got brought back for maintenance. Those bodies were literally in that building getting worked on for 3.5 hours with 2 fresh fucking cadavers still in them. The guy got suspended from his fucking job.
Seen your kind
He-
before.
And he had to go back.
Great
He had to go
news.
back and retake some of his courses again.
Yeah, he probably needed to.
Hear me out, Devotia.
And I was upset as fuck. I don't have a license, but me and the woman were sitting there. She's like, come on, hun. Let's go pick up the cadavers. And this was about a 2-hour drive. We had to drive. And what ends up happening is that we had to throw that and put that. We didn't have a trailer or anything. We had to put them. Made sure they were. We had to bring plastic wrap stuff. We had to bring a bunch of shit, and we had to put these fucking bodies in the backseat of our car.
Ooh.
So it looks suspicious as fuck. But the funny thing is about our car, we had a sticker on it that said that we worked for the morgue, because a cop noticed 2 bodies in the back of the car and stopped us to be like, he was gonna pull. I swear to God, he was gonna pull on his gun on us and call for reinforcement. Then you saw we were wearing hospital uniforms, and we showed him our ID cards. I'm like, some dumb fucking employee that's new to the job left 2 bodies in the ambulance here at the building that was doing the maintenance for the ambulances and shit, and we had to come pick them up. Here's our badge, here's our credentials. He's like, okay. He's like, I still need to call this in. We got cleared. We ended up driving back with 2 dead bodies in the back of the car. And no, we did not sit them up and put seatbelts on them. We did seatbelt them so they didn't, fling all over the place. And we didn't want to hit a bump and they fly out the window. That would be sucky. A fucking dead corpse of a guy and a woman butt naked slapping against someone's windshield. But we ended up getting back. We took the guy to the other room and like, look. This is your second fucking mistake.
And with corpses, it's a big deal.
And it's a big fucking deal. We're gonna talk to your boss, and you're gonna go back to you're gonna sit there and study the rest of your classes here at work before you get back in the ambulance. The thing is that we had to tell the fucking family of the family of these people that have passed away that mommy and daddy ended up fucking 2 miles away from the like 2 to 3 hours away from the fucking hospital while it was in the ambulance.
But it's like, yeah, no, not okay. Fucking hilarious to listen to, but definitely not okay in the moment. Yeah. Ginger, I haven't gone to sleep yet. I wasn't planning on going to sleep. I'm not tired. At all. And it went really, really freaking quiet now. My people stop talking. Oh no, Snacky wound up disconnecting by accident. Again. Or what? Seems likely. He doesn't stay quiet for this long, so more than likely he's having internet issues.
Okay. Okay, my mic cut
Yep.
out again.
It's like, there we go.
But after that, we had to tell the parents, and it wasn't fun.
Yeah.
Not the parents. We had to tell the kids that that their parents ended up a 3-hour drive across town because some asshole forgot to take 2 bodies out of the thing and everything. And they
Sounds
died.
like you've had a lot of trouble with work and shit.
It's not fun when you have to drive 3 hours to pick up Mr. and Mrs. who the car accident wasn't what killed them. They died of cardiac arrest. They died because of the shock. They both had underlying heart conditions and stuff like that and were taking medication, but apparently the shock was too much and they ended up dying of cardiac arrest.
Ew.
They were in perfect they were in perfect condition and everything. The most pristine bodies I've seen compared to
Yeah, no.
drug addicts, murder victims, and gunshot victims are the worst.
Her.
I've seen some pretty crazy crap at that job. Where when I see like actual like movies of people getting mutilated and shit, it doesn't bother me much because I've seen worse in IRL.
Yeah. Keep your claws off my curtains.
But
You fucking weird ass dick.
what about Dick? What? Who? What? Where? And when? And how? And why? Talking about your dumb cat.
Dick of a cat. And just kind of walks over and very slowly, very carefully extends a paw and catches the claws on the curtains. Like, no! No! Okay.
The funniest shit I've seen at work, was this wasn't down in the Morgan stuff. I was upstairs getting lunch because I'm not eating around any dead bodies, and because the smell of the smell of death it's fucking horrendous. So what ended up happening is I ended up going upstairs and they were ordering food out and they asked me if I wanted anything. I told them tacos and stuff, so they stopped at a local taco place that wasn't Taco Bell. These were authentic Mexican tacos and they were pretty damn good. And while I was eating, I heard this noise. And I was like, what's going on? I just sat there. I was like, Jesus Christ, this is not going to be good. I am probably going to end up hitting somebody or throwing somebody out a window. But what ended up happening was I ended up going into this room, checking up on the rooms and stuff like that, trying to figure out what this noise was. Apparently, it was coming from above me.
Oh dear.
And I remembered they were doing maintenance on the wiring in the ceiling and stuff like that. So the woman who it was a girl that worked there for maintenance and stuff. It wasn't a dude, and she was up there fixing shit.
Oh,
and not even a few minutes later, I asked him like, "Hey, is everything good up here?" And she's like, I need help. And I'm like, I'm not good with wiring and shit. She's like, that kind of help. I'm like, what kind of help? And she's like, I'm kind of embarrassed. I'm like, what the fuck happened? I go up there, and a piece of metal basically cut the back of her pants where I could see her ass. And it got stuck on her fucking panties.
Oh,
She takes one crawl step forward, those things would have ripped and I would have saw everything.
that's embarrassing.
And I'm sitting here like, oh, what the fuck you want me to do? And she's like, I need you to try to slip this piece of metal without trying to cut me and cutting the rest of my pants. So it stuck between her like slipped in between her panties. It ripped through her pants and ripped through, it was stuck between her butt crack, like on one side, like going across from it, and stuck where through the other side, holding her panties in place. And apparently it was this, I don't know what the fuck, it was like this sheet metal. And one wrong move could cut her pretty fucking deep, because sheet metal can cut. It is dangerous. Sheet metal has put people in the hospital. So what ends up happening, she's like, look, I have this little metal cutting saw. I need you to cut this and slowly pull it away. So I'm like, alright.
Try this.
So I cut it 10-20 minutes later. I end up pulling it. And it cut her, like I was pulling it and it cut the one of the elastics to her panties. Next minute, no, the other part fucking gets cut off and they fall off her. I'm closing my eyes, pulling this sheet metal piece away, and she has this fucking huge gaping hole in the back of her fucking work pants with no fucking panties on because the metal cut.
What do you have?
And I'm sitting there and she's like, I am not going down there. And she's like, I'm like, did you bring extra clothes at all? She's like, I have a duffel bag of spare clothes and a spare thing of underwear. Some underwear and stuff just in case something happens at work or my pants get destroyed or something happens. I'm like, alright. She's like, I need to go to my truck. Here's my keys. It's a black and white truck, zebra striped.
Distinctive.
Zebra striped truck, custom paint job on section, because there was like 5 sections. There was section A, section B, and section C. Section A was in the middle, B was on the side, C was on the other side, and D was on another side, and it was alphabetical order and stuff because it was a big fucking parking lot.
Yeah.
And I had to go to section C. She's like, it's the last truck on the corner, the top right corner. You can't miss it. I'm like, how can I not miss a zebra stripe truck, you ignoramus? And she's like, just go. And she's beet red. Her face is red, like flushed red, because she's embarrassed. And I'm like, I would be too if I was laying there in a not a ventilation shaft inside the ceiling with basically my clam wagon fucking hanging out for the world to see. And I go to her truck, I grab her clothes, I go inside one of the rooms, one of the, where you store the towels and stuff for, people and crap and whatnot. So I grab one of those, I wrap that around her waist, around her pants, and slowly pull her out and carry her down, get her down the ladder. Wrap it around her, gave her, I stuck the panties inside the pants so no one would see and folded them like a square and handed them to her. I'm like, go to the bathroom, and she pulls me aside and whispers in my ear, we shall never fucking speak of this. You saw nothing. And I'm like, what happens if I liked what I saw? And she's like, only if you were of age. And then walked away.
Well said.
Because I think I was around 17 at the time. I was a couple months before my birthday, before I was legal age. She's like, if you were of age, maybe something could happen between us. But since you're 17, I don't want to risk it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, the maintenance lady would hit on me all the time. Like, she was a sweetheart. She was amazing. Like, she was fun to be around. She would bring me food occasionally. We liked the same restaurants. She wasn't, like, one of those really, you know, big freaking ladies that worked in maintenance that looked like, you know, they looked angry and grumpy all the time.
One of the ones that are
and stuff
so
like that.
beefy
She
that
would-
they could just snap you like a twig with the 2 fingers.
Exactly. She was actually fairly skinny. She was, you know, decent height, decent weight. She looked amazing. She was, you know, not bad looking. She was. I don't care for looks, to be honest, and I wasn't really dating anybody at the time. And she's like, we'll never speak at this. I'm like, yeah, I got the full front view of a rated a rated X movie right there in my face, and she's like, you're lucky I like you because I was about to fucking slap you. And I would sit there, and I was thinking later that day, like, I was talking to the other maintenance guy that works there, and I'm like, dude, we need to do some, I need to tell you something. He's like, what? Look, one of your maintenance workers literally got some of the sheet metal that's in there actually cut someone's pants, and it could have caused some serious damage to them. We need to, you guys need to replace some of that sheet metal with a, you know, a different type of metal for the ceiling and stuff, because it's fucking dangerous. And one wrong move, someone can get seriously hurt. It's like, I'll write that down. Not even a week later, I come into work, they're redoing the entire top of the ceiling on one floor. And they had, like, plastic over the top of it and everything. They were removing all the sheet metal.
Good.
And replacing it with actual steel and everything else, because I told him, he's like, what happened? Well, one of your coworkers literally was moving through, a piece broke, stuck between her, got her stuck between her pants where she couldn't move, literally sliced her panties off and destroyed her pants. It's like, well, fuck. I'm like, yeah. And it could have been worse. It could have went through her, you know, ass cheeks, or even worse, it could have stabbed through her entirely.
Yeah, that's...
Because it broke off, swung, and went through and missed her flesh by a couple of inches.
Yeah. And it's like, when it comes...
There was a red mark where it was.
It's not good. And it's like, yeah, no, that is a scary thing. And more than likely, after she went home and realized what had happened and how close she came, she probably got fucking scared too. After she overcame the whole embarrassment part.
Yeah, she was, every time she saw me, she would get red in the face and kind of, like, put her hands on her ass. Every time she saw me, because she knows I got a front page view of her lady palace. So, it was embarrassing for both of us. I would walk by, I would be like, hey Kim, how's it going? She's like, hi Andrew, and then walk away, and kind of did a little duck waddle. Like, she'd walk away from me, and I would tell her, I'm like, I'm so sorry, and she's like, no, I'm so sorry that you got a full front page view, pay-per-view view of my crotch, and I'm like, I'm like, yeah, I told her, look, I've seen some weird shit. I've dealt with weird shit. I told her the story about me going on a field trip back in school where we would visit this college to take a tour. I witnessed the Naked Mile. I saw 30 to 40 men, women running down the cafeteria hall wearing animal masks, completely fucking naked.
Oh boy.
Back when I was in high school. And it's not as scary as one of the girls picked me up and hugged me completely nude and shoved me in her boobs. It was terrifying. It was terrifying. She's like, oh my god, you're so cute. And just shoved me in her chest. I'm like, and I'm screaming. My My teacher's just looking down like, well, fuck, you don't see this shit every
Not
day.
a chance.
And the funny thing is, my teacher actually works at a funeral home.
Oh, fun.
She would make more jokes. She's like, please, Andrew, don't die in class. I don't want to have to call my husband.
Oh boy, oh boy. Maybe one more fun.
Yeah, those were the fun days back when I was in high school and shit like that. That's the crap that I had to deal with back when I worked at the hospital. A woman nearly losing her panties, somebody fucking playing Where's Waldo with a body, getting scared by a fucking coworker because they wanted to celebrate my anniversary, and a person who wasn't so dead falling across the floor screaming.
It sounds
Trust me, if you ever
entertaining.
work in that line of work, dude, it was like a morbid comedy, a dark comedy movie, my life at the hospital.
Either way, it sounds better than what we've gotten at ours, so it's great.
Not speak the names.
You
of
nearly
evil
wanting
things.
to cause mass genocide at your job because of dickwads?
Yeah. It's more. That was a fairly regular thing.
Because I know you told me horror stories about your job, but you didn't tell me it was like you told me it was bad, but I didn't expect it to be this bad.
Yeah, because when I'm at home and I'm streaming, I don't want to think about the rage. Unless it's rage associated with the game, in which case, that's free for all. Like, you guys have seen some of the rage from the game.
Exactly. I've seen you go off on people on stream quite a few times, and I've even had to hold you back. It's fucking terrifying when you have to deal with stupid people. That's not even the gist of the stupid shit I had to deal with when I worked in the medical field for school. I've had to deal with people not organizing the instruments, the instruments down in the morgue, where I had to rearrange everything. Somebody left the fucking body out overnight, where it was smelling really fucking bad. I had another person decide to put the wrong toe tag, and at the funeral, one bought a body that they thought was their fucking mother. Wasn't their mom. It was some fat, drunken, stupid guy who died from type 2 diabetes. And in their coffin, and they literally had we had to come in, pick up the corpse, be like, oh, sorry, in the coffin, switch it out with the other one, and they're like, here's your family member, sorry for the inconvenience, this is fucking awkward, we're gonna go. Best wishes to your family and my condolences, and we walked out.
Yeah.
Let's just say that person who fucked that up didn't have a job anymore. And it wasn't the paramedic that made me play Where's Waldo. It was some other dude. Some other chick working with us.
Oh.
Like, never, I told him straight out, never fucking hire people straight out of medical school.
No.
For fuck's sake. Are you fucking...
You may want to have them trained in the style that you want, but it doesn't really fucking...
Exactly,
work out.
fucking have them be interns. Do not just hire them immediately after college. Hire them as interns and make them earn their way.
Yeah.
We've had 3 girls. One was a goth
Ooh,
chick.
Fabulous.
And, oh man, she was amazing. She was fantastic. I loved working with her. She was one of the interns. When we weren't fucking, talking about music, video games, and witchcraft and shit, we'd be in her car, having a cigarette, listening to fucking heavy metal, and screaming the lyrics to fucking Slipknot and Disturbed when we weren't working.
Mm-hmm.
And she was one of my other crushes. She was around 20... I think she graduated when she was 23 from medical school. And I think... Yes, I just turned 18. And I was still working there. And the first day, they're like, we got some new interns. I hope you like them. As soon as I saw the goth chick working there with her like different multicolored hair and stuff, and she was all dressed professional and stuff and whatnot, She looked at me, I looked at her, we gave each other a smile, and I'm like,
It's time to make friends with
in
her.
both our heads, like, I think we're gonna like each other. And she's like, hey, can I, all the girls got to pick out who they wanted to work with. Some of the other girls, like, I'm just not their type. She's like, she got first pick, she's like, I want to work with Andrew. And I'm like, she's like, you know he's a temp, right? She's like, I don't fucking care. There's something about him that I just really like. I'm like, alright. I wasn't teaching her anything because I was working under someone else, and the woman that I was working under told me I got to pick our intern, and the intern picked me. She was attached to my hip every day of the week at work. We were never apart.
Not exactly a bad thing, but...
And the thing is, every time I went to the bathroom, she would wait outside for me. Every time I went outside for a cigarette, she would go out and join me. Every time I went to go get lunch, she'd be there waiting for me, saving me a spot in line.
I see.
She basically was my best friend at work. She was my best friend. I loved her to death. And she liked me. She's like, I would love to date you and everything. Like, seriously, but I don't want to ruin this fantastic friendship we had. And I didn't care getting friend zoned by her. Because she was amazing. She was a fantastic person. She was a wonderful woman to be around. And one day after work, she's like, hey, I'm going to the smoke shop. I was wondering if you wanted to come over to my place for the night. And I'm like, it's pretty late and stuff like that, and I feel it's the weekend, and I don't feel like going home. I just want to get away from my family, and I told her about my family situation with my one stepbrother who was living there at the time. And she's like, all right, we'll stop at the cigar shop that I go to, because she smokes cigarettes and cigars occasionally, and she wanted to celebrate our, our acquaintances and stuff like this, our week-long work journey that we had together, and wanted to celebrate with a couple of beers and some other shit. So, we ended up hitting the cigar shop, buying some smokes. Got I couldn't drink, and she understood that, and she got got a case of beer, and we went back to her place, and she lived alone. She had her own house and everything at a very young age. She basically started working when she graduated out soon. She was working a job before she was in high school, and she had worked with her family and stuff, and she explained that I was working since the day I was born, and being a responsible adult and stuff, and being responsible with her money. She ends up taking, she opens up her house, we're sitting there giggling and stuff, and she's like, hey, we're gonna hang out. What the fuck are you fighting?
I don't know.
So she invites me over, and I go inside, we talk about shit, and what ends up happening is, she's like, you don't mind, have you smoked cigars before? I'm like, occasionally I've tried a few, and she's like, these are flavored, these are not the ones that smell really bad. She only buys the flavored ones that actually make the room smell nice. So she gives me one. We're sitting there on her bed, just watching stuff on Netflix and shit, and
You
just
literally did
giggling,
Netflix and
she
chill.
cuddles up to me. Yeah, it almost was Netflix, and it could have been something else.
Good job.
She wraps her arms around me and cuddles around me. She's like, I'm gonna get into something more comfy. I'm like, you're not gonna fucking walk out here completely fucking naked and just jump on me and rip my clothes off, are you? And she's like, if you want that, then yes. And I'm just sitting there. She's like, my face turns beet red. She's like, I'm fucking with you. Pats me on the head, goes in the room, and gets into this nice, gothic outfit she had. Because she usually, when she's at work and stuff, she dresses all professional. But she had knee-high boots, fishnet stockings,
And
all the works and stuff like that. And she gets back in bed, on the bed, and opens the beer and sits there having a drink and stuff like that. And she's like, look, I liked you as soon as I saw you. I'm like, that's why, I'm like, I did too. There was something between us that connected, You don't get that with a lot of people. You don't instantly get that connection. Like how you and your boyfriend met, I think you guys instantly connected with each other, because you guys saw things on the same wavelength. And that's how me and her were. Her name was Claire. She was a sweetheart, very protective of me. She almost threw a nurse out a window at work, who basically, the nurse insulted me when I was coming to cart another dead body away. And she's like, you know, I don't know why people like you so much, but to me, I think you're a little pain in the ass. And Claire walks up to her. I'm like, you ever talk like that to my little man again, I will literally butt-fuck your soul and throw you out that window. She's like, I will have your job, you know that. I may be a fucking intern, but you don't talk to my little ball of hatred, okay?
Fabulous.
And I'm like, I look up at her, little ball of what the fuck are you talking about? She looks at me, she pats my head. She looks at me and pats my head, and gets on her knees and looks at me. And holds my cheek, and cheeks together. Oh, you are my little lost soul, aren't you? Oh my god, Christ. She would call me these, like, weird nicknames while I was working.
I see.
And I was downstairs, and I asked her, hey, I'm like, hey, Claire, can you bring me some, more toe tags and stuff? And I was across, like, the room was pretty big, so it would take me a while to get to the other side. She's like, okay, my little Outridge abomination. I'm like, okay, you dumb cunt. And she's like, dumb cunt? And I'm like, well, there goes chances of you sleeping with me tonight. And I'm like, I look at her. I look at her. I'm like, we both know that you're gonna rip up my clothes, paint a pentagram in my own blood on the floor, and summon a demon from the ninth circle of hell. And she looks at me and she's like, you ain't fucking wrong. And I look at her, my face, my look out, the color from my face drains. And she's like, I wouldn't harm a little hair on your head unless it was for sacrificial purposes only. I'm like, I looked at her, I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? And she's like, she just puts this, like, she had this satanic looking smile on her face. Like, it sent chills down a lot. When she smiled, it looked like a demon was smiling back at you.
Oh.
She scared everybody in the morgue. Except my boss. Our boss. Fucking loved it. Thought she was a ball of sunshine. I'm like, ball of sunshine. She's more like the ninth circle of hell opening on Earth itself.
And
that's
yet
what I
you
see,
hung out
you know?
with her.
I'm hanging out with you, Soma, and you're pretty much the same way. You and her were identical, and that's why I connected with you so well. You reminded me of Claire, and we did lose contact after a while, but when I worked there, we kept in contact for a long period of time. I wish I still had pictures of us together at work and stuff. They were great, but they ended up getting lost or destroyed, and she was the best. We ended up getting out late that night. And what ended up happening was she takes me back to her place again, and I end up staying the night, and she's like, hey. I'm like, what? And I'm like, what, Claire? And she's like, look, Andrew, I don't know why, but every time I'm around you, I feel comfortable. I feel safe. And I'm like, dude, you follow me around like a hellhound, okay? Any girl who gives me a dirty look, you want to mutilate their corpse and use it as a bicycle. Out of their own bones, okay?
Fabulous.
You want to turn them into, like, a toaster cozy. She's like, you ain't fucking wrong. I almost murdered that one bitch that was calling you names and stuff. I'm like, dude, everybody fucking hates her at work. Like, seriously, she was the dumb bitch nurse who would sleep with you as much as look at you, and then once she's done doing the deed, she just acts like you're human filth. But she's the slutty one.
That's almost worse.
She was the one. Yeah, she was the slutty nurse that you see in movies who bangs anything that moves.
Not okay.
The only reason why she hated me is because once I turned 18 and I came into work, I think after the holidays and stuff, and I went back to school, she advanced on me and I rejected her, and she hated me ever since. Because I pushed her away. So what ends up happening, me and Claire are cuddled up in bed, and one thing led to another, and things happened. We didn't date. And I don't want to bring it up in stream, but we did the deed. Quite a few times.
Benefits not a bad thing.
And yeah, friends with benefits. And she was a super amazing person. After my trial at the place, after a few months, over a year, because I was there for about they gave me a 2-year contract. And it was the beginning of the first year, on the second year, and it would end, basically, they could only put me until November. So November was my last day. And I didn't want to leave. I loved my job. I loved working there as a temp for the school and stuff like that. And I wasn't getting paid at all. It was just practice and training. And what ends up happening is that she pulls me into the room, and she throws me on the bed, and just lays on me and hugs me, and she's like, I don't want you to leave, I don't want you to leave this job because you're the only person I really like here. Everybody else besides your boss just really get on my fucking nerves, and I can't work without you. And she was very attached to me, and she liked me, and she started crying, and I'm just petting her. I'm like, I grabbed her by her face. I'm like, look, my smoky little demon, I'm not gonna let you fucking quit your job just because, I'm gone. You need to continue on, and stuff like that.
Make it sound like you're
and
dying.
You gotta carry those memories that we... Like, it was like, I'm holding her face, and I'm squishing her cheeks together. I'm like, it's gonna be fine. And I just held her in my chest, and she started bawling her eyes out. After I left, I see her, she's like, I can't. And I'm like, she ended up resigning from the job and going to another hospital. She's like, I can't work here because it'll remind me too much of you, and it'll hurt. And I'm like, I took it in a good way. Like, she was so attached to that place. And all those good memories would just make her tear up because I'm not there anymore. We did keep in contact for quite a few years. And then things just, we didn't fall apart, we just lost contact.
It happens.
And I haven't been able to find her.
See your kind before.
And then after that, several years later, I bumped into you.
Have need of help on occasion.
I'm like, I didn't find one gothic psycho bitch to another. It's like I see a fucking pattern here. First it was my friend Shelby. Then it was Claire. And now it's you. Apparently the goth, the occult obsessed, and the chick that wants to turn me into a marionette puppet of bones is a running factor in my life.
Fine.
I've noticed.
It's fine.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm afraid of falling asleep on your floor, then I wake up, like, with a pentagram around me. I'm like, what the fuck are you doing?
Pentagrams are protective.
Nothing. Your boyfriend's just dancing in a circle in his underwear, chanting demonic fucking words and shit. And I'm just sitting there, just looking at him like, what in the fuck are you doing?
Unfortunately, he is not of the
Nothing.
Not of the same religion, exactly.
Uh.
It's like, yes, he's not normal religion,
Like-
but not same religion anyway.
The stuff that we believe in.
Yeah, he's not.
Because the funny thing is, I have a lot of people that are pagan.
Yeah, he's not Wiccan.
You do not want to know how... I literally have, like, if anybody fucks with me on TikTok, I have a coven of witches that would turn people inside out.
Yeah.
And if you want to make matters worse, I have pagan Vikings. From Viking descent, I have Vikings and literal fucking witches on my side that will hack you to pieces or make your life a living hell. People think they have, like, all these, you know, these amazing people. I have witches and Vikings. What the fuck do you have?
pulling a kind of a low-key move where I am a god and I have a Hulk. That kind of thing.
But, well, when I have, like, guys that are, like, built like brick houses, and women that'll just turn you into shit. Yeah.
Beautiful.
But you're the first witch I met. Actually, no, you're not. My friend had a friend named Elise, who was into that stuff, and I was super close to her. She let me borrow her book of spells and stuff like that. She only trusted me with this shit, and she liked me a lot. I loved her to death. One day she came into school in a Tigger onesie. It was hilarious.
Oddly.
Just imagine this big black girl in a fucking Tigger onesie, and I'm hugging her at lunch. I'm like, you feel like a shag carpet of pure evil, and she looks at me and pats me on the head, and she's like, only if you want me to be.
Oh boy.
She was amazing. She was a great girl. She was in the same computer class as me for IT for my career choice. She was in the same IT class as me. And we were super fucking close.
Nice.
But it seems that I'm attracted to the weird people.
No such thing as weird.
And the people of the occult. Long as I don't see you sacrificing goats in your living room, I'm perfectly fine. So. Oh god. And no, dressing me up as a goat does not count either.
Oh, but why not? What the hell?
God, Soma, you scare me and make me excited at the same time.
That's impressive. I should have fucking ate before I started this. Oh. This apparently is not as hard as I thought it would be. That was kind of pathetic.
The Ukwi rod requires us to give welcome to Devodion. It is not our custom to trust Devodion, but perhaps you may be of help to me?
10.
Greetings.
Doesn't fucking
Will you
matter.
remain here long?
Okay.
How fucking Claire actually cold cocked somebody at work before.
Seriously?
It was that same slutty doctor. Nurse. She was trying to press advances on me and was getting kind of creepy.
Yeah.
And pinned me against the wall and saying that she was going to do stuff. And what ended up happening is Claire grabbed her by the throat, threw her about 10 feet down the hallway, jumped on her like an angry spider monkey, and started wailing on this bitch's face.
So why didn't you report her for sexual harassment?
I did! I did. She was fun. The funny thing is, the person she was under fucking vouched for her, saying she was just being playful. And she got and she got away with it. Yeah, being playful when she stuck her hand in the back of my pants and started groping my ass. Yeah, that's fucking playful. That's freaking violation of personal space. And I wasn't of consent.
Mm-hmm.
So what ended up happening is that she got away with it. And she was just laughing at me every time she got the chance she got. And
I can do this and you can't do anything.
Saying things behind. Exactly. She's like, I will violate it when nobody's gonna do anything about it. Claire had enough.
Yeah.
Claire, one day, I was going to the bathroom. And Claire always stands outside the door waiting for me. You know, just in case something happened.
Yeah.
Claire had to walk away, and the woman saw Claire was gone, snuck into the bathroom while I was sitting on the toilet, sat on my lap, and saying, no one's gonna do anything, you're not safe, you're mine and no one can have you. She was dead. She had that crazed look in her eyes.
One of those crazy.
I fucking I left a blood-curdling fucking scream, and what ended up fucking happening, Claire heard me from 3 halls down.
Mm-hmm.
And sprinted. I could hear her footprints. She kicked down the door, broke it off the hinges, literally grabbed, you know how bathroom stalls are in schools? And they have the lock thingy? She grabbed that and ripped it off the hinges, grabbed the chick, smashed her face in the mirror, and then literally broke her face on the sink, shattering the sink itself. Basically giving the chick a fucking concussion, and then threw her on the ground side in a bloody fucking heap.
Ouch.
She picked me up, I was crying, I was screaming, I didn't tell my parents, I didn't want the police involved, I wanted to keep it under wraps from my parents, and the police case stuff was under wraps. It was basically hush-hush secretive from my parents. I told them I can't have them involved, and stuff like that. They understood, everything was taken care of, chick was fired from her job and arrested.
Good.
The funny thing is, it wasn't on the news, it wasn't in the newspaper, they kept it under the rug.
You were a minor, they couldn't announce it for anything.
I was the thing is, I was 18, I wasn't fucking a minor.
In which case,
I was considered an adult. I told them to not put it in newspapers, I told them not to get the news involved, I told them not to put it on the news stations involved, I told them not to get the newspapers involved. This is a hush case, and the sheriff understood, and
Good.
No one's ever heard of this happening until I actually talk about it. Like, me, Claire, and a couple of people are the only ones who knew.
Okay.
The staff has long since changed in Rome Hospital, which I worked at, and the story is long gone. Claire's God knows where. Probably happily married to somebody with kids of her own, and I'm proud of her if she does have kids or whatever, and
Probably
whatnot.
not quite a goth
But
yet.
she grabbed me.
Stone, but...
She grabbed me, shoved me in her chest, and she's like, I will never let any fucking woman touch you ever. She was very protective of me.
Mixed signals.
Like,
there. That's part. But yeah, I get ya.
the thing is that to some people that they would be think of is possessive.
Yeah.
She wasn't like, you're not allowed to hang out with any females except for me. She wasn't like that. She loved my female friends. She enjoyed being around them. But if any girl wanted to make advances towards me, she would grab me and hold me tight and hiss at them. And I didn't care because I felt safe with her. I didn't like the other girls like that. Claire was the only one that I wanted to be with, but she wasn't ready. And the funny thing is, we did end up dating for a few months. Like, I think for the half of the duration until I had to leave the hospital and my, you know, my practice thing was over, we ended up dating for that duration. Then we broke up and stuff like that. And we set it up. It was our idea. She's like, look, we'll date for the duration when we're working and stuff. And if it works out for us, we'll make it long term. But since you live in several towns away from me and stuff like that, and it's going to be hard for us, like, you know, gas and everything, and you not being able to get here, it's going to be hard because it's long distance. We broke it off mutual. So we were perfectly fucking cool with it, you know? It broke our hearts, and we cried when it was our last days being together. So we made it memorable.
Yeah.
Horror movies, sex, and video games.
Not a bad way.
Dude, I was so high, I swear to God I could touch space.
Well then. Okay. I don't know where the fuck I need to
She
go.
rarely did weed. But... And I did as well. But she's like, dude, we need to get at least high once with each other before, you know, we break it off and stuff. And I'm like, sure, why not? 3 rips later, I was dragging my ass across the carpet like a dog.
Okay. Good job.
It was
I'm
weird.
sure.
Yeah. Weed does weird shit to me. Like... One time I got so high in my own room, I forgot where my fucking door was.
Oh my god.
Yup.
Probably not the best thing.
Oh man.
Dude.
I almost jumped out my window.
Where the fuck?
Trying to get out of my room. Trying to climb out my window.
You okay, man?
Just people irritate me.
What's going on?
What did I do?
I don't know. Just people just irritate me.
Oh god, I'm pissed off your puppy. Oh shit.
Not you.
Nah, if you
No.
pissed him off, you would know. He's like me in that way.
One, I respect him. 2, I think he has respect for me. I just met him. I don't really know where we stand in the spectrum right now.
No. What the fuck?
I was definitely laughing at the part when you were talking about the body on the ninth floor. I was definitely laughing at that part. Definitely.
Alright, okay, so... Wow, your boyfriend your boyfriend likes me. Holy shit. It's usually the funny thing is, with me, it's usually never the boyfriends that like me. It's usually the fucking moms that like me. No, trust me, you do not want to know how many moms have tried to get in my pants over the years.
That's slightly...
When I was a legal age. It's crazy. It's like, the fathers think I'm awesome, but the moms want to sleep with me. I hate my life.
Nothing wrong with a little incest in your life. I mean, what?
Yeah.
Oh, you think that's bad? Okay. I got a story for the fucking record books. Okay. I'm still in high school.
We are not.
You know,
Yeah, no, it's history. It's like he is older than us, currently.
yeah. This was back when I was high school. I'm 30 years old now. Yeah. I am not a kid. This was back in high school. Back when I was in school. So let's travel back in time. So,
You got
I
about
go to
9
school-
years on me.
yeah. So what ends up happening is that I have a friend named Brandon. And me and him are pretty close. So I ended up going for a bike ride. And I wanted to go stop by his house because we drove by it every day. And I do. His mom's sitting there. I knock on the door. His mom is actually one of the bus drivers. I've met his mother before. what ends up happening, and I'm like, hey, where's Brandon? She's like, he's at a family reunion right now. I'm like, when will he be back? In a couple of hours. I'm like, mind if I come in and wait? And she's like, nah, I don't give a shit. Goes in, she's on the computer doing her thing. And what ends up happening is Brandon comes home, sees me, and his brother sees me, which I've known his little brother since he was little. And I'm like, Billy, is that you? And he's like, yeah, Andrew, is that you? I'm like, yeah. I'm like, what the fuck happened? Like, I remember you living with your mom, and he told me a story how he witnessed his mom literally go into a spasm and die in front of him when he was a kid. So he was put into into an orphanage as a young kid, and my friend Brandon's mom adopted him into the family and stuff like that. So I got to see an old friend again. So me and Brandon are hanging out and stuff like that, and he asks his mom's outside having a smoke, drinking a beer, relaxing, and same as her boyfriend at the time that she was with. And what ends up happening is he asks his mom if I could stay over the day. And she's like, yeah, I like him. I don't give a shit. So after driving a go-kart around the yard and going swimming, playing Call of Duty and Halo 3 online for several hours, we go outside. And the mom and dad had a little bit too much to drink. They were both butt fucking naked in the pool.
Mm-hmm.
And the mom's like, come in, the water's fine. And I had like, the water was covered with boobs, but I knew she was naked. I'm like, no, I'm good. And the father's sitting there leaning over the pool, fucking giggling his ass off, being a fucking dork, and I'm just sitting here, Jesus Christ. So the mom gets out. I'm seeing this 40-year-old woman in her fucking, in her fucking natural habitat. And she walks over to me, wraps her arms around me, hugs me, and starts patting me and shoving me into her boobs. Brandon comes out screaming, what the fuck, Mom? She's like, what? I'm giving your friend cuddles. He's so cute. And starts petting me. And I can't move. I'm literally fucking scared. I don't know what the fuck to do. And yeah, it was his stepdad. And the stepdad's like, go get him, Tiger, I don't mind. And I'm sitting there face flush red. I'm like, oh, God. And the mom just pulls my face up, looks at me, and she's like, oh, the things I would do to you.
Oh, boy.
And I'm like, I walk away. Brandon grabs me by the scruff of my shirt, throws me against the wall in the kitchen, slams the door. Mom, give us 1 minute. And Mom's just doing a little cute hand wave at me, completely naked. Thank God the neighbors weren't outside in the back fucking yard.
Oh.
He looks at me. He slams me against the wall. He's like, we will never, ever fucking speak of this. Ever.
That doesn't surprise me.
I'm like, what? That your mom... I'm just sitting there like, why? Because your mom wants to bang me? He looks at me and he's like, shut the fuck up. I'm like, if you hear moaning tonight, I'm gonna just say, hey, I told him straight up to his face. I'm like, if you're ever gonna get in a fight and you try to come up with a comeback, try to insult me, I'm like, I'm gonna come back with a, at least your mom wasn't drunk and fucked me. He shut the fuck up, stormed upstairs. He's like, you know what, I'm going back to playing Halo. And I'll be like, I'm gonna have fun playing with your mom.
Well then. That's...
Later that night,
It happened.
the husband had to go somewhere. He had to go visit a friend and help go fix a car later that night, so he was going to be gone until the next morning. And he was going to crash over there. Mom grabs me, throws me in the bedroom. Brandon needed to talk to his mom, knocks on the door, and she is mounting me. Brandon walks in, screams bloody fucking murder as this 40-year-old woman is laying waste to my crotch. I'm about 19, probably like 19 years old at the time. A year after. Brandon walks in, face beat white, just flushed of all color. Screams bloody murder. And I look over him saying, hey, how's it going? He ran down the hall screaming like a banshee. I think he tripped over something because I heard dishes fall and smash on the floor. He tripped over the dog. I just hear this blood-curdling scream like someone grabbed one of those rubber chickens and squeezed the life out of it. That's what he sounded like. And his mom's like, oh, she's like, hey, hon, I'm gonna go close the door. I'm like, no,
We're done.
she gets off me. I go, shut the door. I shut the door. And we finish after like 2 hours. And I go upstairs, and I'm all dressed, and I'm cleaning off my clothes and stuff like that. I have lipstick on my face. My hair's all fucking, you know, the after-sex hair, like in movies and stuff, where your hair's all over the fucking place. I go upstairs to Brandon's room. I'm like, hey, buddy. He's like, I don't want to talk to you. I'm like, why? He's like, you know why. And I'm like, come on, buddy. I gave him a hug. I'm like, come on, buddy. He's like, you smell like my mom. I'm like, well, she smells like me too. And he's like, I don't want to talk to you. Why? Because I was 7.5 inches up in your mom.
Oh my god.
And he looked at me. He threw me on his bed and held me through my throat. I'm like, kinky, just like your mom. And he fucking started screaming at me, slapping me in the face. I will never fucking forgive you. And I'm like, and neither will your mom. I kept on making your mom jokes just to piss him off. So the next day later, this was on a Friday. Next day later, it was a Saturday. I wake up. The father comes home later that morning, sees that I have hickeys all over my neck. So he's like, how was it? I was like, dude, she was like a fucking Tasmanian devil in there. Jesus Christ. And she's giggling while making pancakes for all of us and stuff like that.
And Brandon's probably just sitting in the corner like, I fucking hate you right now.
Oh, dude, he had a look on his face like his face looked like a puckered sphincter. That's what it looked like. He was angry at me. Billy's wondering what the fuck's going on. He's like, what the hell is going on? I was 7 inches deep in your mom, okay? End of story. The fucking husband's, the stepfather's laughing his ass off and pats me on the shoulder. I'm like, that's my boy. Like, he fucking liked me enough to bang his own wife. That's a man's respect right there. If a man likes you enough to screw his own wife, there's some respect or mutual bond right there. Or he was just the kind of dad that didn't give a fuck.
Possible.
But he really loved me. Oh my god. He was a great dad. Sadly, the family moved away. I remember Brandon's last day at school. But Brandon was angry. He was sitting there staring at me, cutting his bacon and his fucking pancakes with malice in his eyes and hate in his heart. And I'm like, thanks for the breakfast. And she gave me a kiss on the forehead and said, like, anytime, sweetie. I'm like, your pancakes are the best. And I'm like, this bacon's really nice and crispy. And she's and I made some kind of sexual innuendo. And she looks at me. I'm like, oh my god, the syrup is so sticky. And she fucking looks at me. And she's like, not as sticky as something else. And walked out of the room. Brandon fucking flipped his table. Not the table. He flipped his plate. Fucking starts screaming. Was gonna crawl across the fucking kitchen table at me. His stepdad grabs him by the back of the shirt. Like, what the fuck has gotten into you? And he was getting angry and telling that. And he's like, look. I'm like, look, Brandon. It's your mom's choice of who she fucks. I understand you love her very much. But look. She is a full-grown 40-year-old woman. You do not tell her who and what she can fuck or sleep with.
Yeah.
And I feel bad for the viewers hearing this.
Yeah. I need to take a quick break. Get up,
And
stretch them legs, get some water.
yeah, so
You know, fun stuff.
yeah, it didn't end well for Brendan hated me for the entire week at school. He wouldn't talk to me. He wouldn't even look at me. He wanted to be fucking dead.
I mean, wouldn't you be in his shoes? I mean,
My mom was never really in my life and was a raging alcoholic, so I don't care who bangs my mother.
no, I'm just saying if she was. I'm just saying.
Wasn't. I'm like, if one of my friends screwed my mom, I wouldn't care. I'm like, more power to it. I wouldn't be mad at him. And Brandon and I came over later that week. Brandon's mom sat me down with him and the stepfather. I'm like, look, me and my father, me and your stepdad are in an open relationship, at least with one person, and it's your friend. You got to learn to accept that. I'm gonna sleep with and screw whoever I want to, and you got to respect that. I understand you're very protective of me and you're my kid and everything, but Andrew would never hurt me or whatnot, and I told him I wouldn't, and he understood. He freaking understood, and finally, pulled me aside, said, "Hey, I'm sorry about the whole thing." And I told him straight up, like, look,
Sam's
eventually,
laughing. She's
huh?
laughing. You can hear her laughing, can't you?
No, that's my family downstairs being really ridiculously annoying, and I want to murder them all.
Wait, you're 30 years old?
Yes.
You don't sound like it.
Oh, I don't look it. If you saw a picture of me, you would think I'm still in fucking middle school. But yeah, we explained to him, and for the time being that I would visit, me, the father, and the mom would do stuff, and eventually they ended up moving to another town because they were the mother worked for the local school. She was a bus driver for the Stockbridge school school district, which I went to. I was going to VVS, we both were, but I was still a student of Stockbridge, but I was in a school in another town. And his mom would hop on the bus that he would be going home, just to check up on him to make sure he was being good. Every time she saw me, and she's like, "Hi, baby." I'm like, "Hey, sweetie." I would give her a kiss, and the other bus driver would look at her like, "What the fuck?" I'm like, "Yeah, me and her are sleeping together." And she's like, "How old are you?" And I'm like, "I'm 18 years old. Here's my fucking ID." She's like, "Oh, okay." All the other one of the high school students was like, looked at me like I went back to the back seat, and they're like, "What in the fuck?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I'm banging a bus driver. So fucking what?"
Alright, I'm back.
Like, welcome back, Soma.
That's just not as bad as when well, that's not as bad, but
Hi, T.
before I met Soma, I had my previous ex, and then I was doing her sister at the same time, and they both knew about it. But here's the funny part: they didn't know I was banging their cousin at the same time. So I had a trinity going on there. When they found out, that was pretty bad. It was pretty bad.
It's not. It's not as worse as this. I've told this story to my girlfriend, my friend Crystal, and a couple of other people. And what ended up happening is there was this rich girl that went to my school, and someone's gonna be like, "Oh God, one of those preppy rich bitches." She wasn't like that. She treated everybody as equal. She helped people with their classwork and helped them get straight A's. She was the genuine article of what a rich person should be like. Her fucking mom loved me to death, and her father wanted to actually take me aside and take me to the tools of his trade back when I was in school. I was in special needs classes, so I was there until I was 20. This is back, fast forward a few months after the events of later that year, Brandon and his mom and stepdad and brother moved out to a different town. And she got a different job and all the fun stuff there. So I'm hanging out with this girl. And there was a parent-teacher conference, and her parents were coming in. The mom wore, like, really fucking high-class shit. Looked like one of those 1980s movie stars. And the father was in a nice suit and tie. They saw me, and they're like, hey. I'm like, hi. And I'm like, do you know our daughter? I'm like, yeah, I'm friends with her.
Mm-hmm.
And the parent-teacher conference went on for about an hour or so. Basically nothing bad. What ends up happening, like, nothing happened bad. And the other reason why she was pulled in there, because some girls were, bullying her, and she wanted to pull a parent-teacher conference to discuss it with her parents and the teacher and the principals and everything that was happening. Let's just say those girls ended up getting freaking, not expelled, but about suspended for 3 months.
Might as well.
From school.
Yeah, might as well have been it.
Because they were bullying her. Because you're like, oh, you're not like us. You were born with a fucking golden spoon in your mouth. This, that, and the other. She worked hard for what she did. She was never hand-fed anything. If she wanted something, she worked for it. That's been in her family's family line for years, is to work for stuff. Unlike a lot of rich kids of this generation where their moms and dads buy them everything. She worked since she was a kid to earn everything. She did lemonade stands. She did bake sales. She did everything she could to earn money. She was a great person. So the mom comes out, and the father and her, them are talking, and the mom comes out and says, hey. I'm like, hi. And I was really nervous because she was a tall, beautiful woman. Like, seriously, I was scared shitless of this woman. Imagine a 7-foot woman standing above you in high heels, making her look a little bit taller. It reminded me of the chick from Resident Evil 8. She's like, hey, Andrew, your name's Andrew, I presume. I'm like, yes. She's like, our daughter has told us a lot about you. And I'm like, good or bad? She's like, a mixed bag. I'm like, oh, great. And she's sitting there chuckling. She's like, hey, I am having a party this coming weekend, tomorrow, and I was wondering if you wanted to come. It's just gonna be me and the girls. No guys, really. I'm like, I'm a dude. She's like, you're the only exception. So what ends up happening is, it was a pretty fancy party and stuff like that. And I go there and hang out, and everybody's in the cigar lounge. All the girls are, having a smoke, relaxing, drinking wine, typical fancy banter and all that shit. I'm sitting in a chair enjoying myself.
Mm-hmm.
And there's this woman eyeing me in the entire time at the party. Like, she's giving this look like, I'm gonna wreck your soul. Like, she didn't hate me or have any malice towards me. She was just giving me this look like...
She wanted to suck the soul out of you.
She was undressing me with her fucking eyes is what she was doing. So what ends up happening, I go outside for a smoke. Just to relax and get away from everybody. And the mom is mingling with everybody and whatnot. And I just smell this really heavily scented cigar behind me. And some boobs pressing against my back. And arms touching the balcony. And she takes the cigar out of her mouth, puts it between her fingers, and blows it on my neck. And then I look at her, I'm like, can I fucking help you? And she's like, in a matter of speaking, you can. I'm like, I've been keeping an eye on you at the party. I'm like, yeah, you've been watching me like a fucking vulture staring at a dying animal. And next minute, no, I feel something hard and thick poking me in the ass.
Oh, God.
And I'm like, she looks at me and grins. And the mom comes out with a cigarette between her lips like, you guys getting along? And she turns around and looks, yeah, we are. And she's like, well, you two kids have fun.
Mm.
And I'm like, she's like, oh, I intend to. She throws me over her shoulder like a burlap sack, starts carrying me out from the top floor balcony, down the stairs. The daughter was coming out of her room, and she drops the cigarette out of her mouth and looks at me, laughing her ass off. She's like, you two have fun. And I'm like, the woman looks at her and winks. Next minute, you know, she takes... Dude, talk about... let's just say her dick was thicker than a fucking baby's arm. And... I walked like a sheriff's deputy for about a week.
Ouch.
I'm not giving you the full story of what her and her roommate did to me that night.
Oh boy.
And now you wonder why I have affiliation with chicks with dicks now.
I believe there's a name for that. Yeah.
A Fuda. And a Fuda.
Good job.
Gmail.
Yeah, just imagine a 11 to 12 and a half inch dick getting jammed up your butt.
Good job. Good job.
Yeah. It was terrifying. It was terrifying.
And yet you still took it.
I squealed like a fucking air raid siren. Okay?
I mean, wouldn't that like be a red flag to them to like stop? You know? I mean, I'm pretty sure her dick was all bloody by the time she was done with it.
Not really. After a while, I just told her to do it more, and I wanted more, and she pinned me against the wall, and just... it's just something about her and her friend just attracted me for some stupid reason. But now, every time I see a chick with a dick, I just want to get on my knees and just...
You like lose your shit.
Yes, I do. It's fucking terrifying, to be honest.
You found a god? Quit clawing my green screen.
Never.
It's not as worse as someone wanted to chase me down with a fucking dildo and beat me to death with it because I pissed her off. Way before she was with you, one day I pissed fucking Soma off. And
you hit me with a spatula already. I think getting hit with a spatula is way worse than that.
Dude, you do not... I'm not gonna... I don't want to get into this, but... You do want to... It's just... the thickness of the goddamn thing! Fuck! Dude, it was like a baby... She could fucking club a baby seal with this thing!
Gladly.
I pissed her off one day in a video chat. And she was getting upset at me because I was... we got in this argument about something, you know, ridiculously stupid. She's like, you know what? What? She storms across the room, starts throwing shit all over the place, grabs this box, pulls out this thing, and I'm just sitting here like... She's like, I'm gonna beat you the fuck with this thing if you don't shut your mouth, Andrew.
You're like, oh god. Please have mercy on me.
She pulled out a dildo and threatened me with it.
I remember that. That was fun.
And it scared the it scared the shit out of me. That's why I don't piss Soma off, because I don't want to be bludgeoned by dildo baggins, okay?
You know, I've already made her mad many a times. You know, and she's just turned and smacked me upside the head. But then the funny thing was, she actually smacked me upside the head one time with a plastic spatula.
She didn't threaten you with a fucking pure white skeletal fucking dildo, okay?
She also threatened to shove the spatula where the sun don't shine too. So that's...
I would have took that as an invitation and spread my ass cheeks like the fucking Red Sea.
Of course you would. Of course you would. I would not.
Not quite his cup of tea.
No.
I still love Soma. She's an amazing person who just knows how to threaten somebody. When she pulls out the dildo, you know it means business when she's about to beat you in the face.
There was
with
this
it.
one show I was watching. It was a drug dealing show, and the lady was also a pimp. The lady was a pimp, and she had girls that she would, prostitute out and shit. And she's like, "Yeah, I'm a beast in bed." And I'm like, and then I'm thinking to myself, what does she mean by that? Because I mean, she's lesbian. No, she said, "Yeah. Have you ever imagined a 12-inch horsecock dildo being fucked you in the ass right there?" And I'm just like, God damn. Like it was like, huh.
Oh, it reminds me of a story my friend told me.
We might want to
we
stop
were-
about this because this might be out of TOS. It might be in TOS territory, so we might want to
I
stop.
normally.
Like, the only thing I'm gonna say, the thing is, what I'm gonna say is, it was me and a group of girls, and we were hanging out with a couple of guy friends, and we were at this bonfire having a couple of drinks, and just chilling, smoking weed, just relaxing. And what ends up happening is that one of the female friends that I was hanging out with, it was just a bunch of us goth emo types just hanging out and just chilling. I was the only normal looking one there. It looked like a fucking My Chemical Romance concert. Screwed a Green Day concert.
But, yeah.
Add
So
in
what
a
ended up
little bit of
happening-
add in a little bit of 9 Inch Nails, and it's perfect.
Yeah, pretty much. So we're sitting there, and one of the girls comes up, and she had to go get her cigarettes out of her car. And she's like, "Oh, I got a story for you guys." I'm like, "Oh, God, what the fuck? What happened this time?" She's like, "Well, you know how my sister got married, right?" I'm like, Yeah.
She fucked
Teresa,
her
right?
boyfriend, didn't she?
No, it wasn't anything like that. You know how my sister got fucking married, right? I'm like, "Yeah, Teresa, right?" With Jamie? I'm like, yeah. Those two. So the day of the the bachelorette party we had, and he had a bachelor party.
Mm-hmm.
Something fucking hilarious happened. I'm like, oh god, these never can end well. So what ends up happening is that all the girls are hanging out, and they hire a couple of male strippers, and it's normal fun shit and this, that, and the other. They leave, and the girls are getting shit-faced. They invited one of the girls there that they didn't really like because, she was kind of a bitch to people. And they invited her just out of, they felt bad for her kind of ordeal. So what ends up happening is she starts a fight with the bride, the bee.
Oh boy.
She walks, she looks at her, she's like, "I'll be fucking right back to deal with your ass." And she's like, "Oh, what are you gonna do?" She walks in her room, grabs one of those wiggly dildos on a fucking handle, and grabs it with both hands and fucking Baby Ruths her ass right in the fucking face with a dildo on a massive stick. You know the ones that are in Saints Row that you can beat the fuck out of people? She had one like that was on a stick. And she fucking swung this 13-foot dildo and bashed this girl right over the cheek with it, sending her spiraling where it hit her face, hit the window, and it cracked. She had a black and blue print of a dickhead on her cheek after that. They grabbed her, threw her out of the place, called 911, saying that because the girl was trying to attack her at first when she came back, and she was just defending herself, and they really had to write in the police report that a girl got assaulted by a dildo.
Well then.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Instead of assault with a deadly weapon, it was assault with a deadly dildo.
I can't think of a better way of doing that.
Wow, she got cold cocked, all right.
Oh my god.
And we were sitting around the campfire just wheeze laughing. Just, oh god. Oh man, those were fun times. It's not as worse as my friend getting stupidly drunk coming home from his friend's house. Trying to get up on the top bunk, and my friend was a tall-ass black dude. He was super tall. And I'm pushing him by his ass to get him upstairs. He slips off the bunk bed, falls on my crotch, and I let out a wail like a baby seal.
Good job.
My friend Dennis is laughing his ass off. Dave's next to his computer, next to the window, laughing his ass off. I'm grabbing my groin, and Shalon's like, dude, are you okay? I'm like, I have a tall black man's ass on my crotch who fell from a bunk bed, drunk. He ended up falling asleep on the floor, and we started drawing in his face.
Well, hey, the floor is actually really comfortable.
So I learned a valuable lesson at my friend's place. They have few rules there. 1, if it's a party, do not pass out. 2,
That's any party.
Do not pass out on the couch during the day with your shoes on. Trust me, you do not want to know the consequence of that. And I will not say it on live stream. If Soma was not on live stream, I will tell you. Because that is a bad one. 3, do not fall asleep on the couch with swim trunks on. That is the final one. And trust me, if you fall asleep with swim trunks on, they will throw your ass into the pool while it's cold as fuck outside and wake your ass up.
Well then.
While you still have your swim trunks and you're laying there on the couch after being dried off and everything, they will throw your ass into the pool and make you go wake up. It's not funny at all.
No.
It's not funny.
Oh no, it's not it. Oh, you think that's worse? You think that's fucking bad? Imagine you getting shit-faced drunk with a bunch of your friends, get duct taped to the fucking ceiling of their fucking house. They forget about you. You gotta pee and you gotta fucking take a dump. They leave you. They wake up in the morning around 6 a.m. in the morning, making fucking Hot Pockets and bean burritos, forgetting that I'm duct taped to the fucking top of the fucking ceiling. They're like, do you guys fucking hear that? Only thing they hear is fuck, and me landing on top of all 4 of them, scaring the living shit out of them. I think one pissed and shit himself.
That's great. I love it.
There was one time my friend fell asleep, so we decided to, when he got drunk, we decided to duct tape his ass to a chair, spin him around a bunch of times. We all took turns spinning his ass around. When he woke up, he was throwing up for 3.5 hours straight, and he's like, why am I throwing up? I never have alcohol problems. I'm like, yeah, when you fell asleep, passed out, drunk, we spun you in a chair, like, I don't mean, like, for like 10 minutes.
Like one of those spinning office chairs?
Hours. We did it for 3 hours in an office chair, non-stop. I'm surprised we didn't kill him. But what would be a really good practical joke? Get somebody really shit-faced drunk, duct tape them to the wall, and start destroying shit they love. But actually, buy copies of it, copies of games and shit, destroy the copies and not make them think it was their game, not the real one.
Yeah.
You know how fun that would be?
Pretty much.
Don't get any ideas.
Wait, you're giving me...
Oh, the last thing I saw at one of my friends' drunken parties is that they invited a couple of girls over, and we were all, getting high and stuff and relaxing. And I remember I got so fucking blasted.
Up their ass? I mean, what?
No, I ended up getting super fucking blasted. And I ended up waking up in the bathroom curled up with 3 girls, wondering what the fuck happened.
You got roofied, motherfucker.
No, I didn't. I ended up falling asleep with 3. No, I ended up my friend sent me a video showing me a video that I ended up getting shit-faced with a bunch of girls. We ended up going in the bathroom, getting completely naked, and falling asleep in the bathtub. And that's it. And he's like... the girls wake up and they look at me and they're like, holy shit! I'm like, holy shit! And then we're freaking out when we're panicking, putting our clothes back on, acting like nothing happened. And the third girl at the bottom is like, pulls me back in. I'm like, no, you're staying here with me. No, you're not going anywhere. I'm like, why? I'm fucking cold. Well, no shit, it's fucking, the heater's not on. You're fucking stark-ass naked. And she's like, so, you can warm me up. And I'm like, she was still a little bit intoxicated. So she pulls me back in the, and this was late at night and stuff like that. And she pulls me back in, just wraps her arms around me. For 3.5 hours, I had this chick wrapped around me like a fucking koala, completely naked. Because she just decided to be, you know, a fucking Klingon. And I wanted to go out and, you know, get something to drink and get this fucking hangover over with and all this other shit. But no. I had to stay in a fucking bathtub with a chick that I'm lucky she wasn't sick or was gonna vomit, because I was not gonna be, I do not want to be in that situation. And I just sat there, just laid there. I just laid there.
One time, this was before I met Soma, way before I met Soma. I'm talking about my ex earlier. You know how my ex, that's who I was with at the time. I was at a party and she was at work, and this is like between the time I'm like living between my house and her house, like at the time, like back and forth, like I'm going back and forth between my house and her house. So I was at her place because her brother decided to throw this huge party because it was like, because their parents were gone for the weekend, so they said we could have a party, and they said don't have the cops called. So none of the cops were called, obviously. But all I remember from that day is waking up, drinking, going downstairs to the pool room and shooting pool. Then I woke up in the bathroom, and I shit you not, 4 guys and 3 girls. I was on the side with the girls, the 4 guys were on the other side. But what was funny is 2 of those guys on that side were homosexual. I'm not saying that as in a bad way, but the guy they were hugging was straight, and they fucked those gay guys fucked that straight guy that night.
Oh, it's not as worse as my cousin Sarah invited me over to her birthday.
I'm not saying that as an offensive thing. It's just
I know. I'm bisexual, by the way.
Oh my god, I'm like, this straight dude just turned gay without even realizing it. But as we were saying.
And the thing is, like, this was at my cousin Sarah and Sabrina's birthday party. Like, they're older now, and they've been my cousins for a while. So what ended up happening, nothing didn't involve them. They invite a guy over who my brother John worked with at there's a gas station place called Save-On, and he ended up working there. And it's here in my area. It's not anywhere else, I don't think. And what ended up happening is they invited one of her employees over. It's completely straight, by the way. So me and him ended up getting shit-faced. Next minute, you know, he's deep-throating me on the couch.
Wait, what?
You literally go from next.
I turned that guy from a straight guy to a guy that was gagging on me. Yeah, it was horrible.
Oh boy.
I bet you were loving every second of it.
Dude, I sounded like an anime girl from a hentai. Let's just put it that way. When I moan, I sound like that.
Very nice.
But it was just weird, and her fucking boyfriend was like, "Did anything happen?" Me and my friend looked at each other. No.
There was that one time that I was at a party with a friend of mine, And I wasn't drinking because I had some other stuff to do the following day. I was just there, just to hang, have fun, I couldn't drink because I had other shit to do. But it was like, I saw that everything that happened that night, and I was just like, oh my God, nobody's going to remember but me. Like, I'm the only one that's sober, and I'm going to remember everything. So what had happened was I was in the back room shooting pool with some of the guys because that's what we were doing, and the girls were in the kitchen doing their thing, and I just hear out of the corner of my ear, like literally out of the corner, like I'm not gonna lie, like earshot. I turn, and I'm not joking. There are 3 guys fucking right there in front of, and I'm like, what the fuck is going on? Like,
The other
and
group have
it
been
turned out
swayed by your
some of the
influence
girls
in Dunland.
roofied the
They're calling
guy.
an assembly. There, they will decide if they are to fight the
I
threat
was
of
like,
Isengard
oh my
or
God.
remain secluded
I'm
from
glad
the
I did
world.
not drink.
Yeah.
I'm glad.
I gotta go for a quick second. My fucking girlfriend's on her period, so she's moody. And
Yeah, you gotta go rearrange that mood.
yep, gotta give her a reality check still. I'll be back. I'll be in chat still.
Alright.
So
Just turn off the chat, please, for the love of God. Please do not have that on Soma's chat and her video. Please, for the love of God.
it already is. So I'll be back.
I mean, turn the mic off and turn it down so like nothing, no sound comes out whatsoever. Because I don't think she wants to have live streamers go, what the is there someone watching porn while
Oh God. That's
she's
one of the
live streaming?
nightmares. Don't do it. Mm-mm. Not a chance.
Mm.
I'm not kidding. That is one of the nightmares. It's like,
Someone just messaged on Discord, one of the chats I'm in. It's a Pokemon chat, and the cat's literally rubbing the heart like it's got. I wish I could show you what it looks like. I don't remember what Pokemon chat it was, but it was like. Hold on, let me see who I. Hold on. There, go to mutual. Oh, where is it? It's little cat's rubbing a heart with its eyes like this. Hold on, if I sent you a message, you could see. It is, but
you know.
imagine the 3 as the mouth. Like I just sent it to you on Discord.
Okay.
Like imagine the 3 as the mouth, but it's like hugging a heart.
Okay,
You know.
give me just a moment and I'll look at it. Oh.
Yeah, just imagine it's hugging a heart. Like it's a cat making that face, but
The
hugging a
Tugnuth
heart, and
have
it's
been
like
destroyed.
animated and
I
everything.
pray
It's
to
really
the
cool.
Uthwirad
Like,
that we will
I like
not
the
be
animated.
next.
The animated emotes.
I like the animated stuff. Yeah,
Oh yes, they are adorable.
yeah, but I don't have the money. I don't have the money to do that animated
Yeah, no.
BS. And you can't even use half the fucking emotes anyway because they only stick to one server. You can't use them for any other
Yeah,
server.
it's like you have to pay extra to get like Discord Nitro, if I remember, in order to use the emotes everywhere.
I think it's like. There's one in one of the chats where it shows a girl like raising her eyebrows up and down really fast and zooms into her face, then zooms in really close, like just under her eyes, and like it's funny.
It's great. Cat. You better fucking not.
What the fuck? Oof. It's an oof sign, and it goes ooh ooh f, and then it goes like the
Mhm.
neon sign.
The flick.
Yeah, and then it's the same thing for what the fuck. Pokemon Daycare Center. Just an Iceon. Or yeah, it's Iceon.
Yeah, there
Wait,
you go.
Glaceon. My bad. Yeah. Glaceon. Yeah, it's just a Glaceon going wiggling its tail with its eyes crossed. Like
An oddly adorable.
so bad. There's a fucking Among Us guy with a candle above his head, and he's like, "Oh, happy birthday."
That's
Like,
also
happy
adorable.
birthday. There's a cat eating popcorn. The clapping hands really fast.
Yep, mine went in the gutter for that.
Oh, there's the Star Wars ones that
Do
I'm
not
part of
speak the
some
names
Star
of evil
Wars
things,
servers.
for you will call them.
Ooh.
There's one that's called the Moon Silk Lounge, and it does the ooh, what's this? And it's all like rainbow colored and animated.
It sounds to me like you have some pretty fabulous emote availability.
There's one over here that has a guy sitting at a desk and he's hitting his head up and down on the keyboard.
A good old head slam. Yeah. I forgot that was a thing. Freaking beautiful.
There's a key that has an F on it, and it just has a finger that comes out of nowhere and goes near really fast.
Are you enjoying looking through your emotes though?
I want to have some of these emotes, but I don't want to pay the extra money for them.
Some?
I know you can make them.
Yes.
May the force be with you. I have spoken.
Why is it that I just wanted to turn that into a Lord Farquaad has spoken? I haven't even...
I don't
That's
know.
a Shrek reference, and I haven't even seen Shrek since it came out. What the hell?
Nani? Yeah, now I'm getting into the funner versions of the
The Turknest have been destroyed.
yeah.
I pray to the Urkwirad that we will not be next.
Oh, just the basic evolution squad. It's just the basic Vaporeon, Umbreon, Sylveon,
While sailing upriver to
Leafeon,
deliver
Jolteon,
crucial information
Glaceon,
to others who
Flareon,
might stand
Espeon,
against
and Eevee.
Isengard, the Ball clan
Like
comes
the
across a
basic,
great
like,
muster
stickers.
of Dunlandings. Rather than stand idly by, they
Oh, there's a
attempt to hinder the
headstone
army
that's
in Wolf's
literally
Cleft by
going up
destroying
and down
their
really
siege engines.
fast.
What
Should I
is
be
your
concerned?
purpose here, Demodiad?
It's
Leave
because
us
it's
alone.
fall.
We will
I'm
leave
getting
in
up,
peace.
falling over, getting up, falling over, getting up, falling over. You know that one emote I sent you where it's like, I have fallen and I choose not to get up.
Yeah.
That's the kind of moment. That's the kind of thing I'm meaning. Takes one to know one. There's an Eevee that has a coffee and it says, "Haven't drank my coffee." And then it holds his paw up and then he drinks the coffee and says, "Now you can talk."
Of course.
It's like, ooh. Yeah, I don't want to pay extra for the nitro. Maybe later.
I don't actually know what the fuck I was grabbing. Brunach is the only one that I don't know for sure what.
You never answered. You never answered to my
Oh.
reply though that I sent on the 3rd.
Yeah. Because guess what?
Yeah, lately it's been.
I open it up, I look at it, and then I
Maybe
get
it's
distracted
been-
with something else, and I forget to go back. And it's like,
You know how I feel.
Yeah.
You're like, ooh, squirrel.
I've been having way too many squirrel moments lately.
What is your purpose here, Devodiard?
Apparently so, because it took you till 1:30 or 1:42 to get on the thing, and I didn't get back up until like almost 3 o'clock.
And it's like, it's literally a thing. I started going about.
What time do you go to work today?
I don't.
Or do you not work today?
I don't. Leave
I work today, unfortunately.
You're a stupid cat! Oh my god! Not yours! Fucking leave it alone! Don't look at me like that!
Time for the cat to get a reality check. Time to grab a little piece of paper and bunk
Right?
him on the head. Lay bunk. Lay bunk him.
Unfortunately, the bonking does nothing. Where the fuck am I?
Actually, it should.
What do I need to go? He distracted me.
I've been watching.
Anyway,
I've been watching that Whitefall, whatever it's called, that one that I showed you, that new one where it's like when they, it looks like they're walking, but all you can hear is the sound of them walking. Yeah,
how's that?
but it's getting pretty good. They put out the 2nd episode. It's really nice.
Ooh.
Yeah, I already watched it. I'm just waiting for the next few stuff to come out, because waiting for announcement. Nope, it's not out yet. I'm waiting for the next episode of that one I showed you where they're like foxes, but they're actually wolves. They look like foxes, the one with wings and stuff like that. Yeah, I'm waiting for that one to come out again, like for another
Are they
episode.
taking forever to do them, or?
They got like a few scenes left, they were saying. Yeah, I guess so. They're taking a little longer, but you know, they're actually doing faster than what I originally thought.
Ooh.
Like, you know.
Well, that's good. Like, I know that you're always fairly well interested in doing that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Watching it.
Like, I thought I'd grow out of that like phase of watching stuff on YouTube like that, but no, I guess it kind of stuck with me for a while. I thought I'd grow out of that phase of like, you know, trying to find new animators and stuff to watch, but I guess that didn't go
I
away.
don't expect it to.
Like I thought
It's just like how.
I don't really expect it to. I just thought it would. Like, you know, like it was a thought in the back of my
Kind
head.
of expecting
you know?
that would be something that you'd lose interest in as you got older.
Kinda, but at the same time, now I'm thinking, no, that's not gonna happen. Jesus. Oh, just people like posting shit on Discord. Like, I'm in this one chat called the Gay Hype House. It's not. It's. Don't think about it like
Thinking
that.
about it.
Like, but it's actually a friend of mine's group that I work with,
Hold on. She's like, God damn it! Like, so hold on. The whole started out. This says, "Sheesh, are you?" So also renaming yourselves after the position? You don't have to. I just thought it was funny. Okay, based Flo from Progressive is kind of a MILF. Epic. So MILFs are kind of badass. I accidentally took the headset home from work. That's awesome. I mean, they shouldn't care. Who's excited for season 8 of Hell's Kitchen or Kitchen Nightmares? Wyatt. And I'm like, yeah, I is. And then in one of the other rooms, it says, it shows Barack Obama. And it says, greetings, bitch boy. Time to get pegged.
That's great.
And then the next one shows a cat in the corner with a broken heart emoji. One next to it that says, people be like, There's a couple different chats I'm in.
I'm glad that you find ones that you enjoy reading through.
Some of them are more visual than others. So here's one I'm going to read to you. Yep, some people can't handle the truth. My favorite animal. Our teacher asked what my favorite animal was, and I said fried chicken. She said I wasn't funny, but she couldn't have been right because everyone else laughed. My friends told me always to tell the truth. I did. Fried chicken is my favorite animal. I told my dad what happened, and he said to the teacher, and was probably a member of the PETA. He said they love animals very much. I do, especially chicken, pork, and beef. Anyway, my teacher sent me to the principal's office. I told him what happened, and he laughed too. Then he told me not to do it again. The next day in class, my teacher asked, what is my favorite live animal? I told her it was chicken. She asked me why. So I told her, because you can make them into fried chicken. So she sent me back to the principal's office. He laughed and told me not to do it again. I don't understand. My parents taught me to be honest, but my teacher doesn't like it when I am. Today my teacher asked I tell her what a famous military person I admire most. I told her Colonel Sanders. Yes, where the fuck I am.
That's great. That's what that is. It's beautiful.
Never forget the 3 types of people in your life: who helped you in your difficult times, who left you in your difficult times, who put you in your difficult times.
All very good things to remember.
Here's one. Look, if you're not going to tell me about yourself, I'm going to tell you. You're an insecure weirdo who lies about everything and probably cries himself to sleep every night. Wow, you're good.
What have we to say to each other, Devodiad?
Wait a minute, are these pieces of Stewie's crib? I hate it here. When you've been making out for 6 minutes and she goes, now fuck me hard, but you already nutted 5 minutes ago. I'm sorry.
That's a sad day.
Oh, okay, think about this one for a second. Your task is to blow a job interview in 30 seconds. What do you do? How strict is the sexual harassment policy? Oh my god. Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy think they're so slick, putting a fucking tarp over the invisible Jeep. Nice try! Here's one. You make my dick twitch like an epileptic kid during a grand meal. My brother is epileptic. Awesome, so you get my reference. So bad. So bad. Nickelodeon removed SpongeBob Panty Raid episode for being too horny for kids. Then I guess you're gonna miss the Panty Raid.
Oh my god.
Found out 2 things today. Kitchen sex can be wild and exciting. The staff at McDonald's are quite narrow-minded.
Oh boy, oh boy. I fucking
Homer, we already have a
died!
perfectly good bookcase. Homer, we already have a perfectly good bookcase. Yeah, but this is what they're doing on campus. Besides, it isn't costing us. I swiped the cinder blocks from a construction site. Sir, 6 cinder blocks are missing. They will be in a hospital. I'll tell the children.
Fuck! Oh, I have to redo that whole entire fucking thing again.
This car has been broken into 10 times. There's nothing to take. Seriously, me breaking in to steal a sign. It's even funnier for the 11th time. Okay, here's one for you. Think about this for a sec. Everybody fucks up. It's the consistency in which you fuck up that makes you a fuck up.
Mm-hmm. Oh boy.
Hey babe, I parked my new gun in the garage. What do you mean parked? Shows a tank.
Is that a gun or a car?
My best... it's actually a
Fuck
tank.
knows.
Gordon Ramsay's son. My best impression of you? Can I swear? He's asking the camera crew, can I swear? He's a fucking carbon copy. And look at Gordon, he's so proud.
Oh
Before sex, after you help each other get naked, after sex, you only dress yourself. Moral of the story, in life, no one helps you once you're fucked.
Yes, this is true. Unfortunate.
School dress codes be like, I noticed you're wearing open-toed shoes. Since when did you become a whore? Since when did... Oh, God. Please don't... Please, for the love of God.
Her? You're just making me more curious. The cats have the zoomies. Oh, you're making me nervous, cat.
With them pulling on the...
I'm
Yeah.
here.
Yeah, I accidentally disconnected.
Man,
That was
you're not
my
supposed to do
bad.
that.
That was my bad. I said my bad for a reason. Jeez.
Nope. You bring shame upon yourself.
He said he would be in the chat. He's not here. What happened?
He's in the other chat. Not stream chat, not this chat.
Leave us alone.
I'm not even gonna pop in there. I'm
Don't
not.
even want.
He's not it. He's not even in any of the chats. He's not in general. He's not in Team 1 or Team 2.
Oh. You mean you were expecting him to stay in a voice chat of a kind?
Yeah,
Oh.
that's what I'm saying. Yeah, I was expecting him to stay in chat, pop in there and be like, okay, I'm gonna leave now. Poor guy, had to be held down by a woman, and yeah.
You know, he might find it exciting.
Yeah, there's only one king and queen, and I literally, honest, before even thinking about, like, you know, joining your chat, I didn't even think of, like, oh yeah, did you check your thing when you told me that one time? And I'm like, what? And she's like, there's only one Squirrel King, and I'm like, let me guess, it's me.
Yeah. It's like there is only one Squirrel King.
And the rest are pawns. Time for you to die. I'm gonna sit on the throne and be like, "You're dead. You're dead. You're going to war. You're going to war. You're dead. You're going to war and dying." Yeah, I'd be a horrible king. Not just because I would be evil, more in the sense of they would just hate me. People would just hate me.
Kings aren't necessarily supposed to be very well liked. That's why you have the queens. Granted,
Granted, I can't be right there next to you to give you an attitude adjustment like Snake over there.
That's still a thing. Ginger?
Yeah.
I mean, I can. Were you guys expecting me for dinner tonight?
No, it was just a joke. I was joking.
It's more of a...
Like, it was funny when your friend there was like, when he was like, "Yeah, I gotta go give her an attitude adjustment." I'm like, yeah, probably a good idea, because if she's in a mood, you might want to readjust it, because that's only a temporary fix, if you realize that. It's only a temporary fix, because then she'll be back in pain again.
Well, save her for a little while. I'm glad that I've never had to really deal with that all that badly, per se. I've always gotten off light.
Yeah. All my previous relationships have been like that. Besides the one with you. You're the only one that hasn't really been like solely dependent on that stuff. I'm just like,
yeah. Yeah, no.
Or it's funny because they'll be in a mood, but they don't want to do that kind of stuff. They just want to cuddle, and it makes them feel better. And I'm just like, really? Just like, really? I'm like, you're leaning on me, and it's really annoying. She's like, well, I'm annoying you, so that's okay. It makes me feel better. I'm like, oh my god, I want to kill you right now.
It's like, yes, cuddling works. Like, cuddling is definitely something that would make me feel better, but it's like at the same time, I don't want to annoy you with it.
I mean, you could force it on me, and I'd be internally screaming. But at that point, it's just funny because all you'll see in my eyes is it look like somebody just screaming, and I'm just like, and I just sigh, and just like all you see is screaming in my ears, my eyes. It's like, Happy Zombie Day. What? Oh, someone wrote in one of the chats, Happy Zombie Day. Yeah, earlier I fell asleep while watching your stream, and then it froze itself. Like, it froze, then I reopened it, and I was like, I wonder if she's still on. Apparently, yeah, you're still on.
Yeah, I decided I didn't need sleep today.
Who needs sleep,
Sleep is
right? It's overrated. It's overrated when you have insomnia. It's overrated.
Sleep? What's that?
I've actually gone 24 hours without sleeping, and trust me, it is the most mental mind fuck of your life.
I've done 24 hours accidentally.
Like, it's...
And then some.
Well, I had a friend who did 48 hours, who was going to do a 48-hour stream, who did a 48-hour stream, which is freaking nuts. But anyway, long story short, nothing really bad happened. But like, you know, when he was playing, like, did his stream at the end of his stream, and he was sitting there because he was still staying up. He went for the full 3-day mark. By the third day, he said he was seeing shit he didn't want to see no more.
Yeah.
Because your mind starts to fuck with you after like a certain amount of
It's
hours of no
not-
sleep.
It's not
Like,
a healthy thing.
I mean, he did it one time. One
Once
time.
was enough.
Uh-huh. And I've seen what those I read on what those experiments that they did, the no
Yeah.
sleep experiments, and there are some horrifying stories that people seen, like the Grim Reaper or like the fucking, like their worst nightmare come to reality, and it's just twisted them, turned them into something different, like, you know, like I enjoy my sleep, so when I get sleep, I'm happy. But if I don't get sleep, it's I turn into a nasty person. Especially if I don't get 8 hours.
I never get 8 hours, but I get what you mean.
I probably get 4 to 6 at max, but if I get 8 hours, I'm a happy camper.
What?
You know.
You're your normal grouchy self at 4 and 6 hours?
Mm-hmm. But now I've literally come to the conclusion for my job. I'm done. I just do what I'm told, and I just want to get out. I want to find a new job. I want out. I'm done with the job I have. I'm done. Well, the reason why I'm saying I'm done is because, did I ever tell you that I had to stay till 2:38 in the morning and then literally get home at 2:50? So I had literally got home before 3.
I believe I was streaming that day.
Yeah, and I just messaged you, and then I
Yeah.
passed out. I literally sent a message, and I was like, out,
Yeah, you were
done.
You were not
Lights
happy
out.
about that day at all.
No, it was not.
Yeah.
So from now on, when my boss wants us out at a certain time, so now if the certain thing that I don't have done is not done, I'm leaving by that time she told us to be out of there. Because if it's not done and she wants us out of there by that time, I'm out. I'm done for the night. You can deal with it. It's the following morning.
Going, I'm not gonna make sure that everything's done.
Well, if I'm gonna try and attempt to make sure everything's done, but if not a lot of it's done by that time, I'm out. I'm done. I'm going
I
home.
see.
I may get fired for it, but you know,
That's fair.
all is fair in love and war.
Right. Okay, I need
Yeah.
to do these bits.
I wish I could watch your stream, but it would lag.
Yeah, the delay.
Well, yeah.
It's like, I know that you guys are getting fiber here soon too. Well, Zipley's doing fiber
What
out
is your
there
purpose
too.
here, Devonian?
What do you mean?
Internet provider out there is hooking you guys. Yeah.
Like fiber optics or something? Oh,
Speedy
wonderful.
internets. Probably not that you guys actually have.
We use Spectrum.
Which isn't.
Yeah, you know, what do I
know.
It's not bad. Like, that's what I used when I was over in that area. Like, they're definitely better than Frontier when Frontier was in charge of the dickery.
Time Warner used to be really good until they turned to Spectrum.
They definitely got the kind of fuckery.
So, it's official. July 16th is when they're releasing the new Space Jam movie.
Oh. Yeah, that's right. You're excited
Yeah,
about
with
that.
LeBron
aren't you?
James. Well, I kind of want to see it just to see how it looks, but it's with LeBron James instead of Michael Jordan. It's not Michael Jordan, but
It
you know.
works just as well.
But I don't know. I don't know. I have to see it if they do the characters like they did in Space Jam, like the first one, you know, but not like overcompensate them too much. I think it'll be a huge hit. Other than that, you know, like so I'm officially like waiting for it, but you know, it's just like
Is that one that you want to go into theaters to watch, or
if they release it into theaters or they release it onto DVD or, you know, Netflix or something like that, I want to watch it like as soon as possible. Like I don't want to be like the number one person to first watch
you
it.
want to
I
watch
want to be
it
like
within
the
that week that it's
like
released, pretty much?
yeah, within the week or so it's released, because then I don't miss it and then I don't miss anything. I mean, I'll watch the entire movie even if it's bad. I'll just watch the
Yeah.
entire movie.
And I get that.
Yeah, but it's just like, you know, a lot of people are like saying it's gonna be like really horrible. Like, I'm like, why? They're like, well, they changed some of the characters. I'm like, well, they have to, like, a little bit, not a lot, but apparently, according to a lot of people, they changed like one or two of the main characters, like, not like just in design, just in like looks and everything, just like everything. I'm like, what's different from like the first one? Like, for instance, Lola. She was pretty hot back then, like the way
Yeah,
they've
the way that
designed her
they
back then.
designed
But I don't
the
think
way that they
she's.
designed her back then was more of a focus on the sexual appeal.
Yeah. But even then, people. What's funny about that whole fiasco,
I
is
have
like
not seen your kind
everyone's like,
before.
well, they over sexualized her this time. I'm like, what was that different from when the first one came out?
Yeah.
Like,
The
if you look at the
Oogway
entire
Rod
evolution
requires us to
line
give
of
welcome
every
to
Looney
Devodia.
Tune, it's pretty obvious that each of them had their time of being weird, loony, and then sexualized in a different way. It's like, well, okay then.
The Ukhwairod requires us to give welcome to the Duvodia.
Like, I'm just saying, in general, see, like, there's nothing that's like, even the new cartoons with the Looney Tunes, I still have a hard time watching because, you know, they changed the characters so much and they can't be as like demented as they were
Because it's
back
not
then.
proper.
Because, you know,
It's too out there.
the Tasmanian devil I liked him when he was more,
As long as
I'm
the
gonna
sun
say this,
shines,
more
you are welcome here.
underdeveloped in the brain, like more
Yeah.
savage than what he is now. What he would be now. Like in the first movie of Space Jam, he was the greatest. He's like I mean, he's not like fully developed in the brain, but he's also can still make full words and everything. But I mean more, he's like more to his savage roots of like crazy, demented, and just like loony all in one
He
go.
didn't really make full sentences at all. And he was more of a I'm gonna focus on doing what my instincts tell me rather than what would make logical sense.
But the thing is, with all the old cartoons, like the older ones are the best ones because they have more violence in them. They have more violence. Like the cartoon violence in those is like way out of proportion because you got to think about it. The Warner Brothers, when they created the Looney Tunes, they created them with the aspect of violence is funny. Like they tried to bring that funniness with violence. But then I think they realized way too early that people were trying to copy that violence and do that. But if they didn't realize that too early, the cartoons would be still amazing as they are today.
Oh yeah. It's one of the reasons why I don't really watch Looney Tunes all that much anymore.
I only watch it because of the Roadrunner and the Wile E. Coyote, because he tries and tries and tries and always fails and fails and fails.
Oh yeah.
Like besides him, besides those two, Bugs Bunny and Yosemite Sam and all of them are my favorite because they're funny cartoons. They're like all the funny stuff, Daffy Duck and all of them. They're funny. I'm just saying, they're like at that point you're just like, God damn, I wish I became a Looney Tune like that and was able to keep my sanity. Like, I don't think you're loony enough. Loony enough. like from the first Space Jam movie. Can we stay here? I don't think you're loony enough. Loony enough.
Yeah, I remember hating the first Space Jam when I'd watched it.
I liked it because it had Michael Jordan in it. That was actually pretty funny. I thought that was pretty funny. Because he's like, with 10 seconds to go, that would have been nice to know. And he stretches his arm out like a mile long to get the last hoop. Like, seriously, he didn't realize he was in. He didn't realize he was in Looney Tune land till 10 seconds were left on the fucking clock.
It's a belief thing.
Seriously? But I thought it was good. I thought it was funny in most parts.
Yeah, the humor is
I thought
definitely.
the weirdest part for me was when Yosemite Sam pulled him down through the golf pole. He's like, Bugs Bunny, what are you expecting, the Easter Bunny? You're a cartoon, not real. Not real, eh? If I wasn't real, could I do this? And then he kisses him.
Such a shame.
Like, it's Air Jordan basketball. Tasmanian Devil. And then I thought it was funny. Ooh, I did see Michael Jordan.
There are dark things in the night shadows.
And then Daffy Duck turned into a dentist and then slaps him on the face with the fucking okay stamp and says, alright. Yeah, just that whole thing was funny.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's like,
oh my god.
as much as I think part of the problem was with my dislike of Looney Tunes is when I'd watched it, I was on a pure animated stretch. It's like you couldn't mix animated and live action.
Well, actually, they did a really good job with this. They did a really good job with the first movie. But I can't tell what they're going to do with the second movie. I really can't tell you until I watch it.
I don't know if they're going to just rehash the original story.
Reinvent, or what I think it's going to be, because the other guy, the little guys that were first going to
like take over the world or whatever, like have them go to their planet, became good. So I'm thinking like it's the like cousins or like brothers and sisters that later found out, and then they come down, do the same thing all over again, that kind of thing. But
Yeah,
what do
it's
I know?
more of a question of the human character is going to be different. So how does that affect what the storyline could do?
I think the only thing they're changing is just that it's LeBron James and
From
not
what I
Michael
saw
Jordan.
from the trailer, there's a kid involved in it too, and it's like I don't know how that's involved at all.
Well, it says a new legacy, so it's
It's a big
so.
question right now. So it's like, yeah, I'm willing to watch it with you if you want.
But but the only thing is, the only thing I'm wondering about is what is it? That if they do it like you're saying, is it gonna change the whole outcome of the entire they didn't keep the original storyline. They turned it into something completely different. My problem with it is that the animators are gonna turn the cartoons into like more realistic cartoons. So they're not like doing all that loony stuff that they would
The whole
normally
stretching
do.
and
Leave us
Like
alone. We
like
will leave you in peace.
well, no, just blowing shit up and no one dies and stuff like that. More realistic type stuff.
yeah.
You know, that's the thing I'm talking about. Like, they're still Looney Tunes, but they make it more realistic. I don't like it when they do that. When they take animated Looney Tunes and turn them
give them the
more
realistic
realistic.
rules. Which
Yeah.
yeah, iffy there. Because it's like there's a few spots where
Yeah.
they take them from their traditional animated forms and give them a more realistic 3D. So it's like I really don't.
I mean the realistic 3D I can deal with. Just keep the loony part of it. Like, keep the original like their bodies can stretch, their the fun stuff, like they can get hit by an anvil and be okay, that Wile E. Coyote gets hit in the head with an anvil. He's like walking around while his body's shrunk and everything, and just
Mm-hmm.
that kind of stuff. Or they get hit by something and then they're okay, but they're just like somewhat injured.
Yeah, it's a big old question as
like
of right now.
that's the thing.
Because all we've got is the one trailer and the official release date.
Yeah.
It is that too.
Yeah, but who knows? We won't know until July 16th or something like that. If I remember correctly, it's July 16th or something like that. Yeah, we won't know until then. So,
Which is fair.
which is retarded because you don't know till like a week before they release it. Like on HBO right now, like there's a movie that's released on HBO, but it won't be released into theaters until like such and such a time, if I remember correctly right now. Can't remember what the movie is. Well,
I don't know.
What do I know? I know nothing.
We don't know shit about it. But it's like offer still stands. I'd be happy to watch it with you. It's like I may not like the series, but I will be more than happy to share the experience. Right. At some point today, I need to actually get a hold of Dad. You gotta go and fix my car.
Again.
not seen your
We
kind
think the
before.
starter died in it because it's just not starting at all.
Yeah, that's what happened to my rig. Remember what I told you about that? I had to leave my rig with them for like a couple of days. Well, with the place that I left it at for them to fix. And $950 later, I got a new reman starter in it.
Why was it that expensive?
Labor
Oh,
and
fuck.
parts. Well, that's just the place I went to. I think it was either 950 or 750. I can't really remember.
Thinking about it.
But it was with parts and labor.
But still freaking expensive.
Because I had a bunch of cars ahead of me at the time, so basically my truck was just basically sitting in the lot for a couple of hours after I left, and then they started working on it, and I didn't get it back until the following day. So,
Yeah.
But they gotta have their certain amount of hours to do so much stuff, and they get paid for a stupid amount of it. Which sucks because working as a mechanic, you get paid by the hour you on the job. So if you got a 15-hour job, you got to do it within 15 hours, because if you do it within those 15 hours, you don't get paid for any of the time that you put on it after those 15 hours.
Not exactly.
Now that's how it is. That's how it is when I worked at the dealership for Volkswagen and Hyundai.
Oh.
That's how it
It
was.
might be different then between actual vehicles and the ATVs.
No, I'm talking like, because I worked at the two dealerships, remember? Yeah, but I'm not talking about like my side-by-side or anything. I'm just talking like general cars in general. Like just cars, only cars. Like cars and trucks.
That's what I'm saying. It must be different between the normal vehicles and the ATVs. Because you have to remember, my dad works on the ATVs. That's why I'm going, no, that's not right. So it's like, it must be different between the two.
Yeah, because I think it's different with the ATVs, because
Hear me
the
out,
ATVs are built a little different. They have a smaller engine, a lot
Yeah.
smaller engine, depending on what you got. And then you also got like different sizes of tools you're
Why are you
using.
yawning?
Yeah.
You shouldn't be
Huh?
yawning. Why are you yawning?
He's sleepy boy and he needs tucked into bed and pats on butt with dildo.
Coming from
Sorry it
a
took
guy
so
who got
long,
fucked
dude.
by a woman.
Oh, hey, I fucking enjoyed it, alright?
It was morally forced upon you, so it kind of at that point was rape.
Actually, I consented to it.
Eh.
But the way you said it when you were standing out there on the balcony, and then she put her
Like,
boobs on the...
in the beginning, the funny thing is I talked to the mom set it all up, and I talked to the mom, she's like, she kidnapped me, right? And she's like, yeah, I set this up. And I'm like, why? She's like, well, I saw you were single. I'm like, you could have hooked me up with your daughter. And she's like, true, but I wanted to give you a little bit of an anal surprise. And I was like, anal surprise, you man? It felt like I was getting the Hindenburg jammed up my ass. It felt like a tank shell getting shoved up my butt. I felt like I had a fucking anti-aircraft cannon jammed inside me, okay?
Beautiful.
Felt like the Battle of the Bulge in fucking World War II was happening inside my asshole.
I'm pretty sure.
We hooked up a couple. Me and that woman actually hooked up a couple of times.
All I have to say is, I bet it felt even better with the creamy explosion.
Oh god, it felt like an Oreo went off in my ass. Double score.
Oh boy, that's great.
At that point, I just walk away. I just throw my hands up and be like, "I'm done." Walk away.
You're really sated. I'm good. Yeah, no.
Yeah, I just don't know how I'm gonna feel about that movie, though. I really don't. Not yet, until I know.
Yeah.
After I watch it.
Speaking of movies, I still have a couple movies I'm needing to watch. Bought the DVD.
Yeah, I need to rewatch. You ever heard of the movie called The Last Samurai?
Yeah, actually. I've never watched it myself.
Good
but-
movie.
It's a great movie. It's a great movie.
Yeah. But
The last time me and Soma watched a movie, oh god, we ripped it apart.
which movie was that again?
I forgot, but we remember when we were
You
watching
forget
Beautiful
it
Bones?
was his ass that they ripped apart.
Shut up!
The equipped have need of help on occasion.
Great, I know I'm gonna be the butt end of the joke of every conversation. Now,
You brought it on yourself.
I guess he's really gonna.
He's the one gonna be in the corner laughing and crying at the same time. Why did I tell him this goddamn story?
I'm sitting there. I'm like, yeah, at least I didn't get rear-ended. And I'm like, shut the fuck up, dude.
You are so very welcome.
He does. If your boyfriend didn't like me, he wouldn't be making these jokes
Yeah.
about me.
This is true.
Wow, I'm super happy that your boyfriend sees me like, dude, we're keeping this person around. I like this person.
Yes. Where the fuck am I going? There is.
I guess I was two sausages short of a link.
No, you were not 2 sausages short of a link. You were like a foot long in your ass.
I was the entire pig.
That's why your nickname
Nice
is Porky.
Son of a bitch! Shut up. You thought I was gonna say son of a bitch, didn't you?
No, it's instead of saying son of a bitch, say try having him say shut the fuck up.
I can't really hear you with something 10 inches jammed into your butt.
Too focused on that.
Like,
I hate the people. I would hate to see the people walking here like, why is he? Why? It's like, why is she talking about getting things jammed in her butt? And I'm like one of those toys that you buy kids that you put the different shapes and the different holes. I'm pretty much like one of them. Instead of that, it's
round hole.
Her sticking that thing in my ass, it was like someone trying to take a square, one of the square blocks and put it in a circle.
That's what I said. Curse you, round hole. At that point, I'd be like, Lord, have mercy on my soul.
I think my soul left my body that
Oh,
day.
is that why we've been having issues finding it?
Why are you looking for my soul so much? That's what I'm asking. I knew something was afoot.
Here's the question of the day. Why are you asking her why she's looking for her soul? You do realize you should know what she is by this time by now.
I know. She already fucking owns me at this point. Alright? I am under contract that I signed years ago that Soma made me fucking sign that is forever ripped up and, you know, destroyed, that I'm her fucking familiar for the rest of her fucking life. Relationship or not, she told me straight up to my face, you are my familiar, you are my summon, you
You're my
belong
bitch.
to me. And I'm like,
That's unfortunate because then I just have to leave the house and go deal with him. It's his problem now. I'm out of here.
I'm just gonna sit there and look at you. I'm like, motherfucker, get that fucking plump round ass in that fucking house and do it yourself. I am not washing your goddamn dishes. Then someone's gonna look at me like, you, dishes now. Yes, mistress. And then I just march inside with my head down to the floor.
And then I yell from the street, make sure he cleans the floor with his toothbrush.
And I would look at you, I'm like, I'm going to fucking make sure I jerk off in your fucking sandwich when you're not looking.
Oh, goodness.
Yeah, but here's the funny thing. I don't make my own sandwiches at home. Not gonna lie, I don't make sandwiches at home at all. I don't eat very much at home. So. So
let me guess, it's a family issue, or it's just you're not always hungry?
Not always hungry. Just that's not even an issue. It's just if I do eat at home, it's like rare, like very rare. She knows. She's like, why aren't you eating? I'm like, the only thing I eat if I cook it is if it's something fast and easy, because then no one can fuck around with my food. Exactly. Exactly. Like I hate it when people make food for me and I'm like,
Then you find two dead mice. Then you find 2 dead mice and a used condom in it for some fucking reason.
Oh boy.
One of my friends got pranked and someone put a open condom that wasn't used. And he's like, "Oh, look, mine came with a balloon animal." I'm like, "Nigga, I'm like, motherfucker, that ain't a balloon animal." He looks at me. He's like, "What?" I'm like, "That's a condom." He fucking threw up his entire sandwich.
Questions should be asked.
Answers should never be given.
Well then. You're gonna love me. Here in a second. Hold on. I'm sending it to you via phone. Like phone text message.
Okay.
I thought you were talking to me, not her.
No.
It will yell at me because I have not turned off my sound. It's like...
Yeah. You're gonna laugh really hard.
Oh boy, I'm excited. I'm so excited.
Oh great, her lady bone. Oh god, her lady bone is showing. And to tell you the truth, Soma's dick is bigger than anybody's I've ever seen. It hits the.
You gotta read it very carefully. You gotta read it. I told you.
I am terrified of what you fucking sent her. I swear to God, if it's a joke about me, I swear to God.
It's a joke, but it's condom, sleeping bag, and pillow. Now you can sleep where you should have ended up, you fucking useless cunt. It shows a picture of a condom with the wrapper as the pillow and the condom as the sleeping bag. Found that on
one of my friends. The funny thing is, one of my friends pissed me off, so I traded his lube for fucking Frank's Red Hot sauce. Let's just say his girlfriend was screaming pretty fucking badly.
I got her. This time I got her.
Okay, I got her. Squishy. You say that, it'll break her.
No, I think what I sent to her is pretty bad.
Oh god. No, please do not die on stream. I do not want to have to cart you away to a hospital. Well, congratulations, dude. I think you killed your girlfriend. At this moment, he knew he fucked up.
It's fine, it's fine, it's fine.
Yeah.
It's good.
I'm sorry.
No, it's good, it's good. It's fine.
I
Cartoon
guess the
jokes that went
familiar's
over
getting
kids'
the
heads.
soul now.
Cartoon jokes that went over kids' heads. Apparently, when the lady from Dexter's Laboratory, the mom bent over and it said Dad's Trophy, it actually meant Dad's Trophy.
Mm.
And I got that joke, and then there was one where Dee Dee was using the decoder ring and said the F word.
Yeah.
And he's like, I'm telling Mom! And the whole, don't drop, oh look, Gary, golden balloons. Remember, don't drop them. Don't drop the soap.
Beautiful. Okay.
Oh, man.
I can breathe, I swear. Also, I can't fucking see shit.
You're welcome.
He wouldn't be a good boyfriend if he didn't make you laugh.
Yeah. It's one of the reasons why I love him. He knows my sense of humor.
You just terrify the fuck. You terrify the fuck out of me. The fact is, you own me. And, oh God, I just realized something. Since you owe me and you're with him, technically he owns me as well. Oh shit!
Congratulations, you've made the connection.
Fuck.
I'll be right back.
No, Jesus Christ, I'm owned by two people. I am terrified. Absolutely fucking mortified now.
And just now took you seconds to realize that, like, if she
yeah,
owns
because
you,
I'm remembering the contract that we signed that once I promised her my skeleton when I die in my will, I actually signed a contract with her digitally that she technically now owns my skeleton, aka owns me as her familiar. That means anybody she's dating or married to owns me as well. As long as they accept the terms as well, then it's valid. Well, you like me enough, so that already answers that fucking question. Now you're gonna tell me to go make you a fucking cup of noodles or some shit. I'm terrified now. Absolutely terrified. And I think my Discord decided to be a fucking dick. Jesus Christ, my internet.
I'm looking at I funny, and this guy's like, stop showing pictures of me. Stop showing me pictures of two black dudes kissing. It's turning me on.
Lol.
Cough on Billy, get the 9 milli. Ask your doctor if these hands are right for you. Side effects may include getting knocked the fuck out.
Alright, I'm back.
Oh god, you scared the shit out of me.
You're welcome.
Trying to think about what weapon mod I should put on my gun. Should I put toxic bullets, ice bullets, or fire bullets? Or ones that make them bleed even more, like bleed damage.
When my fam asks what dish I brought, I must say beef, and then I'm gonna swing on my cousin.
Lol.
Okay. Yeah, I can't breathe.
Hey, mom, look, I'm Halo. Halo is a weapon. Halo can destroy galaxies. You are John 117 Master Chief, you stupid ignorant soldier.
Oh my god, I think I've seen that meme.
Interesting.
Oh, look at the cute blanket that Soma has. It's so cute.
when the DM has given out a few too many cursed items, NPC, here's the bowl of chowder you ordered. Wizard, I'd like to roll insight on the chowder. DM, you successfully deduced that it is chowder. Wizard, I can detect magic. DM, it's chowder.
You never know. They're always going to be a little paranoid.
Narrow grip, no arch back, and benching 485 pounds. Raw Miss Frizzle is on the juice.
What? Yes!
Remember Miss Frizzle from the Magic School Bus?
What the hell is she doing on the juice? Like, did I get that part right?
She's benching 400 and something pounds.
Okay, that makes more sense.
What's my favorite animal? Babe, really? Shut up, bitch, I'm thinking. Fucking stupid fucking memes. I swear. He's like, I mean, I love you. Look at the end of it.
Yeah.
At this moment, he knew he fucked up.
He fucked up real good. He can expect an armful of...
Not as much, it's not as much as how much I got fucked up the butt.
Mm-hmm.
I like your cut, G. You
Yes,
seen the pictures I
saw
sent?
them. Got several.
I like the last one. I like the second to last one. When I buy a super soaker and fill it with LSD. Are you ready, kids? My favorite one is only 3 simple ingredients. A half gallon of chocolate milk, 14 ounce of Eagle Bread milk, and half ounce of Cool Whip. Listen here, fucko.
There's a reason why the recipe is a secret recipe.
When you have finished shaving your balls and you hear a voice say, "I like your cut, G. Get away from me."
That one I didn't quite understand.
It's basically what he's about to get slapped at that point. If you look up "I like your cut, G," you'll see a bunch of kids getting slapped in the head, and they'll start crying. It's kind of funny, but also kind of bad.
Okay, that makes more sense. That makes much more sense.
He's like, "I like your cut, G." Like, you're like, huh?
Yeah.
That is way too much for me to read, so. I stopped fucking with April Fools after Squidward took it too far and did this to SpongeBob.
What? The Hellcats?
What the hell was that?
Why?
Did the cat actually bring it down?
No, they didn't bring anything down.
Did the cat bring down?
Them, for whatever reason, both bolting from the kitchen and not really realizing that they're fucking...
I fucking heard that. Jeez. Jay fucking Christ.
Them bolting from the kitchen and what?
Both of them had their claws out, so they're sliding across the kitchen floor, scrambling to run out of the kitchen. And it's like,
Crackhead energy.
I just gotta say this. We need to put small helmets on them.
Watch them headbutt each other. Oh my god, I'm in.
No, it's not that. It's just a simple fact she gets the joke. Because there was this one guy that came into our restaurant. And she was sitting there waiting for me to get off work. And the guy wasn't special in the head at all. But he was just hitting his head against the wall, like, softly. But he had a helmet on. I'm like, "You okay, sir?" And he's like, "Yeah. Just trying to think what I want to eat." I'm like, "The menu's right over here, sir, if you want that." He's like, "I already know what's on the menu. I just got to hit my head just to make sure I know what I want." I'm like, "Okay."
I mean, if that's what you need, I guess that's what you fucking need.
Brain damage out of mode.
No. If he really wanted it and I could get away with it, I'd hit him over the head with a baseball bat. I'll be like, "I like your cut, G," and just.
Beautiful. That's what it is.
Could you imagine, like, hitting someone on the head with a helmet on, hitting them with a baseball bat, and then having that said baseball bat come back and hit you in the head?
That would be painful. That's what that would be.
Yeah, it would be.
Okay.
How do you deal with mice at work? I take a 12-gauge shotgun to Nah.
I'm actually starting to get hungry. What the hell?
Soma hungry. Soma smash.
Yeah, sure. Mm-hmm. Like, that's not gonna get you smacked.
It's not gonna say that computer screen won't save you, bud. I can just say that right now.
I already know. She haunts my nightmares every day. I can hear maniacal laughter underneath my bed, and I'm fucking terrified.
If you're worried about her, you should be really worried about me. You should
I've seen scary people, and I already know how ticked off you can get. So
The stories we have heard. Right?
yeah, the stories I've heard of Soma. Oh god, I've seen her angry. I haven't seen Like, I wasn't there physically to hold her back, but if I had to, she'd probably be dragging me like toilet paper stuck to the back of her shoe. Because how tiny I am.
I don't know, I'm pretty short too.
I am.
It's not the maniacal
What?
laughter you have to worry about her. It's the fact of me showing up in your dream having a portrait next to me that has a clown on it and it's painted like the Joker. And then it's just like about time for you to leave my dream. About time for you to listen here, G. Like listen here, Linda.
Don't pull a Karen. Mm-hmm. I found a man.
At that point, I'm just like,
That moment where I forgot that I actually had a third weapon.
yeah, just look between your legs.
Hmm.
Yeah, the hand.
The hesitation is great.
You know, it'd be really funny is if you remember those fireworks that you would pull the string and it was like it was like a puppet for like confetti
Yeah.
and stuff like that.
Someone did that between their pants and like.
No, make a rock like a like a thing for it for like a gun like on your arm, but then like when you pull the trigger, instead of just like a small amount of confetti comes out, a huge amount of glitter
Oh,
comes
God.
out with it.
Glitter
Like this.
bomb.
It's like yeah.
Yeah, they'd never get the glitter out anyway. Anywhere.
No.
10 out of 10. Best plan. Let's do it.
Let's not say we did.
Oh, honey.
Or just make it like one of those air cannons that shoot glitter and just blow them across the room. Surprise, motherfucker! He'd have glitter and spots you never know existed.
Just feel like that one guy on the other side of the room, and you got a huge cannon, and instead of lighting it, you just pull the cord. You're like, instead of a cannonball, it's a giant ball of glitter. Surprise, motherfucker! Just like, could you imagine getting hit with a ball of glitter, especially the one, like, I mean, even a cannonball would suck, but a ball of glitter, like, can you imagine the pain and suffering we would have to go through on this one?
You are now a Twilight vampire. Welcome to our world.
Congratulations, we have called the Volturi. Now you time to die.
Yes.
Congratulations, you're a sparkly fucknut that lost.
Congratulations, we hired a werewolf team to kill you. What else is new?
This is Team Jacob. Roger that. It's just a bunch of fucking guys and like, you know, they look muscular, but they're not. They're just wearing those those fucking muscle suits and shit. And they're just a bunch of skinny ass motherfuckers.
You fucking nerds.
Come on, bitch.
They're just a bunch of nerds with LARPing equipment.
Oh boy.
I'm gonna roll my 20-sided die, and if I roll an 8, my damage is 40 points higher than normal.
And then I smack him in the back of the head with a shovel. Critical roll.
Highly concerned.
Dungeon quest complete. Yes. What's the achievement we unlocked? Immortality.
Death.
Immortality. Yay! Wait, for me or for them? Would be my question. Immortality, yay! But for me or for me or them? Oh, for you, yay!
For 10 seconds.
But it only lasts 10 seconds. We both thought of it, but it only lasts 10 seconds. We both
Good
thought of that
job.
one. That was funny. I can't believe we were on the same page on that one. I was like, but it only lasts for 10 seconds, and then you said the same thing. I went, damn. We thought we had the same thought process there for a second.
It's like, how much immortality do we have as long as Soma likes you? And once when she needs you and stuff, then you're immortal. When she doesn't, she'll just throw you away like a used condom. Like, I don't want you to make me disgusted.
Your ass and then threw your ass away. Get it? Get it?
Cool.
Well then.
She's like, thanks for the one night stand. Thing is, the way you worded it when you told us is that the way you worded it, it kind of sounded more like rape than anything else. Not gonna lie, the way you worded it.
I know.
You got too.
You didn't tell us the part that
in the story.
Like, I wanted to wait to the end to tell you that it was all set up by the mom, and I was already in on it as well. I already knew, but kind of forgot, and still got surprised.
Yeah, you got a 12. You got a 12-incher right in your ass.
Dude, it felt like I was getting fucked by a horse.
You could get.
Probably would have liked it, wouldn't you?
No, because I'm not into animals, you sick fuck.
You buy horse clocks. You really can.
It's called a dildo for a reason.
Yeah, I saw it on Amazon.
What's more?
Don't look at my Amazon account, kids.
You'll be scarred for life.
Oh
Joys.
boy. Whatever you do, for the love of God, if I die, please my one request, delete my internet history.
Well, it wouldn't be just a fully.
Bitches and I'm on a website called bitchesandbroncos.com and showing a bunch of naked women riding horses.
I'm concerned
God
about
damn.
that.
I'm
But
joking.
It's not the normal kind of writing. Mhm.
Dude, your audio is cutting in and out so fucking bad. It's like you sound like you're on like a two-way radio.
Well, it's because my pillow was on top of my phone for a second. Sorry.
Oh, it's alright. It's cool, bro.
Legit
It's just
pillow
like
talk.
it sounded like you were like muffled in my ass for a second there.
Hey now.
I'm going to die.
Thing is,
I'm
I
going to
wouldn't be in your ass. On the other hand, I can't say so much about some.
Pleasure. But yeah, no. He eats.
Do I get a say in this before Soma anally violates
Not a
me?
fucking chance.
Oh great, oh Jesus Christ. So the boyfriend's gonna sit there and watch and she's driving a dildo in my ass. I'm like, okay, and then she's gonna upload it to Pornhub for everybody to see.
No, I'm gonna walk out of the room and I'm just gonna be while you're screaming, I'm gonna plug my music in and crank it up as loud as I can, and then just
Well,
wait
this
for it
is
to
your
come up.
fucking idea that you're gonna let your girlfriend jam something up my fucking butt for your entertainment.
I didn't say that, did I?
Oh, for your entertainment. Oh. No, you didn't. Maybe for hers, but not yours.
I said
I don't
that's when I said that's for your entertainment, I didn't mean my entertainment. That's your entertainment, my friend.
Mm-hmm.
Jesus Christ, I am scared to be in the same room as you two, because I'm afraid for my ass. I am going to wear an iron diaper when I visit fucking Soma's house.
I'm not.
Because I'm afraid you're gonna be there, and then you're gonna just Be like, oh wait, the UPS package is here. I'm like, wait, what? And then you slap it down. It's called the Devastator and throw it into Soma's hands. And she's like, I am a Sith Lord.
They
and the dark side is strong with this one.
No, there's the levels of dildos they have. They have the normal, the really big, the super big, the really big, the oh my lord big, and then oh my god big.
And the one that's gonna put me in a funeral home big.
Oh hey, I thought you enjoyed being in funeral homes.
They have there's a lady that makes dildos for a living on TikTok and on Twitter. She has, I can't remember what the name of it is.
She doesn't do them on TikTok anymore because, sexual toys and stuff. Her channel got taken down.
But
she posts mostly on Instagram now, I think.
Yeah, that's what. But she's got the one called the Bowser. That's the. Yeah.
Basically Bowser's dick.
You could fit your.
Oh great!
Entire...
I'm gonna get. Oh Jesus Christ! I'm gonna get fucked. And my warp pipe is not big enough. I'm gonna need one-ups after Soma's done with me, because it's gonna be game over.
Anybody that tries to go in there, it's gonna be like a hot dog in a hallway times 5 or bigger.
I'm gonna like some guy with like a 10-inch dick is gonna just like trying to shove it in my butt, and then he's gonna like, are you feeling anything? No, because it feels like a fucking, a salami, like a fish slapping against the boat right now. I can't feel shit. Why? Soma. Who the fuck is Soma? And then I send a picture, and they're like, and you holding the dildo like you won first prize at a carnival fair. And he's gonna look at me like, well, I feel bad for you. And I'm like, feel bad for me? You should feel bad for my fucking prostate. I swear to God, I got stage 3 cancer in there now. Because I can't feel shit.
Even when he's taking a shit, he can't feel
it just slides the fuck out. I don't feel anything. I have to wear a diaper for the duration of the time, you know?
I look forward to this.
I am terrible.
What's even worse about it is if you were hard during the time, it's not gonna be pretty for that whole time.
She's not gonna even use lube. She's just gonna just bend me over her bed, just jam it up there like anal. And then you hear
no, wakey, eggs and forced anal pounding.
I'm fucking terrified that you're letting your. Oh god, I am terrified of like fucking Soma like violating me in so many fucking ways. It's just. I don't know if you're joking or being serious or we're just fucking around, but I'm absolutely terrified now.
He's like, you know how some of those moments in TV shows are like, I'm actually surprised and filled with mortal terror at the same time. Like,
dude, no, you know what I see? What I see is
I just see the words game over.
Me out. No, it's me sitting outside, having smoke, relaxing. Me going inside after said smoke. Me laying on Soma's couch if she has one. I don't know what she has in her apartment.
Hey, I
complex.
own my house. Thank you very much.
She actually lives in a house, to be more surprised.
Oh, she actually lives in a house. Because the last I swear to God, you were living in an apartment the last time.
I've never been there, and I know she lives in a house.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I'd be laying on the couch, because I sleep in my boxers, getting all comfy and stuff like that, and it's late at night, and you, Soma, are just talking in the other room, giggling and stuff, and then I fall asleep. And then next minute, next minute, I'm like, why am I moving? And then you're carrying me over your fucking shoulder. She's like, it's time for the nightly ritual. I'm like, what's that? She throws you out. You throw me on Soma's bed. Soma comes out in like this weird-ass BDSM bullshit outfit, slapping a dildo in her hand. the doctor is in, time for your anal exam, and then jams it up my butt.
I feel like you're
Like,
putting too much thought into this, but it's great. I love it.
Yes.
But it's funny because me and her don't put too much thought into things. We just do it really quick and painlessly. Well, it's not going to be painlessly for us. For you, it's going to be more painful.
You're just gonna throw my thing, jam it up my butt, and someone's gonna have her fun, while you're in the other living room doing God knows what, blasting music, while Soma is giving me the more an anal assault. I'm gonna sit there and
Heavy
I'm
on
gonna
the
come out.
salt.
Assault. I'm gonna walk out of the. I'm gonna literally walk out of the bedroom, fucking waddling, holding my butt. I'm like, I'm fucking butthurt, and I'm not talking about the fucking massive dildo that was just jammed up my butt.
Why are you
It's
so
gonna
butthurt
hurt
then?
it's gonna be like, it's gonna hurt the fucking Sid. I don't know if I'll be able to fucking poop.
I'm pretty sure when that girl was done with you, it was pretty sore, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Let's just say I couldn't sit for a week.
Ouch.
Damn, she did you good.
Dude, you could fit your hand up my ass and use me as a Jeff Dunham puppet. Possibly. I wouldn't know.
Alright, you have fun, Ginger. Stay safe.
What are you gonna yell out? Hello, I am Lindsay Lohan when we're in the airport.
Hello, I am Lindsay Lohan. I'm fucking sound like Peanut. No, I'm gonna be Walter.
That's what Walter
Shut the
said,
hell
you
up.
dingus. Walter said that. No, wait, that was Ahmed. My bad. It was Ahmed.
Yeah, that was Ahmed. I am terrified of hanging out with Selma because I'm afraid of what's gonna be. They're gonna play a game. What fits in Liz's ass? I'm afraid of the strap-on that's gonna come afterwards.
It's gonna be great. That's all I say. It'll be thoroughly enjoyable.
You're gonna let your you're gonna perfectly let your girlfriend just throw me on a bed with a fucking God knows how many inch strap on and try to stick it in my. Oh Jesus Christ! I'm fucking terrified.
I wouldn't be terrified. It's more of the fact of it's not the fact of the size of it. It's more of the fact of how much force she's gonna use.
Because the thing is that I know how devious Soma can be when it comes to that shit. Yeah, that's all I'm gonna say, because I'm not saying that shit on stream, because one, that was stuff between me and Soma, and two, the viewers don't need to hear that shit. They're already hearing about her, me talking about getting anally inserted like a freaking Navy SEALs team behind enemy lines. But only thing I am going to say, I know how sexually devious she can be.
It's slippery when wet, bud.
When Soma wants something, she will get it. Let's just put it that way.
Oh, I know. Believe you me. I know.
I do too. Not physically, but back then, Jesus Christ, she's an animal. She scares me. She's the only woman that I've been sexually attracted to that's actually terrified the fuck out of me. In ways where I want to hide under the bed and she would possibly just grab my ankles and be like, no.
Mm-hmm.
It'd be like it would be like one of those horror movies where instead of me getting fucking murdered, she wants the snoo.
I mean,
I'm
I
fucking
mean, that was
terrified of
between
so.
you and her then. Now that's between me and her.
Yeah. Like, we were never together. We did fool around and shit. We saw each other as friends with benefits back then. And she even came out and said to me that she didn't see me as wanting to be in a relationship. And she's like, I just want to do friends with benefits. I'm like, that's perfectly fucking fine. You know? I'm like, I was perfectly cool with that. We fooled around for a while on calls and shit, and that's about it. And then just moved on and became friends. Stayed as friends. That's the thing. With other girls that I've hooked up with, they've thrown me on their bus. So much stuck by my side and didn't abandon a good friend. 1, 2, she owned me. 3, she wasn't giving up that fucking precious skeleton.
Yep. It's mine, bitch.
But I know you guys are joking about the whole her putting
Yeah.
a strap on thing. I'm not taking it seriously. I
Who
know you
said
guys
she
are
was joking?
Why would you and her together, why would you let her anally pound me? That's the thing. You guys are dating. Unless I get permission.
It's more torture for
that
you than me, so it don't matter to me.
So you're perfectly fine of your girlfriend butt fucking me with a strap on, and that's basically it. Okay, I just wanted to make sure I heard this right from you. That she got permission, and
I didn't say she had permission. It was a joke the whole time,
Yeah.
bud. Like, honestly, you really think that she would actually do that? Although,
no, I
if she got
wouldn't.
away with it,
What do you expect
although she
What do you
probably
have to
could get
say?
away with it, and even without my permission, she'd probably even do it.
No, she's loyal to you. She loves you. She would never go behind your back and do stuff with another guy. Even me. And I have respect enough for you. I would never do stuff with your girlfriend. 2, Soma's my best friend. 3, she's pretty much family. And 4,
she owns your ass.
That's what I said. She owns me already. Like, she's already... Like, if she wanted to and you gave the okay, hey, can I plap the hell out of my fucking minion with a 9-inch horse dildo, and you say sure, I'm gonna try to cry and run the other way. She's gonna slap me with a leash. You're like, oh no, motherfucker, you're taking this like a man. But I'm a woman. You'll be screaming like one when I'm done with you.
Oh, God.
But the thing is, I knew you were joking. I know we're all doing this in fun and stuff like that, and I don't take like this stuff to heart because, you know, 1, I'm in a relationship. Hell, my girlfriend actually gave me permission to sleep around with a few guys. Not women, but dudes. Because she knew I was loyal to her. She knew that I wouldn't leave her for them, but it made me started to feel like it was wrong in a relationship. And I sat her down while we were playing Minecraft, and I told her, I can't do this anymore. It makes me feel uneasy because it feels like I'm being disloyal to you. She's like, look, I gave you permission. It's okay. I'm like, yeah, in the beginning, I'm like, cool. I get to, you know, do stuff with guys. You know? But now, like, there was one guy that I hooked up with Justin. Me and him became a good friend. Then my other friend, Noah, who's from Thailand, who's the only man who's lasted more than 20 minutes in bed with me. And he's my me and him still talk and text each other when he's not busy working.
2
and
pump
helping his
jumps,
sister.
the rest of them weren't they?
Dude, I had a guy who lasted about an hour of me giving him, you know, the oral in my driveway in his car. He lasted an hour. He was the longest lasting guy. Hell, my frickin' friend Noah was able to fill me twice. And the other guys were one and done. Yes, their dick's big, but it doesn't matter if you can't fucking fill me like a cream donut. I want to look like a fucking Twinkie when you're done with me. Okay, I'll shut up now. I wonder if Red's just
He
sitting there
said
with
that
his
on
eyes
live.
wide open.
I'm so done.
I'm afraid of fucking, like, Red. Like, with her eyes, like, cracked open. Like, I am forever fucking terrified. And half
It
of
is
the
like
I'm
1
looking at your
p.m.
viewers right now.
for her.
Yeah.
No.
She's probably asleep. Half of the people in your chat are actually fucking probably bots. That are just lurking. Bots have been invading people's channels and just sitting there.
Not trust Devodiad.
Because they have, like, what if they have, like, 1,000 or 2K followers and stuff? They're mostly bots.
Yep.
They don't say anything, they just lurk.
It's not.
And we're having a fun time anyway. If someone walks into me getting filled like a glazed donut, that's on them.
Hey, there were several people that came in during the very intriguing story time.
Anal penetration fatality.
Yeah. Story time between.
It's not as worse as one my girlfriend's gonna do to me.
Did I remember to run the ad already? I don't fucking know.
You have 4 viewers.
Yeah.
Including myself.
And me. I'm still there. I'm just here for the combo and the gameplay and me fearing for my fucking life.
Nothing new.
Nothing new. Nothing out of the ordinary over
It's
here.
completely normal. It's like, yeah, no. It's not like there'd be anything wrong.
Oh yeah, so I was able to get my first dildo actually, to be honest. Since we're on that fucking conversation. A few months ago it was my girlfriend bought me one.
Yeah, no, I have plenty of toys.
Yeah, I've already know about it. The one that I told you she was gonna beat me with, dude, it was the white one that she showed me before. I think that was the one that you only had at the time when we were.
I don't remember.
And I think it was because I know. I don't either, because it was so fucking so far long ago.
Yeah, it's not anything.
But I do remember he had a pure white one. I didn't have any toys back then, and I have a dildo and a couple other things my brother gave me because they said they didn't fit him and didn't feel right to him. So he gave me hand-me-down sex toys that he washed, thank God.
I know.
He washed them, thank God. Yeah, that's what I thought. So I dipped them in fucking bleach and stuff and bleached them.
Bleach actually damages them, but okay, yeah,
Yeah, whatever. I think it was bleach. It was some cleaning solution that was. I think it was some sex toy cleaning solution that a friend gave me. Yeah, it was that stuff, not bleach.
Yeah, because bleach would have just eaten them right on out.
Yeah. Oh god, this creature's just terrifying. It's like a vagina with teeth.
Concerned. Oh, I got 2 from that? Great. Alright. Also, I didn't realize it's already 10 o'clock in the morning.
That moment your battery fucking dies on your controller and you get immediately attacked by a fucking mini boss.
That is a horrible situation.
That is a horrible thing, especially when you...
No, no!
But I'm happy, Soma, that you found somebody special. Like, I've been actually hoping you would. Like, to be honest, because just back then, things were really different. And you were more of the, like, you were always a ball of anger when it came to work and everything else, and a lot of stuff pissed you off on stream back then, and just, you wanted to, get on stream to, get rid of all that stress and bullshit. And I'm happy you met this guy. Like, seriously, he's really cool. I really like him. And the thing is that I'm one to, not really engage with people as much as I used to. And something about your hubby here just rubs the right spot, Just shut up. He's a great dude. He's a fantastic guy.
I'm well aware.
And
I enjoy him quite thoroughly.
yeah. Yeah, and physically.
Every chance I get. But yeah.
He's a fantastic dude, and I have full respect for the guy.
But yeah. Glad you approve, although that wasn't a planned thing at all. Definitely wasn't something I was expecting today at all either. But either way, it's been some great fun.
What? Me meeting your hubby? Me meeting your hubby?
I wasn't expecting you guys to chat outside of the text. That's okay. I appreciate him popping in every once in a while to meet some friends. Part of the reason why I kind of invited him to watch the streams, because it's like I want him to be a part of everything.
Yeah, that's the thing with my girlfriend. Like, I have her involved in a lot of shit. Because I don't want to just, disprove her and push her to the side. I'm not like that with my relationship. She's always gonna be, a part of my life and all this other shit. And I just don't want to push, someone that I love away from my friends. And she doesn't have many friends. And it's not really her fault either. She tries to be, social and be out there to people, but people just ignore her. And don't even give her a chance to speak or anything. They just fucking blatantly ignore her, which pisses me off because she's a fantastic person to be around. And when my friends pull that kind of crap, I just want to be like, dude. One of my old friends, I don't talk to him anymore. My girlfriend ended up hanging out with my friend Matt, and another friend named Jesse popped in, who was a friend of mine. And what ended up happening is that
It's fine. It's fine.
I know. And what ended up happening is that she was, she wasn't feeling good. She was going through some shit. And my friend Jesse asked, hey, tell me what's going on. And when she was explaining, he interrupts her and asks if he can invite a person to the party. And she's like, I don't give a shit, it's perfectly cool. And he's like, nah, I'm just gonna leave, talk to you later. I'm like, why ask somebody to tell somebody, tell you what's going on when you fucking blatantly ignore, talk over her and fucking interrupt her? I'm like, if I was there, I don't fucking care if you're a teenager. You're going through a fucking window next time you freaking interrupt my girlfriend like that. She was trying to tell you, and oh man, she was absolutely fucking livid.
Yeah.
I'm like, if I was there, he would have been screamed at. He would not.
Yeah, no.
Let's say that. I just don't like people who do that to my girlfriend. Like, you asked her, and she was trying to explain, and then you get completely fucking interrupted. You interrupt her. And I'm like,
Yeah, no.
okay.
Mm-mm. Not okay. Not okay at all.
Yeah, there's too many douches out there. And not enough to clean my butthole. But all butt jokes aside, people like that just make me fucking sick.
Yeah, no. The people like that are the ones that don't actually want true friends. They just want acquaintances that are available to do what they want when they want.
Like, him and Matt have been really close, and me and him were close. We had a couple of fights, but I unfriended him for a reason. 1, he's too fucking depressing all the time. 3, he gets butthurt at me when I criticize one of his games. When he fucking complains and bitches and argues and moans and groans every time we play stuff together and complains about everything and anything of the game and kills the mood, where I end up leaving the party, quitting the game without saying a word. And he's like, why the fuck did you leave? I'm like, dude, can you stop fucking just shitting on the game constantly? I understand there's things that you don't like, but you don't have to fucking croak and moan about it every 5 fucking seconds and ruin it for the rest of us. Like, it's really driving me up the wall. And I don't want to fucking hear it. And he gets all fucking mad at me. It's like, you do that to me all the time. I'm like, no, I fucking don't. When have I ever pointed out a game that you like, pointing out a game that we're playing together that you like and I don't, which is never, and you'll he'll harshly criticize a game that I like. And I'm like, fine, okay, yeah, whatever. And I'm like, you just don't like it because the fact is you just want to fucking set me the fuck off. And once I start criticizing something he likes and calling out its flaws, he starts whining and crying about it. And I'm just sitting here like, well, you didn't get a reaction out of it, and that's what you wanted. Well, that didn't happen. But when I shit talk a game that you like, and you get all fucking butthurt about it, that's unfucking you, buddy.
Sounds like he's got a bad case of two-face. Okay. Okay. I know I need some guys. Scout guys up here somewhere. I don't know where the fuck they're at. Oh hey, I completed the Slayer deed. Woo! Now I got another fucking one. Haha! Fuck. Okay.
But yeah, it was ridiculous. He was like, I would call him out for his shit and stuff like that, and he'd fucking belittle me, and he's like, I find that offensive, and he's like, well, you judge me. I'm like, dude, you fucking judge me all the time when I don't judge you, and I don't say anything, and you think you have the right to fucking just say all this horrendous shit and think you can get away with it. And fucking just judge me on my action stuff. I'm like, dude, you're a stupid fucking 16-year-old kid.
Seriously?
And you say you have a moral compass, but yet you act like a cynical dick. He wonders why I don't fucking hang out with him anymore. He wonders why I don't even consider him worthy of a friend. And every time I'm in a party with him, I act nice, but I fucking hate him.
Yeah, no. Not okay.
I don't deal with that kind of shit.
Shouldn't. It's fuckery.
I'm like, if you're gonna be a condescending cocksucker to me and do all this horrendous crap,
You're gonna reap the fucking benefits of it. It's as simple as that.
exactly, you're gonna talk shit, you're gonna get fucking hit. You know, I don't respect people who frickin' sit there and complain the entire time. I get it, you don't like these mechanics, stop repeating yourself, shut the fuck up type of ordeal. He was like, no, I'm gonna continue complaining, and then fine, I'm like, fine, if you're gonna complain, fuck you, I leave the party. And then he gets upset with me. He's like, why do you keep leaving? I'm like, if you would shut your gob for 5 fucking seconds and let me fucking enjoy the game that I've been hyped for since its fucking launch trailer, and you're complaining about
minuscule
little things here and there.
Yeah, no. Not a fan.
Like, he likes the Watch Dogs games, and I think they're complete trash. Because they're glitchy as fuck, they have too many goddamn bugs, they're busted. And he fucking likes them. And I told him that I don't like them for these reasons alone. The story didn't sit well with me. That this, that, and the other.
Is that one of the games that he tries to force you to play?
No, he just tells me that they're actually fucking good, that they're this. I'm like, yeah, you might like them, but don't have to force it down my throat and tell me that I need to like them too when I don't. And he'll get upset with me and be like, I told him that I don't like them because I think they're crap because the developers lied with the first game. It was supposed to be graphically spectacular. And with the launch trailer and everything, and they showed off how good the game was gonna look. They lied, and the game looked like utter horse shit. Usually I'm not a graphics junkie for a game, but when they promised the game to look fucking stunning, on like next gen, on the Xbox 360 and the, you know, PS3 and everything, I'm at the next gen consoles as well, then yeah, I'm gonna get a little bit butthurt, and I held that against Ubisoft for a long time, and they released the second game, which was still utter crap, and the third game, which crashed every 5 fucking seconds, because Ubisoft doesn't know how to fix their shit, and it goes with the Assassin's Creed games, but I've never experienced a single problem with Valhalla when it came out, and I had that shit on pre-order, because 1, Vikings, 2, it's a fucking good game, and 3,
The Ukwirod
he would
requires us
constantly
to give
complain
welcome
about
to
the crashes of Watch Dogs Legion, the
I
newest
have
Watch
not seen your
Dogs
kind
game.
before.
And I'm like, it must be great to be playing a game by that fucking keeps on crashing. He's like, yeah, if I could get into the game without crashing on the menu screen for 5 fucking seconds. And I'm like, I love how you fucking defend
Even
this
though you
game.
can't really play it.
Yeah, it's a buggy fucking mess, and it doesn't have, it has a ton of fucking issues. Like, look at Fallout 76. It's a dumpster fire. It's a massive fucking dumpster fire. I still love it for the reasons that I stuck with it, unlike other people who gave up on the game because, you know, they have some stupid vendetta, and I waited the game out, and it got better over time.
The Ukwirod requires us to
The
give
thing
welcome
is,
to
with
Devotia.
him, he'll bitch and moan and groan about bugs and stuff in a game. I'm like, and I'd sit there, I'm like, motherfucker, you weren't born in an era like me back in the day. You got a game and there was bugs, you had to fucking deal with it. Back on the original PlayStation 1 and Nintendo 64 and, you know, GameCube and stuff like that. There was no patches, there was no updates, there was no bug fixes. You got what you paid for, and you fucking liked it. And he would be like, you're being an ass. I'm like, no, I'm being fucking realistic. You act like some entitled fucking child that every game has to be fucking perfect. Look, games launch with bugs. No matter how pitch perfect the game's gonna be, there's always gonna be bugs. It's unavoidable.
They can't test every single angle. They can fucking try, but just
Exactly.
it can't happen.
Exactly. I told them that they could spend years trying to fix everything, and still, you fix one problem, another problem pops up. That's the thing.
I think I'm drinking too much water.
And he just called me an asshole and
Yep.
stuff like that. And I'm like, you know what? I'm not going to argue with a child who doesn't understand fucking game design, because I wanted to be an indie game developer when I was younger, and I worked on shit. I understand game design better than he does, because he's a dumb fucking kid.
So,
And would just constantly bitch and moan and groan and
in other words,
all that fun shit.
it's time to motherfucking drop the bitch.
I did.
Greetings.
I only tolerate him when he's in parties.
Hear me out, Devodiad.
And ignore him.
Well, that's the thing is, I wouldn't even.
I don't even
accept party requests with him in the party.
Greetings.
Period.
I don't no. If he's in a party with my friend Matt and my other friend, then I tolerate him, and I turn him way down so I don't hardly hear him. And
yeah, but it's like, if he pisses you off that much, don't even bother partying with him, being in the same party with him. Period.
I don't even join I don't even join Xbox parties. When I see my friend Matt with him and my other friend that I don't really talk to anymore, I don't even join Xbox parties. I'm mostly on fucking Discord. And like, if me and Brittany are in a party by ourselves and he wants to join, I tell him no. Like, he's not even on my friends list, so he couldn't even ask. And if he has Brittany, if he can join, Brittany tells him straight up no.
Alright. I'm gonna be right back again. Because I've just been stupid and been drinking too much water.
Someone's gotta be.
You guys want to do an Easter egg hunt or how? Who's up?
I am back. Also, it's almost 10:30 in the morning.
Well,
Hmm. Okay.
Hear me out, Devodiad, for I have a tale to tell.
Okay. I think I'm gonna have to start thinking about calling it a day.
The old woman of the mountain says...
It's alright.
"Not trust to Volia."
You fuck off. Okay.
I have not seen your kind before.
You're welcome here, as long as you do not trouble us.
Okay. Had a man trying to hide. That's okay.
The Ukhgwairod requires us to give welcome to the Duvoriad.
Okay.
You are welcome here, as long as you do not trouble us.
The old woman of the mountain says we should not trust Duvoriad. I have heard the wails of the Kuthral in the night.
As long as the sun shines, you are welcome here.
The Ukhgwairod requires us to give welcome to the Duvoriad.
Right. There. That one up there is a.
Drugavar and Kunanoon hunt at night.
Okay. We're gonna go ahead and see about what we're.
The Ukhgwairod requires us to give welcome to Devodiad. You are welcome here, as long as you do not trouble us.
Okay. What else do I have? We want to be done with what's in town here. Yeah. Okay. And I know I said and I need to think about ending out already, but at the same time I'm going I don't wanna close yet.
You just want to keep going. I'm muting myself because I don't want a YouTube video getting through the stream because there's that whole TOS bullshit.
Don't get me DMCA'd.
Yeah, so... Yeah, that's why I'm muting myself, so I can watch this video.
It's like... Truck Don ran away already. So there is that. Of course I target the one melee. Why the fuck would I target any of the other ones? Okay. Also, apparently I got 2 levels at some point today. Shows you how well I've been paying attention. It's like, yeah, no, I completely spaced that. Okay. Ah. I'm not paying attention. Okay. Really do. Okay. I'm gonna burn this one. Grab this food store. Wander down over here. Burn this one. Welcome back. Did you enjoy the little YouTube? Hi. Yeah, with their whole wanna get famous? Like, yeah. It's like, no, bitch. I'm not doing this for fame. Guess it'd make it fucking easier to not have to work in an actual job. But no. I'd rather freaking grow my shit organically. That you get more lifelong friends from doing it normally. Okay, so there's Nivid. Yep. Ah. Okay. 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 Do. Okay. That's Nivid. Okay. Snivid, not Predwin. Need to figure out where the hell Predwin is. Who the hell Predwin is. I don't know. Okay. Okay. I might need to... Yeah, I think I'll need to kill these guys. Ah. Questionable. Questionable. Hmm. Yeah, he is. Okay. Mm-hmm. 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 Okay. Somehow I doubt that this is the guy that I need. Oh my god. Stop touching me, you dick. Yeah, where the fuck is this man that I need to... that I need to talk to? Because we made the dick there run away. It's a matter of where the fuck is this man whose home we need to actually fucking find. Aha! Got it. Got it, got it, got it. Okay. Welcome back. What? Well, no one told you to leave it alone, did they? So how the fuck were you supposed to know that that was the last of it? Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah. I don't even know how long I've been streaming here today. Mm-hmm. Yeah, they've had what? Between 3 and 9 viewers all day? No, he's not in voice chat, no. He ran away to do his thing. I don't know. Yeah, he's probably still hanging out in watching the stream. But it's like, yeah, he normally does just kind of run away whenever he decides he needs to. It's fine. Okay. 7, 3, 4. There's so many freaking rings. So many rings. Oh my gosh. Mm-hmm. Right. Mm-hmm. Oh boy. Me. Oh. Yeah, those kind of events would do it. Mm-hmm. Okay. So the only other one I have is the fucking patrol points. Ugh. Yeah, patrol points is all I've got left. But I've been streaming for plenty of time. Figure my normal minimum streaming time is about 2 hours. An hour if I absolutely cannot make it the full time. I think I hit 2 hours, don't you? Yeah. So I appreciate you all. I thank each and every one of you for coming around and hanging out and watching and, you know, chit-chatting as you wanted. So. Only for now. Yes. All kinds of great humor today. It's like great. We had some great humor, some grand old laughs. A little bit too grand sometimes. It's always great. And it always seems to come around when we start talking about dicks. It's great. But with that being said, until next time, stay safe, don't die, and most of all, have fun. Yeah. Bye bye.